Hello and welcome back to Upstate New York. I'm Carson Cass with Jack Elliott here, my co-caster for the day, and we have the ACEC Rocket League tournament. So excited here today for a bid for the CECC on the line. But Jack, tell us a little bit more about how important this matchup is today.
Yeah, we have some great Rocket League coming your way. It's great to be here, Carson. My first ever time casting Rocket League. Love the game. Never gotten to cast it. Really excited to be here. Yeah, you've got 5 teams. You've got Clemson. You've got FSU. You've got Pitt, you've got Notre Dame, and you have, of course, your Syracuse Orange, all with a bid, as you said, to the CECC May Madness tournament on the line. Carson, tell me a little bit more about that.
May Madness, obviously hosted by CECC. It's considered a more national championship type deal, and I mean, you're going down there to Dallas to play it. But obviously, Syracuse, if you've kept up with the social media, you know we're headed to Nevada in just a week, and this team obviously here is going to play. But every other game gets the opportunity for a CECC bid at that tournament other than Rocket League. So for Rocket League, this is the May Madness on the line. You have no opportunity to do it next week. You got to do it today. Either way, Power Esports Conference on the line in the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas next week. City of Lights, and we'll have to see how they do then. But today, we've got an entire just full mashup of Rocket League action, and we've got Notre Dame and Clemson to start us off.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a full day. We will be here for 5-6 hours straight. It's going to be a lot of fun. The format today, you've got a round-robin group stage. Each of the 5 teams is going to play each other once. We will be covering 5 of those games. And then, those are best of 5 matchups, so you win 3.
Yes.
And then, the lowest team gets knocked out, and you take the top 4, and you head to a semifinal, and then, of course, a final. Those are best of 7 matchups.
It's a simple format. It's like an Eggs Benedict. Just cut, clean, simple, and delicious. We'll have to see how those matchups play out. Clemson, obviously, a very tough team for any team to go up against. We're very good last year. And, I mean, you're going to see how good they are today, likely. Notre Dame, not much information on them. These teams, it's a tournament-only team we believe, but we'll see how they play. Nobody's going to know where they are. They know where they are, and I think that's the case for a lot of these teams today. The only teams that have played before, Pitt has played FSU and has played Clemson. The same goes for, obviously, the other 2 FSUs played Clemson as well. Notre Dame, not quite sure where they're at in terms of who they've played, where they're at, but Syracuse has played Pitt, I believe, in an exhibition, but that's really the only information they have in terms of how we're playing it. So it's a bunch of new matchups, new teams, new players going up against each other that have never really seen each other before, seen their play style. It's going to be a lot of fun today. I'm very excited, personally, in the ACEC Conference Championship on the line for Rocket League. Jack, what kind of predictions do you have for me today?
My prediction, I think, listen, it's hard to make a prediction here because, as you said, we don't know anything about Notre Dame. They could come out and play like the greatest team in the world, wipe the floor with everybody, and then we go home in like an hour.
It's really hard.
3 hours. But so it's hard to make a prediction. If I had to make one, though, Carson, I think this Clemson team is a really good team. Obviously, I think Syracuse is a fantastic team, but I think Clemson has what it takes to bring home this trophy and bring home a bid to May Madness today. What about you?
I'll stick with the hometown squad because you aren't. I think Gababy will help lead in scoring, and Lindell and Towers have really improved on that defensive side, and I think that team has what it takes. They're a lot better than they've been if you were watching spring at all. I mean, this team has had improvements week by week. They practice more now, finally. They've got a better schedule. They found a way around it in the sense of, like, they can practice for longer because they aren't so busy. It's 3 players. Unfortunately, all of them are somehow the busiest people on earth from time to time, but they've gotten together. They have more opportunities, and they're going to have an opportunity to win their way to the CECC. Just 4 teams to beat, but we'll have to see who can do it better. Notre Dame, not sure, obviously, how that team is going to play. Pitt, I would not be surprised to see them do fairly well. Florida State, no idea. No results there that we don't have, but it's going to be a lot of fun learning these teams, discovering them. We'll have a little bit of an elementary class, Esports 101 on Rocket League teams here today.
Yeah, we're going and we're flying blind today. There are clouds and fog everywhere. We're playing a video game with a fog of war mechanic, and we're going to get discovering pretty soon. It would be some hype moments and aura if the Syracuse University esports team could make a run to the CECC today. I would love to see it. You know, obviously it wasn't my prediction, but if I had to say, I think they're going to come in second. I think they're going to be the runners-up. And it's Rocket League, so really anything can happen.
Yeah. Yes, it can, Jack.
You're a little flabbergasted there, Carson.
It was the hype moments in Aura that got me, I'm going to be honest with you. But if you are a new individual, maybe coming from the Giving Day stream yesterday where I spoke about it with Ryan Blankenhorn, who was going to be on the cast later today, and as well as Izzy Kaplan, who freshman esports major, was here. I'm not here right now, not working today. Luckily for her, she has to sleep in a little bit longer on this Saturday morning. But maybe you're an Autothon watcher, just sitting outside this Shine Esports Gaming and Esports Center right now. Maybe you're tuning in. This is Car Soccer, or Soccer, if you will. This is exactly what it sounds like. You are playing soccer with cars and maybe little rocket boosters. Maybe not what you're expecting. Not your typical sedan driving, not your typical 2002 sedan with 200,000 miles on it crashing into each other. You're in flying rocket cars.
Yeah, if you've ever watched the show Top Gear, they've done episodes where they play soccer with their cars, and it's usually pretty ridiculous, quite frankly. This is like that, except it's like if they got spaceship engines and put them on their cars and could explode each other, which I think is quite frankly very awesome. You're going to see cars flying through the air. In fact, that's really the only way you can score at this high level of play. Really excited to see how it goes down. I'm not good enough at Rocket League to do that, but these guys certainly are.
Yeah, and you talk a lot about that high-flying action that the Syracuse team has really had to learn. They've really struggled with aerials previously, and they've gotten a lot better at it. They miss a lot less chances, and they make the most of their chances is the biggest thing here. Syracuse really struggled with time of possession in the Power Esports Conference. They could not get it together in certain formats, and they could not beat teams because they were just outright losing on time. They did not get any offensive chances or enough to facilitate a score realistically, where you're just running with like a 1 in 100 chance to score on a few long shots. This team has learned how to get the ball in transition, has learned how to not have to basically play defense for an entire 5 minutes, learn how to score, and the biggest Achilles heel that they need to get over is the face-offs.
Right, face-offs so important. I am the face-off specialist for my team of my friends in the game. I've gotten much better at that. If you can start with the ball in your possession every single time, doesn't matter if it's back towards your side or towards the other side, such a huge, huge advantage. And listen, here's the thing, Carson. I am a very big soccer fan, physical soccer. So I can tell you that time of possession is important, but what's way more important is actually getting shots on target. Like something like 50, 60, 70% of the time, I'd say around 70% of the time in physical soccer, the team with more shots on target wins the match. And I'm sure you could say the same thing about Rocket League. It's incredibly important.
I mean, absolutely, but they correlate. The more you have the ball, the more chances you're going to get on net. It's very rare to see a team that has plenty more chances on goal with plenty of time off of playing defense. You're giving the other team more chances to score, and Rocket League's an interesting game because of how fast you can transition. You're basically playing. It's a lot more similar to futsal, if you're familiar.
Absolutely.
That's hockey. That's hockey arena soccer. Basically, you've got the opportunity to score a goal from the back blue line, and offsides exists.
No, it doesn't.
Kind of.
Not really.
Not really.
They don't really
in
enforce
professional
it.
futsal,
Yeah,
it exists, but that's like being in the goalie's box when the other team is playing offense. Cherry picking galore, but we won't see that as much here today. The rotations are obviously very important for Rocket League. You're playing 3-on-3, and the biggest thing you mentioned on face-offs, there's specialists, of course, but good teams can exploit a team that do not have, I guess, enough to go for that other section. But kind of, how do you approach that? If you're Syracuse, what's the mentality you go into the face-offs here when you've really struggled and lost games? You talk about that Nebraska game where they had it together. They came back down 2-0 and in the end could not put it together after they had really a disaster on the face-off section.
Yeah, so I see the Rocket League face-offs much more similar to a lacrosse face-off.
Okay.
You've got two people equidistant from the ball, and you just have to come out of it with possession. And the mentality, I remember, I was doing a story this week on the Syracuse lacrosse team. The mentality that Luke Mullen, the face-off specialist, they do have a face-off specialist for lacrosse. Obviously, you can't for Rocket League, is that he goes in there ready to maul whoever's in front of him.
Yes, word by word. Saw that.
I think that you have to have the same mentality for Rocket League. You have to go in there and drive directly towards the ball and don't be afraid to explode.
Yes, I think that's a fair point, and I think the biggest point comes back on the reinforcement section, but we'll get right to that in just a moment. Notre Dame Clemson coming to you soon, ACEC Rocket League action. We'll be right back, though. Stay tuned. Like we just mentioned, beautiful Aurora Borealis in the sky here tonight. We've got a wonderful matchup here. I am really interested to see how this is going to go today. We have both teams had a little bit of controller problems. Sucks. But we'll have to see how they go and play out here. Notre Dame playing a team that they've never played. Clemson playing a team they've never played. And you know what happens if you've been watching March. This is the least upsets in March Madness history. But normally, you see that not being able to understand a team correctly and not seeing how they play against some of those higher power opponents can really throw you off. You don't see it as much as in Rocket League, but sometimes lower ranked players can create unexpected turnouts and unexpected moves. They do things that you don't really understand. And that sometimes works to your advantage. You don't expect that Notre Dame player who you are not sure who they are and you believe are lower than you if you've been really far in competition in CCS to go off that wall and decide that I'm just gonna go right towards the goal when nobody in their right mind would take that chance. And it's I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. You're gonna see a lot of madness here today. But Clemson, obviously your pick to win, but
yeah, that's my secret trick in Rocket League is they don't expect me to miss that ball, and I do. And so then I get a free shot off of it. And I personally think it's a great strategy. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how this Notre Dame team plays today. And we're going to get things going. Face off. You could say it's won by Notre Dame, and we'll get right underway.
No more Aurora Borealis. We got a shot right on net, off wall, and Clemson, real quick. Canovo, that's a goal right off rip. Assist from Masau. See that a beautiful aerial right in the air. Notre Dame, no contest. Right in front. Hear that ding from that new crossbar sound in the new update. I'm not sure why players don't like it as much. I think it's very silly and fun. But Alpha Mazda get that goal there, or rather miss that goal, and we see another chance right off the bat. And you can see how important face-offs there right there with Clemson.
Yeah, and you know, that's a tough face-off because you're giving Clemson possession of the ball straight off rip, and they're going to be able to recover and take the ball out of the back with that and just kind of retain possession, and that's so important, even though you technically won the face-off, got the hit. Ooh. Notre Dame, though, going to get an easy goal here.
Karkar 75 with a just a little dribbler. Just took it, nobody was there, and he's like, they decided that they were just going to hit that into the goal. And that's easy as that. It's 1-1. Don't let the scoreboard deceive you up top. Thank you, Prod Room. Big shout out to our Prod guys waking up this early. So we can have as much fun as possible. Carr with another chance on net. Pasta puts it wide. Trying to get more carbs into this ball here. Ericol back on that wall. In front, Masau has a chance to clear it. They will. No boost for them. They're going to get this jewel in the desert a bit more right. They go try and put this forward on the Notre Dame net. Karkar 75 with a good chance clearing it. That's a big miss from the Clemson side and puts it, no, that doesn't put it wide. Karkar 75, their second goal of the game. Fully expect that to go left, but just a beautiful shot on net here, 49 miles per hour. Just put it in. That was beautiful.
Notre Dame playing with some fire early on. You'll love to see it. You know, we didn't know what to expect here, but they're taking it to Clemson, and they're playing really well. One thing I will say, I am really glad that Clemson is orange and Notre Dame is blue. I would have been incredibly confused.
Yeah, it's I love when the colors match up. Sometimes it doesn't happen, but for us, we're always in the right color. Canolo off the wall. Can't do much there. That's a good clear from the Fighting Irish. Keep that ball away. Pasta putting it back in the air. Giving it to Alfstrasta. Ran out of boost there. Not much you can do. Boost really important in Rocket League. The more boost you have, the more chances you get. Typically, your offensive chance lasts as long as you can keep your boost level high. And a demo from Pasta kind of squeezes the ball and puts it in their own end. Alfonstra back. Ericol putting it forward for Alfonstra. In the air. Going to have one more chance at it as Karkar 75 going to go for the hat trick. An assist from Ericol in the Fighting Irish up 3-1 early.
Notre Dame's rotations are so solid right now. There was always somebody ready to attack the ball, send it forward, and quite frankly, Clemson playing real sloppy.
Yeah, that's tough. You cannot be wasting boost the way Clemson has. Those loft in the air balls where you're just kind of you're not going at anything there, and that's one of the tough things here. And you're seeing they're a lot better on offensive chances, not defensive. Ericol going to be able to clear it. Putting it back forward is Pasta. Karkar 75 on the wall. Putting it forward. Everybody misses. Masau almost had a goal there, but going to go down. Still be down 2. Good juke from Pasta in the air. One man to beat. Back off the wall. Crossbar. Ericol with a great squeeze to keep that ball away. Chance not over, though. Alfonstra not able to hit it. Has the full boost, though. Clemson not much in their way of boost to really get rid of it here. Karkar 75 off the wall, but they'll keep the chance as Notre Dame not too aggressive on the clear. Caught in the air again. Ericol not able to fully clear it. Pasta and Alfonstra miss. Canovo back up top, contesting with Ericol. Back in the middle. Nobody can get this through transition. Masau towards the Clemson end. Back left. Masau off the wall once again.
Clemson starting to apply some really good pressure here. Notre Dame not exactly wanting to overextend themselves, clear the ball too aggressively, and Clemson taking advantage.
Pasta off the wall. This is again Canovo there, able to recover. Pasta may be able to get something here, but Masau back to Canovo in the air, just kind of lofting it up. Not much of a real chance there. Ericol towards the net. Pasta puts it wide. Alfamstra back on that right end, trying to reinforce. Masau able to clear. 3-1 still Notre Dame. Fighting Irish keeping it close as they have dwindled on a few offensive chances. Canovo keeps it wide to prevent a Irish 3-goal lead. Back forward, Canovo off the wall. Putting it to the right side, gonna have a bit of a squeeze. 2 Notre Dame defenders miss. Back towards the center, nobody there to collect. Back towards the left side, Pasta puts it wide, nearly puts it in. Ooh, goodness.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was heading on target, Carson, and that was a gutsy play and saved by Alfamstra. And off the crossbar again, and no such luck for Clemson, searching to put themselves only down 1.
Chances it over. Ericol and Ostromsa have to clear, but they have no boost. Clemson back in their own end, knowing that Notre Dame is going to have a chance here. Trying to go for a bit of a counterplay, but Karkar 75 in the middle, caught by Pasta. Pasta puts it in the Notre Dame defensive end. Now it's in the offensive end for Notre Dame. Masau back forward. Oh my gosh, what a juke. Beats one, puts it forward, has a centering pass here, but Karkar 78 stuffs it in front. That's a save. Back to his right side, Pasta clobbered, but keeps the ball in the other end. As Canovo steals it up top, slams it home. 2 goals for the Clemson player.
Out of nowhere, a great aerial, and with 1:10 to play, we've got a game here, folks.
No better time than then. 1 goal deficit for the Tigers here. And everything on the line. A really good start from Notre Dame, but Clemson seeming to get warmed up here.
You know, I was just going to say, Clemson not taking advantage of their aerial chances so far. They're getting it up in the air where you like it, but they just can't finish, and that right there was an excellent finish.
Back up top, Alfamstra has an opportunity to center it and give their teammate a chance for a lead, but Karkar 75 has to prevent that ball from going towards the Clemson offensive zone. Ericol off the wall, bit of a clear. Masau able to keep it. Bit of a tough squeeze there for Alfamstra. Who's going to have another chance in the offensive end with Notre Dame. Not too much in front, freestyling in front. Ericol stuffs it home. Alfamstra able to leave it there, and Ericol able to stuff it home. 4-2. Notre Dame lead. The Fighting Irish are going early.
There it is. They just applied so much pressure right off the face-off. Clemson completely smothered, and you could tell by, the goal was a perfect representation of that possession.
Absolutely. 4-2 Clemson, or 4-2 Irish lead, apologies, in the ACEC Round 1 tournament. If you were just tuning in for the first time, Clemson, maybe one of the favorites based on how their previous play has turned out, but Notre Dame, I'm not going to call it an upset. We don't really have any seeds yet, but we'll have to see how they go through here. Canovo taps it in, back wall. Ericol forward, putting it towards the other end. Masau taps it in the air, back towards center, and Canovo off the wall, misses, unfortunately. Going to give another chance to Notre Dame. Back in the other end, Karkar 75, going to tap one away, and Alfamstra able to get that goal from the middle line. 13 seconds, and the game is basically sealed for the Irish.
Yeah, it's a best-of-5 format, so if you're Clemson, you're already looking ahead to the next game here. You're going to play out these 13 seconds, and quite frankly, you just have to create more next game. Like, that's been the biggest thing for me so far.
Yeah, really tough opportunities for the Tigers, who have not been able to do much on the defensive end. And a really good block by Karkar 78, who tapped a defender out of the way. Tigers have a chance in the air, won't go. Back towards the other end, just going to tap the ground. The Fighting Irish going to be fighting for a Game 2 win as well. Game 1 goes to Notre Dame, and a really beautiful start. You got to love some high-flying offense from a team we weren't ready to see. Karkar 75 with a hat trick to basically win the game off rip.
Yeah, Notre Dame, an enigma, quite frankly, and I think we made a mistake in saying that because they were an enigma, we thought they wouldn't be all that good.
No. I mean, they're on. You have to watch that team now. They look very, very good. Obviously, Karkar 75. 4 saves, 3 goals, had a block that basically gave Alfamstra a goal. And, Pasta on the other team, really good on the defensive end as well. Canovo had those goals for Clemson, and the Tigers have to get those rotations better defensively. They have been playing way too conservatively. You cannot score when you're waiting in your own end for Notre Dame to get a chance, and it's never going to work that way. And the Irish took advantage of that in every sense of the word. Karkar 75, 3 goals in the first 2 minutes. The game was over by the time 3 minutes on the clock struck.
I would agree. They're being smothered in their defensive end. And I think the biggest thing is they're not getting any playmaking out from the back. You need somebody to take the ball, take it from the back end to the front end. You need somebody who can be that carrier, be that creative force. And Nobody's been playing that role. They have good defense and they have good offense from Canovo, but there's nobody in between. There's nobody to be able to connect those things, give them the shots that they need. Every single aerial chance they're getting is just being wasted right now, quite frankly.
You need a freestyler to get you through the transition zone, and you need to have somebody who's, I mean, creative, yes, but is not creative trying to make every single shot a goal. Clemson needs to put these balls in the center, needs to put it in a dangerous spot for Notre Dame where they have to respond and make Notre Dame force contest this. Notre Dame is basically getting these lofty chances in the air and just stuffing them away because they're easy to miss. Clemson is going for the most difficult chances they can and are not going for the easy ones. Rocket League is an aerial game, and you want to show off your aerial prowess. I mean, typically the teams that can do that win the game, and the team better in the air wins the game, but you shouldn't shy away from typical soccer.
You need for those of you who do watch soccer, and for those of you who don't, I'm sorry, this is going to be a little confusing. You need a Kevin De Bruyne, you need a Rodri, you need somebody who can set the tempo of the game. You need somebody who will be creative, who can play a pass to a teammate, who can finish, and Clemson's missing that.
You just have no distributor, no playmaker.
Absolutely.
And you see that happen a lot where there's, I mean, if your best scorers can't get the ball, if your best scorers can't get good chances, I mean, they're going to be shooting from range with nowhere to go. It's a bit unfortunate in every sense of the word for the Tigers, but, I mean, 5-2, it's one game. You're going to be all right, and Notre Dame will be able to put it together likely again, so we'll have to see where we are. A nighttime map fly, but you're going to see us in the day. Syracuse, one of our next matchups as well, so stay tuned for all of that, but we've got game 2 in the desert, Clemson and Notre Dame here.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, it's best of 5. You got to win 3 to take the victory in these games. And things are going to start off, and Notre Dame's going to keep possession so far. Going to get a shot, and a nice save from Canovo.
Beautiful, beautiful save from Canovo, but the chance is not over. Notre Dame in front, top left up the crossbar. Car 75 assists a beautiful Alfamstra strike back in the right side. See how this beautiful score happened off the right side? Puts it forward, and Alfamstra just able to destroy that ball in the top left corner of the net.
Clemson playing timid. They're not getting up for that. They're staying back and hoping that they can make a save after the shot is off. You got to contest before the shot even comes in.
Yeah, you cannot give them chances like that, but they have a chance in front. Clemson putting it nearly wide. Oh my goodness, that was just nearly a goal, and it is a goal. Car 75 puts it left, right forward. Clemson's conservatism again catches them off guard. They're playing in the offensive end and are just not fast enough to beat Notre Dame. What a transition game from the Irish.
As we've been saying, the rotations are super strong for Notre Dame. They are where they need to be constantly, and it's not as strong from Clemson. Something needs to change fast. It's getting late early, quite frankly.
Yeah, 2-0 with, I mean, just over 40 seconds into the game. It's not exactly what you want to see, but a great chance in front. Pasta unable to get the timing right with Mesa, who gets annihilated by Car 75 in that right end. Good first 3 letters. I like that. Maybe the second one should be Sun. Back right front, Canovo save off that wall. Ericol, another opportunity. Saved off that end as Pasta puts it left. Has to just wait and keep the Notre Dame offense at bay. Back in front, Pasta with a really good chance, but 2 to beat. No teammates to reinforce. Mesa up top, trying to get a freestyle goal in front. Puts it forward and just put away by 3 Notre Dame defenders who are all playing the goal excellently here. Pasta, same thing. Teammate, though, this is what we were talking about in front. Off the crossbar, but Mesa there to rebound. 2-1 Clemson and a goal from Mesa.
That's much better play from Clemson. You need people crashing the box because, let's be frank, you're going to miss. It's hard to score. You're going to hit it off the crossbar. But if you have 2 teammates coming in, crashing the box, you're so much more likely to finish.
And that's exactly how you want to play your offense together as a team. And here's another really good chance off the face-off. No boost between anybody. Canovo puts it forward, but no teammate there to respond. Pasta just not ready for that. Supposedly Canovo there with a demo. It's going to be a 3-on-2 for a few moments, kind of like a power play. Off the top, and Mesa with a beautiful second strike. 3:27 left, and we are tied.
Mesa really coming alive in this game, playing the aerial game quite well, and it's changed everything for Clemson. After that, those first 2 goals, you know, it wasn't looking great. Mesa completely turned things around.
Just locked in. There's simply not much else to say, but those face-off chances are dangerous. Not everybody has boost. Not everybody's ready for the rotation. Back off the front and nearly a goal. Mesa able to touch it right there to keep Clemson's hopes alive of the lead here. Back in front, ball right in front of the net, but nobody able to capitalize. Here another squeeze up top. Puts that ball towards, away from the Notre Dame goal. Back in front, Canovo trying to get a chance here. Clemson's going to be forced to just wait a little bit as Canovo puts it on the net. Three defenders in front put it away. The Irish have been beautiful in front of the net, but more chances from Clemson have led them back into this game, and that's exactly what you want to see. The other team might be playing better defense than you, but if you get more chances, odds are you can find a way to win.
Yeah, Notre Dame just, now they're the ones being smothered, and there's a shot, and Masau with a hat trick puts Clemson in front for the first time.
That is a beautiful goal for the Tigers, and that's exactly what you want to see. Great assist, Masau, great shot, 59 miles per hour. That's a rocket into the goal, 3-2. And, I mean, yeah, Notre Dame, now you have to respond. You just let up 3 unanswered goals. How do you reply? The answer's not ready to lose the face-off here. Masau with a 100 boost up top. Has a chance to give it to a teammate, puts it forward. In front is Pasta. Pasta off the post. Can't do anything. Really close, but no goal, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know, I mean, the chance creation is just so much better. It's exactly what we were saying. They needed somebody who could get in there and freestyle, like you said, and it's Masau for them right now. Masau with a good defensive play there, too. Retains possession. Canovo going to be able to clear. Clemson playing so much better as a team now.
Yeah, Demo in front. It's a 3-on-1 in the offensive zone, but respawn's able to happen for Notre Dame in time before any dangerous opportunity in front. Pasta going to put it wide to the left. Ericol with the shot there. Masau has an opportunity to clear with full boost. Going to just dangle it in the air for a moment, trying to give it to Canovo, but Karkar nearly does what they've done all night and taking advantage of that slow Clemson aerial. Back towards that left side, offensive chance for the poor Tigers, and they just they double demo each other. Both miss the ball and hit each other. In front is Masau going for 4, won't get it. Canovo, though, able to respond off the wall towards the net. One defender to beat, and it's an own goal. Canovo able to score with the help of Alfamstra.
Carson, I'm getting a call. Carson, I'm getting... Oh, it's Clemson. They've dialed in.
Oh, my God. They have absolutely Canovo right there. More chances, forcing Notre Dame to make more mistakes. And as you said, the line is hot. They are calling.
And we're going to see, once again, more aerial chances. Good stuff in the air, finally, from Clemson. That's the play that you expect from an ACEC team, is like excellent aerial play. And they're finally starting to put it together. Great aerial clearance there.
Yeah, that was very big. That was an open chance for Notre Dame, but off the wall is Carr. Just a beautiful way to put it wide there. Clemson now able to go into the transition offense here. Alfamstra puts it wide, but Pasta there to collect, to try and give it to a teammate. Back on the other side of the field, towards the right. Now Masau catches error call, though. Going to be able to clear here. Beats one Clemson defender, Canovo. One of the last lines of defense, but Pasta able to completely clear and get their own chance on net. Goodness, nearly made Alfredo, but the Pasta a little bit overcooked here. Back on that right side, Alfamstra back going towards the offensive zone. Carr able to tap it right on that left side. Clemson going forward. Has to try and get the defense off here. No boost between them. It's a really bad opportunity, a really bad, dangerous chance for Notre Dame, who can really get a score here, but you have to score there. No aggression keeps them down 2.
Clemson had so much time to get a clearance off, and Clemson's just wasting time at this point. They know that 2 goals is a tough task in 25 seconds, and they're going to make it very difficult for Notre Dame, taking the ball to the corner like you would see in a physical soccer game, and just not letting them have anything.
With how slow that Notre Dame is playing, there's really nothing you can do at this point, especially not with how high-flying Clemson has been. They're going to get every one of your aerial chances down. But Clemson playing slow rotation, have to have a goal early for Notre Dame if you're doing that in front, but it's going to be 4-3, a glorious one-timer from Karkar 75. It's just executed perfectly, but how much can you do in 4 seconds, Jack?
I mean, in Rocket League, you can do just about anything in 4 seconds, Carson. That clock does not stop ticking until the ball hits the ground. And with the level of these players, you could see them keep it in the air for quite a bit of time. Trying to force overtime here. Notre Dame, Clemson takes possession. Not a great face-off, and Clemson just going to find a way to slam this into the ground. Clemson takes game 2.
Yeah, that's really tough if you are on that Notre Dame side. You struggled with the aerial end all day, but, I mean, you were able to fight back, and that's one of the biggest things here is Clemson. I said stick away from the aerials. I lied. Don't do that. Continue to play the game how you want to play it, and that's kind of the big thing they went here. Masau, a hat trick early to basically seal this game right in the early stages with Canovo getting an own goal. So many chances in the span of that 3-minute to 1-minute mark that Clemson was just able to win flat out. A really good start for the Tigers, and I think that's exactly what we expected, a bit more of what we expected as you head down there. Notre Dame, though, put up a really big fight, and would be interesting to see how Game 3 goes. And you saw how good Notre Dame plays as a team. They just play really slow.
Absolutely. And they won the first game when they were playing quickly. And I don't know why all of a sudden they were like, all right, we're going from rabbit to turtle, and we're just going to take things completely the opposite. And Clemson completely took advantage of it and was all over them that game, smothering like Notre Dame was in the first game. This is a fairly even matchup, though, if Notre Dame can remember how to play with tempo.
Absolutely, and I mean, tortoise in the hair. The tortoise won that race, Jack, and we'll have to see just how those chances go because Notre Dame they've been slow, but they've been patient. They're looking for the right chances in front. You saw that one-timer with 4 seconds to go. They've been really good, but you just can't. I mean, you can't let Clemson get that many chances. They were doing what they wanted for a whole 2-minute period, just scoring at will, getting shots off at will, and we'll see how Notre Dame responds. Face-off here, Canova with a beautiful chance in front. That's 2-on-1 in the other end. Masau putting it forward off Fomstra. Back off that left side. Towards the middle is Pasta, but there'll be more on the defensive chance. You don't have boost need to collect before they get another chance, and Clemson going to let it go to the way of Notre Dame.
Yeah, you know, those face-offs where you send it into the other team's defensive zone, it's so interesting because if they've got somebody back there, that's automatic possession for the defending team. But if you can get through, that's a great chance, and that's a nice save from Eric Hall.
Yeah, shot from the midline there. An absolute rocket doesn't go in. Karkar 75 off that right side. Canova with a shot on net. Nails it from range. 1-0, and an absolute missile from Canova puts Clemson up 1-0.
Boy, and that's the difference. That's what the difference has been this last game and at the start of this game. Clemson is taking their chances. They're hitting their shots. They're making the most of those expected goals, and they weren't in that first game, and Notre Dame's having a tough time dealing with it.
And everybody misses there. Alfamstra has a really good chance off that right side. It seems like everybody bumbled the face-off there, and going right nearly a goal for Alfamstra. It has to go the other way. Masau, good block in front. Ericol. You've seen Notre Dame be a lot less patient with their chances. They're going for those longer shots. They worked in that first game. Why not try it again? Alfamstra. Back in that right side, Pasta able to collect. Didn't really do anything with the ball there, just kind of let Clemson have it. By the teammate in front, Karkar 75 has to do something in the air before Clemson takes it. But Canova misses, not much of a chance for the Tigers in front, but Pasta leaves it right in the middle. And a slow roller gives Clemson a 2-0 lead.
Oh, the little chip is just so disgusting from Clemson. It's beautiful. It's beautifully timed, 23 miles an hour. It's gorgeous stuff. Clemson up 2 early.
A beautiful gnocchi cooked right there from Pasta in front, and you have to love that. Oh my goodness.
You're going to do this bit all day, aren't you?
So many fun names. We have to appreciate the players for having those creative names, because it allows us to be way more creative than we have any right being, and way more silly than we have any right being. Mace out there trying to get a serious chance in front. Back right up top, has a top-down goal opportunity, but Ericol demolitions Canovo, and good clear from Notre Dame gives them a chance, but Pasta saves that 2-0 lead for the, oh my gosh, for the Tigers. Off the post, doesn't go in, off the post again. No chances go in for the Tigers. Ericol in transition, back up top, a demo helps Notre Dame, but Masau keeps that 2-0 lead alive.
Masau, an absolute savior. A great play from Alfrumsta to demo the goalie, but Masau was just happened to be there. Beautiful stuff. I say happened, but he planned that.
Yes, Masau gets a shot on net. Ericol blocks it in front. We're seeing very far chances. The transition offense, everything off the top. Barely saved by the Irish. Back off the top, back off the right. Alfamstra gets it. Pasta, one more chance from the middle. Taps it up, looking for a teammate to come strike it down. But it's going to be Masau off the wall. Back towards Clemson in front. A double commit. Absolutely messes their offensive chance up. It's 2-0 in the other end. Canovo demoed. Masau has to save it, but no boost on the Clemson side. Alfamstra somehow has to back up. And Notre Dame with a 2-0 odd chance is not scored. And the Fighting Irish are still looking for their first goal as a near chance in front by Karkar 75.
Yeah, Clemson just playing so solid defensively. I mean, they're playing actually quite terrifyingly defensively, but it's really working out for them. They've been able to keep Notre Dame out of that goal, and it's wonderful.
Pasta with a very big chance in front there. Gets demoed right at the end. Canovo, here's a tap in the air, would go in if nobody can touch it. Ericol able to put it wide, but keeping in the offensive zone is Pasta in front for the Tigers. Masau can't connect. 2-0 still. Ericol back on that right side. Masau keeping it in the zone. Canova with another tough shot. Pasta has to put it to that right side. Masau looking to respond to their teammate. Karkar 75 able to tap it down on that right side there. Notre Dame with an offensive chance here, but have to get those aerial chances to go their way, but they won't. Canovo, a slow roller, put wide by 75. Forward is Masau, stopped by Ericol. and Notre Dame, some tough defense, but they need to score here. Tapping it up, Pasta misses it back in front. Pasta able to respond. No tap in time from Notre Dame. The Irish still looking for their first goal of the game. 1 minute 15 remaining. Car 75 gets a demo. That Notre Dame chance could be beautiful, but they cannot get it. Retreating with no boost. Back on that right side, Canovo not able to put that ball in a good spot.
Yeah, and for those of you Orange fans at home, we're happy to report that Syracuse won their first matchup 3-1. They'll take a much-needed W in the first round of the group stage.
Canovo in front, has that ball in a dangerous zone, but nobody able to connect. Pasta back, just trying to cook something up there in front, but 3 Notre Dame defenders are just chopping at the bit for that ball down low. Alfamstra looking to get that chance started. Need a goal here to give yourself ample time to try and just put something together here. But Notre Dame, the Irish, really good defense now, but have not found any offensive chances throughout this whole second half.
Yeah, quite frankly, they need to be a bit more aggressive. The reason that they haven't been able to get anywhere near the goal is because they're playing 3 in net at most of the time, and you're just not going to create all that much, and eventually something will slip through.
Oh.
Pasta just misses, but it's not really going to matter much. You've got 9 seconds left.
Oh, Canovo misses. He's going to be another chance in front for Notre Dame, but 4 seconds, 3. If they score right here, it won't matter. And stuffed wide is Car 75. Back in that other end, Clemson going to try and get another goal here just for fun, but it's going to be 2-0 Clemson as they go up 2-1 in the series. Lost game 1 to Notre Dame in a good fight from the Irish, but down 2-1. It's best of 5 if you're just tuning in, so we'll have to see how that pans out. Best of 5 for these 5 group stages, and best of 7 for once you get towards the tournament at the end. The ACEC Rocket League Championships are shaping up to be really fun, Jack.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. We're having a good time. Clemson's having a good time. Notre Dame having a less good time. You'd like to see them get on the scoreboard. It's now been over 5 minutes since they've scored across the series. A shutout is never all that fun.
Look, Pasta and Canovo and Masau together had 11 shots together, right?
Right.
Together, the entire Notre Dame team had 5. And you have to get offensive chances to score, and Notre Dame isn't.
The highest scoring player on the entire match, Ericol from Notre Dame. You know why? 6 saves. Nobody else on Clemson had more than 375. You can play the defensive game all you want. You can stuff the stat sheet, but you have to get up and put the ball in the net if you're going to win.
You play to win the game, not play to defend the goals. It's not a drill, and Notre Dame needs to find a goal here. They've been shut out in Game 3, and that's not what you want going down the stretch. Clemson has them on the ropes here, but if the Irish can keep fighting, as in their namesake, we'll see what they can do against the Tigers in this Game 4.
Yeah, you want to look for Notre Dame not to lose anymore in this next matchup. You want to look for them to play to win.
Beautifully said. I love that phrase. You play to win the game. You don't play not to lose. Have to be aggressive early enough. Alfamstra try and help there, but a really good defensive comeback there from the Orange, from the Tigers, who are in orange. Masau up front, puts it up in the air. There's a lofting shot. Pasta puts it down off the crossbar. Hear the ding. No goal. Alfamstra back in the other end. Stuffed by Canovo, and that's a clearing chance as Clemson has another aerial offensive here. Off the wall and stuffed in front by Car 75 at the right time. Canovo, right side.
Yeah, in that one-on-one, I want to see something more creative from Alfamstra. Don't just put it towards their net. Go up with it. Create something for your teammates. You're not going to get a goal if you're just shooting directly into the guy defending the net in a one-on-one. It's just not going to happen.
And misses there. Alfamstra really struggling here. Has that, I guess, key. Getting the ball in the right spot. Cannot make a change for this Irish offense. Back in the defensive end, the Irish stuck here. It feels like in neutral. Just kind of playing in reverse. Trying to, again, like you said, not to lose the game. Notre Dame back in front, another chance for Clemson. Masau helps with Pasta. Pasta playing 1-on-3 and nearly winning. Canovo off the wall, keeping the chance in the other end. And the biggest problem you're seeing here is Notre Dame cannot clear the ball because they're letting one Clemson offender play offense on them and basically win.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate play from Notre Dame. It's quite honestly, it's frustrating me. I would like to see them get forward. I'd like to see them be aggressive, and it's just not. But here they go. They've got an offensive chance here. They're going to try and put one into the middle. No good. Masau going to take it forward. Get demo.
Really good demo there from Notre Dame, but no boost is going to really make a struggling offense, I guess, even worse. There's another demo in front. Canovo gone, but Ericol here has an opportunity. The teammate can help him. That's a miscue. Huge rotational miscue there. Ericol looking for someone to take that ball, but nobody did. It just kind of all waited under it. I guess expecting someone else to do something. You have to get up there, but you can't double commit. You will die if nobody does anything, and you will die if too many people try one thing.
Absolutely. And Carson, you're the car guy. You know, I know you as a car guy. I'm not, but to use some car terminology, they're sputtering right now. Notre Dame, the offense it's lifeless. It's like an engine without a spark plug. I don't know if that works.
No, that does work. I mean, it doesn't turn on, but in front, Car 75 has a great chance, but more Clemson defense on the ropes. They just seem to get every chance put away. An error call back in front misses. It's another offensive chance for Clemson off the wall. Here comes another no boost enough for Clemson. Armstrong beats two back in that right side, has a good chance, puts it up top. Kind of assisted by Pasta, but enough boost to keep that shot away from the middle. Notre Dame smart enough not to try and go after that because Pasta had full control there. That's the one time I would say, good job being conservative on that offense. 2:15 remain. We're over 3/4 through, or rather 3/5 through this game, and nobody scored, but maybe in front, no chance, goes in. Pasta has a great save in front.
Clemson is getting the same defensive
Oh
efficiency
my
off the
goodness.
post. Eric Hall with a great save. What I was saying is Clemson is getting the same defensive efficiency out of one player that Notre Dame is getting out of all three. And that is the difference here. Clemson is able to be so flexible. They're able to commit numbers forward because they know that their defense can play well with only one. Another good chance from Masau, saved again by Eric Hall. Eric Hall stuffing that stat sheet.
Still 0-0 down the stretch here. Less than 2 minutes remain. Pasta off the wall. Had a really good chance. It just went off the post. Barely a miss there as Clemson still remains scoreless. Big credit to Notre Dame. That defense has stepped up. No faults in that Notre Dame offense. Is off the wall, off the post. No can go for Notre Dame as the Fighting Irish still cannot get a goal in. Have not since the second game of the series. We're in game 4 right now, folks. Masau off the wall, trying to get something there. I mean, Notre Dame is scoreless since 4 seconds into game 2.
Where is the box crash? Where is the follow-up? It's just not there for Notre Dame. They're not able to finish off these chances. They're hoping for a moment of individual brilliance, and you can't rely on that. Believe me, I know as a Tottenham fan, it's terrible.
It's all about the team play. You're playing a team sport. I mean, this is esports, but you're still playing with your team. A really good stuff in front. Somebody could rebound that there, but no boost. They a really missed chance there. Back in front, Canovo to Pasta, but Pasta unable to collect. An uncharacteristic mistake from Clemson. Back in front, Pasta trying to freestyle his way towards the goal. Back towards that right side, Eric Hall puts it away. As Clemson, still more offensive chances, 30 seconds remain. And if I'm not wrong, Clemson could stop overtime here with another one of those chances in front. The Notre Dame's defense has solid it up. Off the wall, another great stuff from Notre Dame. Pasta kept away from that net car. On the other end, it's a 1-on-3 advantage for Clemson back in the air. Oh my goodness, how did that one not go?
Are you kidding me? Every single attack for Notre Dame has been a one-on-one. Cross across the front by Masau. No good. Notre Dame able to recollect. An aerial chance with 2 seconds left. No time on the clock. It's not going to go.
Yeah, it's still in the air, though. This is not over. 1 second. Remember, the ball, once it touches the ground, this game ends. Pasta in the air, and nearly a buzzer beater from Masau. Talk Chicago Bulls style range, but not able to do anything there. Josh Giddey, you've seen that, was beautiful. And nearly an own goal by Eric Hall. Oh, my goodness. And the defense is really rough right off it for Notre Dame, but they have that rotation. They built it back up for a moment here. Canovo in front, giving a chance to Pasta. And off the wall, Masau, a rocket to give Clemson the series win. What a goal from Masau, 15 seconds into overtime. Watch the great setup here from Canovo. And this team has been excellent in creating offensive chances. And I mean, with how little Notre Dame was going to have, you're bound to lose unless you make offensive chances. And Clemson, the Tigers, just mauled them.
It's wonderful team play from Clemson that gave them the win, and there was none of that from Notre Dame. And you could have spotted it after the first match. We didn't, but you could have. All of their goals came from one player. And Clemson, they're spreading things out. No player had above, in the third game, no player had above 400 points. No player had below 250. They're spreading the ball out. They're giving everybody chances, and it's working far better than the Notre Dame strategy of give it to the best player and hope he can create something.
Including my audience who maybe remembers this, 2005, before I was born, unfortunately. Talk about Appalachian State and Michigan spread offense, the first time it was ever used, and that's exactly what happened. The team was playing together. They were doing things you wouldn't expect, giving players space, and that was the biggest thing there is Clemson would shoot, wait with 2 players in the other ends. So one would go, the other one would come back. I mean, you're playing a triangle where you're just juggling a player coming back down, and going up. It's a machine. That Clemson offense plays very well. They know how to do it. They know when they need to retreat on defense, and they really didn't need too much against Notre Dame. Efficient defensive opportunities kept them in the lead and kept them alive, but a 2-1, or rather a 1-0 Clemson win to keep that series 3-1, and the Tigers just annihilated them.
Yeah, as you said, it was defensive efficiency. They were getting so much defensively out of just one player compared to Notre Dame having to commit all three to playing that goal position, and it allowed them to be so much more versatile, so much more flexible. Clemson, that's the reason they won, in my opinion, quite frankly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you gotta love soccer. Sorry, I keep saying car soccer because I'm expecting to, like, in the word, in my head, I just see the word soccer and car, and then they're just separate, but they're together. This is soccer, if you will, but very fun sport, and really good opportunities from everybody on the other end. Up next, we'll have Pitt and Syracuse. Jack, any last words?
Go Orange.
Fair enough. We'll be right back here with a time-honored rivalry between the Panthers and the Orange. We'll be right back, and thank you very much for tuning in to Game 1. We've got plenty more ACEC Rocket League action for you in just a moment.
And we are back. Had a little bit of a switch up here on the desk. Carson mentioned it earlier. I'm Ryan Blankenhorn. Joining me, of course, is the one and only Rowan. Rowan, how are you feeling first off after that game?
I'm fired up. It was a really great showcase from both squads here. And now we've got Syracuse taking on Pittsburgh. Really exciting matchup here. We don't have a ton of info on the Pittsburgh Panthers as they're just coming off of a bye for their first matchup of the afternoon. But Syracuse Orange, they looked awfully strong in their previous matchup. Really solid rotations. Tell me, what did you see out of them?
Yeah, so, while you guys had that, ability to watch that Notre Dame game earlier, which was really, really good, right? I mean, we talked a little bit about how we saw Clemson last year in this tournament, looked very, very strong, right? Going up against Notre Dame, not really a team we've seen before in any of the conferences we've seen. So coming out strong, sure, it was a 3-1, but not without a fight. Same thing happened, right? Florida State and Syracuse were playing earlier. You and I got to watch a little bit of that, and Syracuse won that 3-1, so very, very good for them. Two teams coming off 3-1 victories already. And when it came to that Syracuse game, right, we were watching it, and first off, the one thing that I really want to comment on, obviously we were sitting right out there, right where the players were, they're very calm. That is one of the biggest things. There was even one overtime game that was played there, and they were very calm, very collected the whole way through. At one point, I heard Gababy say, "All right, he's got no boost. I'm going to go in, look for a demo. We can go find this goal here." Very calm, very collected, and that's what you want to see in these high tense situations here when you're going up against some of these teams that we haven't seen Florida State before, we haven't seen Notre Dame before, and we haven't seen Pittsburgh before. So these teams that you know nothing about, you got to stay calm the whole way through.
You're absolutely right, and a really cool perspective that we get that you folks at home don't really get to see is we're sitting right next to these players when they're playing, and we can hear every little comment that they give each other, and we can see their hands sort of tense up and their body language and how they communicate with each other. And in the same token of this calmness of this Orange roster, you can hear it through their voice. They're not getting flustered with each other if they let up an open net or an unfortunate 50-50 comes their way. They're not flustered. They're not mad at each other, and it translates on the E field, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And that is one of the things, right? The one game that Florida State did win was due to some unfortunate 50-50s, and unfortunately, right off the kickoff, too. I mean, that's the thing with kickoffs, right? Sometimes you get in these situations and you just lose. You just lose the kickoff. Sometimes that ball, it just finds just the right angle to go, and it's in the goal, right? I mean, that's what happened twice in that one game that Syracuse ended up losing. Obviously, you guys didn't get to see that, but the one that I remember watching, Gababy went in, got demoed, and the ball just slowly rolled its way into the goal. So, I mean, those happen, right? But they weren't flustered, like you were saying. They were strong the whole way through, and that's also one of the things I want to touch on is this team as a whole, right? Through the PEC, through the Boost on the Beach event, through all these different events, this team has definitely improved. And one of the biggest things they've improved on is the rotations, right? One thing that we noticed when we were watching that game, they always had one player on that back end, on that midfield. There were never any triple commits on the offensive side, and that played really well into Florida State.
Absolutely. There's been a ton of variety in play styles in this tournament so far. Syracuse really reliant on rotations, pretty regular Rocket League play style. When you ask how you should play the game or how you view it for most teams, that's how they play. They've usually got one man back. They try to space out the field really nicely. In the other game we watched where Clemson took on Notre Dame, we saw a completely different play style. Notre Dame, very anchored defensively. Clemson, super aggressive in the opposing net. So a really wide variety of play styles across this whole tournament, and I'm excited to see what Pitt has to throw at Syracuse Orange.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, you have Florida State and Syracuse relatively even in how they play and just in skill, right? And then you have Notre Dame and Clemson relatively even in how they play and or not really how they play, but in that skill, right? But very different play styles, right? Clemson, that team, like we were saying, very aggressive, always on that offensive end, always looking for those triple commits. And, right, it's a high-risk, high-reward play. That's what you were telling me earlier, right? And then Notre Dame, very, very contained, very much far back. They play that triple defense and sort of wait for their opponent to, in a sense, waste their boost. And then Notre Dame on the attack. So very, very interesting ways we've seen those two teams play, Syracuse and Florida State. A little bit more on that typical Rocket League three rotation, right? Not too crazy Pittsburgh, right? We know nothing about this team as this kickoff's going to happen, and we'll have to see how they start playing here, Syracuse and Pittsburgh.
Tasty Tao's up for aerial right to get things started, and Gababy, he's the real anchor of this Syracuse squad here. You'll see a lot of action from him as he gets things started early. A little bump right off the backside of the car. 11 seconds in, the score 1-0 Syracuse.
Very good, right? Able to get that bump and then immediately redirects the ball into the goal. Syracuse, a very good job to start off and very dominant way to start off, right? Syracuse just came off a 3-1 victory. Pittsburgh off that bye, so Pittsburgh needs some time to warm up as Syracuse already hot and ready to go.
That's right. They are fresh. They've shaken off the dust with that first 3-1 victory. as the face-off goes in the favor of Syracuse, a struggle that they showed us last game as Baby nails a demo there. Mr. Lindell up for the challenge here as Syracuse in their end, but they're looking to advance upfield. Baby will take it, and Enchilada, fun name there, sends it to the corner. Baby looking to control. Fires up the middle, Hadarabi, beautiful 50 there, and it pays off, notched at 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, right, you see very low on this boost here. Gabe and then Lindell. Hadarabi, only one with any boost, sort of trying to get out of that corner, right? That's what Carson was saying earlier, right? Was right there, right in that corner. Carson and Jack were mentioning you can't really do much with it, right? Especially when that big boost is gone. Not really too much you can play with, and Pittsburgh had some able to play that, and they were able to get that goal. Now we're at an even series as we approach 1 minute in here, Owen.
Boost absolutely crucial, and teams will oftentimes boost starve other teams as a strategic playstyle, and it works really well. You need boost to score here as Enchilada moving it up the field here for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, we got an enchilada and we have pasta in this tournament so far, Rowan. So I'm going to get a little hungry by the end of this, but that's okay. I don't know what I'll want, Italian or Mexican food. We'll have to figure that out. But as this is happening, right, Syracuse has some good peppering on the goal, but needs to find the connect. But all 3 of Pittsburgh's members are down and ready to go on that defensive side here. Syracuse, Tasty Towers is going to unfortunately whiff past that, and now Syracuse needs to rotate back to the midfield. Doing
a really good job applying pressure here is the Orange as Lindell making a move for the Syracuse offense. It's sent back by Pittsburgh. Baby here with an opportunity to get it right back in the offensive side, and he's bumped by the one and only Enchilada. Tasty Towers moving it up for the Orange. Pittsburgh doing a nice job keeping it now in Syracuse's end as Duke with an offensive opportunity here, but it's stuffed. Lindell and Gababy there to make the defensive play. Enchilada advancing it forward now, more for the Panthers. A lot of back and forth action here between these 2 squads.
Yeah, I mean, the boost starvation coming out for Pittsburgh has been really good as well. They're very much on the floor playing this game. Syracuse has a lot more aerial gameplay than Pittsburgh does at the moment, but they can't play it if they have no boost, right? And Pittsburgh is just dominating this bottom half of the field and keeping it very difficult for Syracuse to really find anything. Baby 100 boost here has a chance, but he's going to get touched just a little bit there. Lindell goes for it. A bump goes in. This ball not going fast, but it's not really going anywhere either.
No, it's fairly stagnant, and it's been sandwiched in the Orange end for over a minute now. The Panthers applying a lot of pressure, and just as I say that, the Orange begin to move upfield. Baby here with a chance, looking to center. Hadarabi on the back wall, pops it up. Tasty Towers up for the 50. Duke ends up winning it. And here come the Panthers on the Orange side. Baby clears it left side. Hadarabi with an opportunity to center for his squad. He does not. Lindell clears it. Enchilada off the wall. Lindell, Tasty Towers here, pops it up. Baby flying in, gets it off the top wall. Hadarabi misses the clear. Tasty Towers, opportunity for a centering pass. Can't quite nail it. Still notched at 1 here as we approach 2 minutes in this game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this passing game is just a little bit of a struggle for Syracuse right now. They're trying to throw that ball out to a teammate, but there's no connection, and we're seeing that right now. Pittsburgh is just able to give small bumps, nothing crazy to this ball, and it's making Syracuse really struggle to find any connection. But as I say that, a long shot goes in from Duke, but it won't land for Pittsburgh.
Beautiful save there from Gababy. Good awareness. As time winds down and goals are few and far between, any goal here is high stakes. Enchilada clears it left side. Lindell looking to make something happen for the Orange. Feeds it to Gababy, and it's nothing there. Ball up in the air. As you said, there's not a lot of, speedy shots here. It's really a lot of give and take between both teams as Lindell clears it over the top for the Orange. 50-50 here. Enchilada on the wall. Hadarabi slicing towards the goal. Tasty Towers interrupts. Here's Gababy coming into the corner here. A relatively safe zone for the Orange. Gets it past 1. Not a lot of boost to play with. Pops it up for the flick.
Oh.
And Hadarabi's there to stuff it.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh, some great defense here. They're a team that is definitely playing slower here. They're waiting for that opening. Syracuse, though, has good rotates. Are going to make it difficult for the opening, but as I say that, Hadarabi will be the one who's able to bring Pittsburgh up in this series. Lindell's able to find it, but just there, Tasty is not able to find the bump onto Hadarabi, and it's an open goal. Syracuse, they have good rotates, but like I was saying, Pittsburgh, they're playing slow, they're playing passive, and they're able to find that opening just like that, right? And that's dangerous, right? A team that plays so slow like this, when they wait for something and they finally get it, you're down to 50 seconds here.
You're absolutely right. And they're able to capitalize on every little hole when you play that pass.
Yep.
You're not taking a lot of risks. Really big there for the Panthers, and it paid off as they're up 1 with 40 seconds to play. In game 1 here, Tasty Towers up the wall, little touch in the air, no good though. Duke retains it. Gababy one-on-one with Duke here, sneaks it past. Centering pass. The Panthers flying. Applying a lot of pressure here with 30 seconds. The clock is your friend with any clock-based sport here. If you're up, you want to drain it, and Duke's doing a great job applying offensive pressure here.
Yeah, and I like this way that Pittsburgh's playing at the moment, right? Is, you know, they're up in the series, and now they're keeping that pressure on, right? They keep hitting that ball, getting it close to the goal, right? A few crossbars, nothing's connecting, obviously, but, you know, they're keeping that pressure on, and now Syracuse has to play aggressive here. 6 seconds, remember, the ball is alive until it touches the ground at the 1 second mark here, but the boost needs to stay in the favor of Syracuse. This is their final chance.
Duke here. 0 seconds on the clock. They've got to keep it up. Duke sends it towards the orange goal. Crossbar down. That's it. Game 1. The Pittsburgh Panthers take it.
Yeah, and you know, this is the thing, right? Very different than how we just watched on stream, right, with that Clemson Notre Dame game, is that game went fast. It was going nonstop. There was a lot of aggressive play style. There was a lot of counter rotating going in. But here, it's a lot of just passive, slow play, right? And, you know, Syracuse, they're looking for it. They have those rotates, and, you know, we saw that before, but if you're Pittsburgh, you're stalking your prey. That is what we just watched, right? We watched the Panthers literally sit and wait for their moment to pounce, and that's what it was, right? They just kept waiting. They found an opening, and just like that, Hadaraba was able to find that goal and put Pittsburgh up by 1 there, and that's what you have to be aware of, right? Very different play styles in these different teams, and Syracuse needs to make an adjustment to that.
They do. I would love to see the difference of when the ball was in each side of the field. I think Pittsburgh really spent a lot of time in the orange zone, and it paid off as they won. Only by 1, though. I think Syracuse can really leverage their passive play style with some aggressive offense, not necessarily on ball. What I mean, though, is bumping.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of bumps, not a lot of demos there from the orange, and when a team is so aggressively anchored in the midfield or at the net, getting in the way of that and intervening any way you can, I think that would be really beneficial for the orange moving into game 2.
Yeah, I agree entirely, right? You know, finding any way to intervene with that sort of play of where Pittsburgh is looking for their opening, you prevent them from finding that, right? You know, their whole idea is going to be to sit in a position where they can rotate into that opening and find an early goal, and you know, if you can stop that from happening, then that's going to be great. A demo goes in, Pittsburgh goes for the goal, won't be able to find it. Syracuse needs to look for a more aggressive play style as we're 10 seconds in here, Rowan.
Here we go, the orange, all of them super low on boost as Lindell swipes a full one. Duke in the air, not much going on here for the Panthers as we're 20 seconds into the contest. Gababy launching upfield, Hadarabbi retains it. Tasty Towers will meet him in the air, but Hadarabbi pops it over. Enchilada with a shot on net, and Gababy stuffs it. What a beautiful rotation there for Gababy. The orange showcasing their rotations as they stop one from coming in net to keep the score 0 apiece.
Yeah, very well played there from Syracuse, right? A double commit. That was one thing we didn't get to mention before this game started here, but that is what caused them 1 goal against Florida State earlier in the day, is they double committed on that defense. They need to trust each other a little bit better on that defensive rotation, and we just saw that, right? That was some good defensive rotation. They trusted each other, able to stop every attack from Pittsburgh, and now they're going to be looking to defend once more. Gababy, 0 boost, though, needs to find a way. Will find a good save, but now Pittsburgh on the attacking side.
2 epic saves here for Gababy in the first minute. A real anchor on defense. Let's see if this tremendous defense can result in tremendous offense. It's what the orange need and needed last game, but didn't get. Really hoping they can pull it together here in game 2 on the offensive side as Enchilada moves up the wall for the Pittsburgh Panthers. He's flying in air, passing to Hadarabbi, but it's intercepted by Gababy. Really great defensive prowess here from him. Duke here centering pass, or floating it rather, as Enchilada will help him out. Moving up again towards the orange side. A familiar setting here for the Pittsburgh Panthers. As the orange knock it out. Gababy, no good. Hadarabbi, pinch, center, no good. Pittsburgh moving it up.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be what we're going to see, right? This Pittsburgh team, we're not going to see very many goals. I feel like this is going to be a team throughout the day that it's going to be a lot of slow play, a lot of just wait to see what happened play. And right now we're seeing that, right? We're 2 minutes in, 0-0. These are going to be low-scoring games here, Rowan. And Pittsburgh, the second they find that goal, it may be 50 seconds, and then you're going to force the other team onto a very aggressive, sometimes very high-risk, high-reward play style type of play. And it can get risky, right? As Syracuse is, you know, looking to find this attacking side again. We'll be able to. Gababy will have to send it, but it does get bumped back down.
It's really interesting style of play when there are less goals scored. It amps up the value of 1 goal so much.
It does.
It's like in the NBA, there's 100 points scored, so the value of a 2-point basket's not as exciting. In college ball, when these teams are scoring 50, 60 points a game, the value of a basket is much more exciting. I think we'll get that here. Once this first goal goes in, boy, it'll be a good one. Hadarabbi off the side wall here for the Panthers. Looks to control Gababy moving upfield. Lindell will have that wall pass, bounces it down, and Duke is there. The Panthers clamping up as we've seen all through game 1. Gababy, full tank of boost. Can he utilize it? Hadarabbi gets in the way. Tasty Towers flying up, shot on net, and it's stuffed by Mr. Lindell. The orange strike first in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, a slow ball. I mean, we see that, right? 65 to go in, but it just slowly fell down there. Hadarabi wasn't able to find the connect, and Lindell on a great rotate, able to find that goal in for Syracuse here. 2 minutes, so a little bit past that halfway point here. Pittsburgh, right? Now this is where things get a little bit more interesting, right? This team waits for their opening, right? So now, are they going to play a little bit more aggressive? They kind of have to, right? They can't wait for a 4-minute long game to get a goal. They have to play a little bit more aggressive. They have to get a little bit more risky in their play style, and you know, now we get to see, right? Is that going to affect them in the long run?
That's right. We'll see here. Really exciting stuff here. Love to see the Syracuse Orange strike first. As Duke is playing with it in the air. Enchilada sending it downfield. Gababy, the Orange, really in positive territory here, up 1-0 with 90 seconds to play. Gababy centers here. Lindell going to take control. Very little boost, and it shows 50-50 here. The Orange still raiding the Panthers' defensive zone rather. Gababy sends it to the sidewall, looking to center it. Whiffs, Enchilada, and it's Mr. Lindell. The Orange, I'm noticing, applying a lot more pressure on the Panthers' zone as Hadarabi flying in. A pinch, and it's Gababy with his third epic save of the contest. Beautiful save from Gababy.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a rule number 1 in Rocket League just happened there, but obviously, you know, we're in tournaments. We don't listen to rules here. And then we get here just sub 1 minute as Syracuse still up in the series. Pittsburgh, you're looking a little bit more aggressive now as we see. No one's on the goal, but it's going to go wide. Tasty doesn't have to worry too much about it. Gets a save, their own boost. Gababy and Tasty both go up, though, as Lindell is going to look for a shot, but it's going to go wide.
Love that Rule 1. It's really fun in online matches.
It really is.
I'm sure the Rocket League gods are just pleased with that one. 1-0 here. Syracuse looking to retain this lead. Centering pass. No one is there, though. Lindell. Clean demo there. Gababy puts it center for Lindell once more. A little bit of a passing play. Gababy to Taus, to the net. It's no good. Hadarabi there for the epic save.
Yeah, we approach 20 seconds here. A lot can happen. Jack mentioned it earlier. 4 seconds is a long time in Rocket League, and therefore we're gonna have to see here as we approach single digits in the seconds here. Pittsburgh needs to make something happen. Syracuse looking to just send that ball down to the ground, not let Pittsburgh get anything. The boost low for them all. It's gonna go up on the offensive side, looking for something. Gababy sends it down over to Tasty, who's gonna look to send it, and that will be it on the ground. 1-1 Syracuse and Pittsburgh, and like I said, these low-scoring games gonna be interesting.
I saw some really great defensive prowess there from the Orange, and this was a defenseful game, as we see it's reflected in the scoreboard. The shots on net, few and far between, a good amount there from Enchilada on Pitt, but 5 saves from Gababy, 3 saves from Hadarabi, a big, big defensive showcase from these two squads, and I expect more to come in that department.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one of the things you see, right? I mean, obviously, with these two teams, Syracuse, they play for the rotate, right? Pittsburgh, they play for that one little kink in the armor. That's what they look for, right? Once they find it, they attack, right? Yeah. That is the Achilles heel, and they go for it, right? That's what they're looking for. Then you have teams like Clemson, who are just going to run it down and three commit, right? Against Pittsburgh, how is that going to work, right? Against Notre Dame, how is that going to work? Against Syracuse, how is that going to work? There's a lot of different play styles that we're seeing so far. Some of them on the completely opposite ends of the spectrum. It makes a very large difference in how these teams have to play. Obviously, Syracuse up in the game and also up in the score at the moment. So obviously, interesting things need to be seen here, right? Pittsburgh, if Syracuse gets this first goal, they have to change that play style because they can't really wait for that opening.
Right, and that's uncomfortable to change up your play style based on the other team. You want to stick to your roots and what you practice with and just how you play.
Yeah.
But what separates a good team and a great team is how adaptable you are.
Exactly.
And whoever gets this first goal here, the opposing team is more on the defensive here, and we'll see if they can, notch up the aggression as we head into Game 3. Duke here of the Pittsburgh Panthers sending it towards net, and it's no good. Tasty Taus up the side wall, trying to make things happen early for the Orange. Gababy sends it towards the corner. Duke moving it upfield. Enchilada centering pass. Duke looking to stuff it, and it's Lindell there. Another great save for the Orange. Gababy tacks onto it. Hadarabi off the side wall now. Lindell to the corner. Duke looking to make something happen here. The Orange are not, I don't think they're more aggressive, but they're just doing a better job keeping the ball on the other side of the zone. We saw a lot of Game 1. Syracuse could not get the ball out of their area. It seems to be flipped these last 2 games.
Yeah, and I mean, we are seeing a lot more aggression coming out from Pittsburgh, and this is sort of one of the adaptive things that we need to see, right? Pittsburgh, they know that Syracuse, if they get that goal, it's going to be difficult for them to really come back into this competition. So, you know, now Pittsburgh playing a little bit more aggressive, but obviously, you know, we've already seen a little bit of a couple scares there, right? Where Syracuse sees that all of Pittsburgh are down onto their side of the field, and that rotates out there, and they almost found value, right? That's when a few demos came in. Pittsburgh, though, Hadabari will be there to send something back, but once again, right, Tasty not going to be able to find that boost. We'll be able to grab the one at midfield. Pittsburgh going to get aggressive again, but nothing to really finish it off.
Hadarabi now looking to center for the Panthers, and that he does, but no one there to stuff it. It was a great attempt there from the Panthers, but no one able to complete the play as Lindell looks to clear. But that will do it, and Chalada notches point number 1 of game number 3. The Panthers strike first.
Yeah, I mean, we see that, right? Lindell goes for it, but Enchilada just right over, and Gababy's not able to send that defense in. Ball is just slightly too fast. And just like that, Pittsburgh up in this series. And this is where that play stopper Pittsburgh can play great. Right now, they can play a little bit safe. They can wait for that opening because now Syracuse, they need to be aggressive. They need to find a way to get themselves back in this series. Like you mentioned, right, this is going to be a low-scoring series. So 1 goal, this is a big goal for Pittsburgh to have here. It's not like, oh, well, we got 3 minutes, we can score a goal. It's like, okay, we have 3 minutes, we have to score.
Right, absolutely. And this was the final score of game 2 here.
Yeah.
1-0. So this could be all we see, but Syracuse knows more than anyone that 1-0 is enough to win a game. And they want to get out of this jam here. As Tasty Towels looks to clear, and that he does not. Duke with a center, and it's good. Duke stuffs it in. A 2-0 lead. Quite the cushion here for the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, a major difference in their play style. I mean, we're seeing a lot more. Still, right, one thing that Pittsburgh's been doing in all 3 games is they're looking to starve out that boost, right? We're seeing them grab a lot of these corner boosts, especially, not really the mid boost, but definitely these corner boosts, which has been putting Syracuse in a little bit of an interesting spot, especially on the defensive side. But now 2-0 for Pittsburgh, a lot more of an aggressive play style coming out from them, looking to get clears and looking to find value with these where this ball is, and they've been able to do it twice now, and Syracuse needs to make some changes.
It is so hard to make plays on defense when you're out of boost because a lot of this game takes place in the air. What separates good and great teams, can you play through the air? And if you can't operate through the air, whether it's a mechanical issue or a boost issue, you're going to pay the price. Syracuse down 2-0 here as Enchilada looks to extend this Pittsburgh lead. The baby clears in the orange, collecting boost, ready to make an offensive attack. The ball, center, Tasty Towels, but it's stuffed by Hadarabi. Duke now looking to make a play, but it's no good. In the orange, trying to keep the ball in Pittsburgh's side as frequently as possible. I sense some more aggressive play style here from the orange as their back continues to get further and further against the wall with the clock winding down. 2-0 here.
That's what they need to do, right? They need to get a little bit more aggressive. They need to look for some of these high-risk, high-reward plays, but cross the midfield, Enchilada will just find the hole in the defense of Syracuse. I mean, just right there. Tasty has all the boost. Lindell going for it, but can't quite reach it. And Pittsburgh up 3-0, a lot higher of a score than we've seen really at all today against these 2 teams in this game number 3. Syracuse struggling to find this value. The rotates are also not quite finding the value they want to. They're still getting a little bit bumped out, like you said you wanted to see from Syracuse more earlier. They're keeping the pressure on, but they aren't keeping that boost in their favor.
This is definitely an outlier from what we've seen in terms of score. 3-0, it's a lot. Gababy now passes to Lindell. He tries to go for it, but no, the 50 in the favor of the Panthers. Hadarabi clears it to the corner now, looking to just drown out some clock here. A 3-point cushion with 1:20. It's looking good for Pittsburgh. Syracuse, on the other hand, looking to play some aggressive play. Gababy misses the shot there. Enchilada will retain it now for the Panthers as he moves up the wall. It's intercepted by Towes. Shot on net. Duke for the save, and he can't quite complete it. Tasty Towes gets the orange on board. 2-point deficit now with 1:05 to play.
Yeah, still have to play really aggressive if you are Syracuse, and you know, that's something you have to be aware of, right? You got 1:05. That means you've got only about 2 or 3 major possessions left, right? Obviously, there are a lot of back and forth, but only 2 or 3 major possessions with this time left here. And Syracuse going to start off strong with the kickoff, but they need to make something happen fast if they want to put themselves in a comfortable spot to bring this game back.
Absolutely right, and a score here would be huge. It would cut it to 1, and the opportunity to get a quick kickoff goal, that would notch this game up at 3 apiece. Gababy, shot on net, floats it up, upper left, and it's good. Syracuse now within 1 against the Panthers with more than enough time to get the tying goal.
Yeah, a great clear goes out from Lindell, and Gababy there and slams it in perfectly. And I did just hit the desk by accident, so if you heard that over mic, my apologies. But that is exactly what you want to see from Syracuse, right? Just clear it out and get to the teammate who's ready for the goal. Syracuse going to play extra aggressive here as a demo goes out. Enchilada wants to try to clear it back over to midfield now. Gababy sends it forward. We'll be able to clear it out to midfield. 30 seconds left. Syracuse needs to look for one more goal to bring them into golden goals territory here, Rowan.
And the Panthers, on the other hand, are looking to keep this ball in the air on the orange side as much as possible. Tasty Towers here. Here's Duke from the Panthers. Lindell, shot on net. It's no good. Hadarabi, right place, right time as he stuffs it away from the net.
Yeah, that was a needed goal for Syracuse. Now they need to send everything they can here onto this defense. This is where you need to look for that boost and look for that value because you have to play for this final second contest here. But Pittsburgh, one of the best things they've been doing all series is they've been starving out this boost. No one on Syracuse has the boost to work with here. Gababy doesn't have anything. Lindell has a little bit here. Does have some to work with, but just like that, Enchilada's going to keep it alive a little bit longer. It's still there. As long as that ball doesn't touch the grass, it's okay. But as it does, it ends up touching down, and that will be Pittsburgh taking that game. And I hate to say it here, Rowan, but like I said, Syracuse already warmed up and ready for this game. Pittsburgh, they had a little bit more to work with. They had to warm up a little bit more. I think we're starting to see them a little bit warm.
You're absolutely right. They're swinging, and we saw what they look like when they're down with that 1-0 loss, but they are back up, and they are really starting to adapt well. I saw a completely different Pittsburgh team there, Ryan. A lot of aggression, something we're not used to. We commented game one about how these teams' rotations defensively mostly are excellent, and that was not the winning factor there.
No, not at all. And I mean, that's sort of the thing that if you're Syracuse, you need to sort of take that in, reflect on it, and make a decision to change. Because if Pittsburgh comes out swinging like they just did again, they're going to be up 3-0 in 2 minutes once again. You know, I mean, if you're Syracuse, you know, you expect it. I mean, we expected it back here on the desk, right? That they were going to chill, look for the opening, take some time, right? Instead, now they're like, all right, we know how Syracuse wants to play. We're going to play our game, right? And that's what we've seen from Pittsburgh is now they're looking to play this very aggressive play, and then they pull back when they need to, right? Keep on the throttle when the game starts, and then pull back on the brakes when they need to. And Syracuse needs to make an adjustment. They need to look for more bumps. They need to look for more of those passing plays that got them close there at the end to bring the series back. But now we're approaching, you know, this final game here. This is 2-1 for
2-1
Pittsburgh here,
right.
And this is where things get dangerous, right? As Syracuse is finding their way back into this series.
We get things started here. Syracuse knows what they need to do, and Pittsburgh, I mean, if they can do what they did last game, they should be just fine. As they get things started early with a beautiful air dribble there from Enchilada. Boy, that ball was stuck to the nose of his car.
Yeah, I mean, the pinch goes straight over to Enchilada. Gababy has no boost to defend it and just beautifully dribbled onto the side into the goal. And Pittsburgh, I mean, they starting up aggressive and immediately already taking that goal. Like I said, right, if you're Syracuse, you need to either match this aggression or you need to look for some of these more passing plays that have gotten you back into this series. And to do that, you need some boost. That's one thing that Pittsburgh, I know I've said it a few times here, but it's what's made them so strong is this boost starvation that they keep doing to Syracuse.
Absolutely. As Mr. Lindell rides up the sideline to make a play, Tasty Towers follows, and Duke will clear it for the Panthers. Gababy now in his own side, looking to make a play here for the Syracuse Orange, who are down 1-0 as we approach 40 seconds gone by in this game 4. Potential elimination game for the Syracuse Orange if they let this one slide. Lindell sends it upfield as Gababy. No, Tasty Towers. He sends it up here, but Enchilada retains. Gababy now has it, looking for an air dribble with a full tank of boost, rather, not goose. Tasty Towers here in the corner now for Syracuse. Gababy's got it, half tank, and Duke is able to make a play on the side wall. Tasty Towers shadowing the ball. Enchilada, no. Hadarabi makes the clear.
Yeah, and I like this aggression coming out from Syracuse. It's definitely keeping Pittsburgh on their toes here, but Pittsburgh, right, now that we're seeing them a little bit warmed up, they're okay with this, right? They've already sort of scouted out a little bit how Syracuse likes to play, and now they're wanting to match that, right? We see the aggression coming out from both of these teams, and now Syracuse needs to look to even this one back up, right? They are still down 1 goal, and that last game was a little bit of a higher scoring game we did just see, right? But so far, the majority are these low-scoring games, and you know, right now it's 1-0. It's still very, very winnable, but also losable for both of these teams here. And Pittsburgh now going to look for something. It's on their side of the field. Syracuse can make something happen here. So it's going to go off the top, but Gababy has no boost to make this work.
Absolutely, Ryan. Like you said, that boost starvation, it's a huge factor, and I didn't quite notice it until you pointed it out, but as I keep looking at the little boost tanks next to each player's name, it seems there's a disparity between how much the Panthers have and how much the Orange have. Very different here. As Lindell advances the ball upfield, demos a defender, Hattarabi with a full tank is able to make that defensive play and get it towards the side wall and advance the ball up here for the Panthers. Gababy is expected to make a play here, and that he does as Lindell will be able to retain it in the corner for the Orange. Looking to move it upfield, gets it past Enchilada, but Duke, the brick wall's there to shut it down.
Yeah, I mean, just like that, Hattarabi was looking for any sort of opening. Something that Pittsburgh did in game 1 there was they were looking for their opening. And just like that, we did see that. Syracuse, they couldn't quite keep that defensive side on. Pittsburgh looked for theirs. Now aggressive again, but the defense is there. And Syracuse, they're going to try to keep this aggression on, but Lindell doesn't have much to work with as Pittsburgh's going to look for an aggressive end of their own.
I like that shot there from the Orange. It was really well timed and put on target, but the Panthers' defense, as we've seen this whole time, has been really excellent. Enchilada now one-on-one with Gababy, and he makes the stop. Tasty Tao's looking to follow. He puts it to the corner. Centering pass here from the Orange, but Hattarabi, gets in the way. Gababy, centering pass. Duke intercepts. A lot of back and forth here from Syracuse to Pittsburgh as it's now in the Orange end. Lindell is the first man up, and he stuffs it, and Gababy will take it with almost a full tank of boost. Nearly knocked off the top there by the Panthers, but it's clear to the side, and Hattarabi will make a play with it. He heads up to the air. 30 boost to play with, and it's stuffed by Tasty Taos.
Yeah, I mean, Syracuse has good defense here, but they really need to get back on this defensive side, right? There's been a lot of back and forth, but Syracuse majority has been on that defensive side, and they need to get themselves back over to Pittsburgh's side of the field. But a goal from midfield from Lindell, the long shotter of this series, has found a good one right there from midfield. I believe that's the 4th one I've seen today. A couple on FSU earlier, and now a couple here from midfield here, and that will even them up here. A minute, 14 seconds. This may be an overtime game for us here, Rowan. I don't want to say anything too soon, obviously, but you know, low-scoring games like we've seen so far with these two teams, this is very possible. But Syracuse going to look to be aggressive here, but Enchilada ready for anything as Duke sends it right over Tasty.
Something I've noticed about this Orange offense is when it does click, it's nothing flashy. Mr. Lindell, it was a simple front flip goal from the midfield, and that was enough to notch this game at 1 as he fires another one towards net. That one, not good enough to fall, though. Hattarabi clears it over both, and it's Gababy. He makes the calm play to the corner. No boost, though, to follow it up. Duke, however, he's got a full tank. Flip reset there, loses control. Gababy off the back wall, centers it. Risky play there as Enchilada's in air, and he will capitalize on that oppositional center there for the Orange and take a 2-1 lead. 36 to play now.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really well played from Pittsburgh. I mean, you had one go in, defended. The other one goes in, defended. The third one goes in. There wasn't a defense there. That is just textbook Rocket League, right? A 1-on-1, 2-2-3, and there isn't a third defender, and that's how you get yourself up in the series. Syracuse now needs to look for the most aggressive of play styles. It sends down, but Enchilada will keep it safe, and Pittsburgh is going to stay up in this series, Rowan.
It's constant pressure from the Panthers, and it worked to their favor that time around. 18 seconds now left as it's in the Pittsburgh area. They're flying around a little sloppily with it here. Maybe an opportunity for the Orange to capitalize as, no, it's now in their end here. Tasty Taos will look to clear. That he does. Hattarabi, last man back. He looks to gain control. I like that play a lot. No boom, just looking to control the ball. Duke now on the back wall. Opportunity to clear, just looking to ground it here for the series win for Pittsburgh. Flying flip reset, and that'll do it. Clears a ton of ground and clears the series with a 3-1 victory to the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, that was just really well played coming out from Pittsburgh. You're right, that first game, they were looking for that opening. I think that was definitely a play style that they wanted to go for, is just chill, take a second, see what the other team wants to do, go in, and they did that, right? And that was game 1. And then we saw as they started to get a little bit more warmed up, they got a lot more aggressive, threw Syracuse a little bit on their toes, and they had to get themselves back into the game. And Pittsburgh was just a little bit more of a step ahead each time.
I would completely agree. A big thing we saw there was adaptability.
Yeah.
We saw two different teams in the Panthers. We saw, what they wanted to do
Yep.
and what they needed to do. And what they needed to do was up the aggression, and it paid off with a 3-1 series win. Really great play from the Panthers, very reminiscent of the Clemson team that we just watched. It was previously casted, and the high-power offense, if they get to play each other, that'll be really exciting.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We'll have to end up seeing what happens. Obviously, now we've seen all these teams play, right? So now we're going to have to see. Florida State hasn't been quite on broadcast, but they will. Don't worry, all you FSU fans. But, we've now seen all these teams play, right? And we've seen some very, very different play styles, these very, very different styles of how they like to control the ball and where and when they like to be aggressive, right? It's early game, mid game, late game, and going into this going forward, we'll have to see how these teams go up against each other. I'm very curious to see how Notre Dame goes up against this Pittsburgh team. I think that's going to be a very interesting one. I think Clemson going up against this team is going to be interesting. I think Syracuse going up against Notre Dame will be an interesting one. It's a lot of different things that are going to be interesting to see, I guess, is a good way of putting it. That's the glory of this competition. And one thing I do want to say for Syracuse, though, I want to see more of this passing play. That almost got them that victory against Pittsburgh in that close series, and that's what I want to see more of, right? The passing, it's never anything flashy, right? It's just clean Rocket League, and that's what you want to see from Syracuse.
Absolutely. And it's fundamental. Passing plays are a fundamental part of the game, and they don't have to be flashy, like you said.
Yeah.
The Syracuse squad's got great chemistry in person. We saw it as they're sitting together and making a play, and look to see what they can get done as we move forward in this tournament.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I do believe Florida State is up next on broadcast. So like I said, don't worry if you're a Florida State fan. They are up next. But for us, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while the players get themselves back and ready to go for game number 3 of this round robin. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more Rocket League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Shine Gaming and Esports Center. We've had another bit of a switch up here on the desk. So I have taken the place of Ryan, and I'm here with Rowan for some more ACEC Tournament Rocket League. We've got Florida State against a team that I have called today, Clemson. Clemson won their first matchup in the game that we watched 3-1 against Notre Dame, and they were quite dominant for the last 3 games. Rowan, you were out there watching. What did you think of that first game?
Right. So as just a viewer, you were the commentator. I was a viewer of that game, and it was a real fun one, that series that they had between Notre Dame. They walked out with the win. They seemed very aggressive, a very aggressive team on offense, not much priority for defense, and it resulted in some high-scoring affairs and some high-action Rocket League, but definitely a more offensively minded team.
Absolutely, and I think the reason they're able to be so offensively minded, what I was seeing was they were getting value out of one defensive player. They were defending, and that was partially the fault of Notre Dame for not putting attackers forward, but they were getting so much value on defense out of one player that could be so versatile, they could be flexible, they could commit numbers forward without having to worry. That's what I was getting out of the game, and I thought they played great in the air. Notre Dame wasn't really able to stop them in the air, and they just had better boost management, better rotation management, better all-around play than Notre Dame.
I'll be interested to see how they fare up against against Florida State here. Florida State took on Syracuse in round 1. Syracuse walked out with the win and just came off of a 3-1 series loss against Pittsburgh. But Florida State against the Orange, they were susceptible to Syracuse's rotations. They could not get much flowing offensively. Syracuse a bit of a brick wall. And Clemson is a very different play style. As we just said, they're more offensively minded, so Florida State may have an easier time finding gaps in the Clemson defense, but they've got a whole lot of offensive firepower to deal with on the other side of things, Jack.
Yeah, I'm thinking we're going to see some pretty open games. They're going to flow. There are going to be goals. We're going to get goals. We're going to have some exciting Rocket League to watch today. I'm real excited for it. Players queuing in now. We still got a little bit of time before we start. Florida State, they're an enigma to me, quite frankly. They're an enigma to everybody. We haven't seen them play yet, unless you were sitting out there watching them play Syracuse.
That's right. The Syracuse-Florida game was not televised.
No.
So you folks have not seen that. I have. I was sitting in the studio watching it. But
in our beautiful Shine Gaming and Esports Center, of course. It's wonderful. You can watch both our broadcast and the Syracuse Orange play when they're not being televised. I'm having a great time. We've been here for a while, and I haven't gotten bored once.
No, it's a beautiful facility. It's a beautiful time. This tournament, excellent. This is the first in-house tournament for Syracuse University, and I believe this is an annual event, the ACEC tournament. So it's nice that this facility has been upgraded. It was a huge investment from the university. And we're able to do events like this and continue the annual ACEC tournament hosted by Syracuse.
Absolutely. Now some players to look out for. Canovo, really good on offense, able to really finish up, usually likes to crash the box, try and pick up a cleanup goal there.
Clemson, I
For
assume?
Clemson, yes, for Clemson. These are the players that I know. I'm going to talk about Clemson. I know nothing about Florida State.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I love to see it.
Mesau was playing great defense all game and was really creating really well, was putting the ball in positions for their teammate to finish, and I thought that was wonderful play. And Pasta really was all around fantastic, and a food-related name,
right,
which we've been talking about.
One of the 2 food-related names that we've seen here this evening, Pasta, one who we'll get to see play here, and the other, Enchilada of the Pittsburgh Panthers. As we get things started here, Game 1, FSU, Clemson, let's get to it.
Absolutely, Clemson not able to really win the face-off, or Clemson is able to win the face-off, give themselves a chance right off the bat. Fighting around midfield, Mesau going to put a shot on target, but a nice save from Beach. There, Canovo misses, and a nice save from Pasta. Pasta showing what they do best, all-around play really well. Pasta going to try and create now, though. Brings the ball up towards midfield, a good 50 from Beach for FSU.
A lot of interesting play we've seen here so far. Clemson has shown that they're able to play defense. Pasta had a really good rotation on that previous save, and defensive prowess is not exactly something that we've seen from Clemson. While they're not sloppy, they just are more of an offensive threat, and it's good to see that dual-sided play style from the Tigers here as a shot comes on net from the Seminoles, but it does not can. Canovo here moving up the sidewall as Hardpointy advances it to the center for Florida State. Shot on net, it's stuffed by Mesa with an epic save, Jack.
Yeah, great play so far, and I'm seeing what I was talking about in the first game from Clemson. They play, I'm a soccer guy myself.
Sure.
They play more of a 1-2 formation. They play one at the back and then two guys going forward. And because it's a rotational game, who that one is changes. But that's really what I've seen from them so far. And it leaves them open, but they get great value. And a nice shot there. Masao, a goal for Clemson. And you're seeing exactly what we were talking about.
A beautiful passing play, very heads up from Clemson. Pasta, he could have gone for the goal here with a limited boost, but instead he kicks it to the teammate Masao, who was already in air, and Clemson strikes first, 1-0 with 3:43 to play.
Here we go on the kickoff. Nobody's there to recover it, and Van is hot, takes a nice hit. I'm going to refer to Van is hot as Van for the rest of the match, just for you guys at home. Van gets a nice play, but Clemson going to try and attack again now. Blown up there, quite frankly, and play seems to be going nowhere.
Quite frankly, he was blown up. Thank you for that. And quite frankly, 100%. Oh,
Canova with a nice shot. Nobody there from FSU defending and cleared off the line. A great play. Van going to take it forward. A nice aerial. No boost, though. Not going to be able to do much with it. Hard Pointy going to have to recover and try and create something here while Van gets boost.
Boost, massive part of this game here. I saw it a lot in the Syracuse Pitt series. Pitt boost starved the hell out of Syracuse, and it was a big part of why they got the win, as Clemson gets it right on target there. Pasta, center of the net. Clemson up 2-0 now against Florida State.
You know, me and Carson talked at the beginning of the first game about teams to watch in this tournament, and Clemson was the one that I picked to win, and you're seeing exactly why right now. They are playing. The passing is beautiful. It's pinpoint. It's so impressive to be able to pass while you're in the air and put it on target exactly where another person in the air is going to be. It's ridiculous. Canovo doing great with it. Pasta 2, trying to create another chance here. Canovo going to take a shot, and Van is Hot's going to clear off the line.
Meso, though, with the second chance, sticking with the play. The hustle, you love to see it. A 3-0 Clemson lead that they jump out to. Really impressive offensive showcase. You love to see people sticking with the play, even though that first shot wasn't good. Try again, and that's exactly what Clemson did as they're out to a big lead.
And it's that numbers offensive advantage for Clemson that they always have. It's so important for the way that they play. Beach going to take a shot here. Meso with a save. It just gives them so much. It makes them smothering on offense. Canova with a nice save, and there you see it again. Canova the only one in the goal compared to in that first game you saw Notre Dame had 3 in net at all times. Clemson able to find value with just that one. Nice shot there from Van is Hot. He's going to score. Hard Pointy cleans it up.
Really smooth touch there from Hard Pointy. A lot of finesse there. It wasn't a powerful shot, but just off the side there. Sneaks it past the two Clemson defenders, and FSU gets on the board with 2:20 to play.
Yeah, if I were to do something like that, it would be a complete accident, but I have confidence that he meant to do it. We're going to get the kickoff started. It just goes to the side in midfield. Beach going to try and create something. And a nice shot there from Hard Pointy. He's going to score. FSU is right back in this game.
And just like that, the 3-0 deficit has been cut to just 1 point. FSU now within one of the Clemson Tigers with more than enough time to notch this game at 3.
Hard Pointy showing this skill. You got 2 minutes now, FSU, for a goal. Clemson, you're going to want 1 or 2 insurance points right here if you're going to think about winning this game. Van is Hot's going to recover the faceoff. Canovo, though, with a nice shot and a goal. And that's a 2-point advantage, a 2-goal advantage now for Clemson. Just sloppy play from FSU.
So much offense with these two teams. It's so drastically different from the previous series that you folks just watched at home between Syracuse and Pittsburgh. 4-2, 6 goals already, and we're just over halfway through this game 1. A lot of offense to be seen. Exciting stuff to come with this series, Jack.
Something tells me we are going to have a good time in the booth because we're not fans per se of either of these teams. We just get to watch as observers, and it's electric, quite frankly. We're having a good time.
We're here for some good play. That's all we're here, some good sports.
And Mesa is going to try and recover, get some boost, clear it off the wall, and maybe create something here. Up towards midfield, Hard Pointy playing really well for FSU. Going to create now, try and center the ball. Good clearance from Canova.
Canovo sticks with it here, wins the 50 and sends it into Florida's zone. Beach responsible for the clear, and he does a nice job sending it to the corner. Pasta will continue to budge it towards the center. Knocks it up, Canovo, shot on net, crossbar, no good. Van with the stuff.
Van, an incredible aerial play there. Masao misses the 50. Beach going to have an opportunity to attack 3-on-2 for FSU here if they can get numbers forward. Pasta able to clear. Beach back into the middle. Canovo and Masao, they're double committed, and Van is Hot is able to take advantage, knock it towards the goal, but they're running out of time now for FSU.
Beach now clears it to the side. Canovo moving it upfield for Florida State. A center off the back wall. Pasta's there. Shot good! Pasta, right side, extends that Clemson lead to 3 points with 49 to play.
And there is the creativity you're looking for from Canovo. Canovo was scoring a lot in that first series, now playing more of the creator role. Pasta bagging some goals for Clemson, and a 3-goal deficit with 50 seconds left is tough. Not impossible, but tough. And especially not Pasta with a great follow-up on that face-off to keep possession pretty much in Clemson's hands.
They're going to need some really aggressive play here, Florida State. Every second that ticks away is really costly for the Seminoles.
And it's interesting because Florida State's aggressive play is just how Clemson plays the entire game. Clemson is just an all-offense team. And it's ridiculous. They're overwhelming. It's like Alabama in March Madness putting up like 27 threes and making 22 of them. You're never beating them.
That's right. I've been watching a lot of March Madness recently as this game comes to a close here. 13 seconds left now. Florida State here looking to make something happen. Maybe just lessen this blow, this 3-goal blow from Clemson. Van in the air now, and he's looking to just wrap this thing up here, maybe get one more goal as the clock comes to a close.
A little consolation would be nice. It's not going to happen. Clemson goes up 1-0. Yeah, Rowan, we've been watching a lot of March Madness.
That's right.
Clemson did not fare too well in March Madness.
They did not, and I paid the price. I had Clemson in my Final Four, Jack. Final Four? What
were you doing?
What was I doing? It really was not a great decision. But
you had us all convinced.
They looked excellent. We met earlier in the year and discussed our brackets.
Absolutely.
I was high on Clemson. You were high on. Who were you high on?
I was high on Michigan State, which is going fairly well for me right now.
All right, great. So
but I was also high on Gonzaga, and that didn't do great.
Right. You had them beating Houston.
I did, and that was a close game. You know, I think if Zags was a 2 seed or something like that, they would probably be in the Elite 8 right now. But unfortunately, because of the conference they're in, shunted down to an 8 seed, forced to have that 1 seed matchup right off the top.
That's right.
It's tough.
With this game here, let's pivot back to Rocket League. Clemson, Florida State, a 5-2 victory for the Tigers. What stands out on that stat sheet to you there, Jack?
You know, Clemson dominant. Canovo, the creator, as I was saying, 3 assists. That's really good stuff, and they're just spreading the wealth. Everybody between 500 and 525 points for Clemson. They're playing excellent as a team, and Clemson, you know, they're playing dominantly. I think we will see them in the Final Four of this ACEC tournament.
Okay, that's what I meant.
Yeah, that's what you meant when you said that.
That's what I meant. I thought I was filling out the ACEC bracket.
The bracket, right, of course, because, you know, this comes first for us.
It does.
This is our priority.
This is our bread and butter. As we jump into Game 2 here, Clemson jumped out and won the first game. Best of 5 tournament here, and they'll get things started. Florida State, early aggression, but Pasta able to clear it out there for the Tigers.
Yeah, Pasta with a nice clearance, now looking to create. Masau misses. Good play from Van is hot, but Canovo able to create again. Masau going to try and go up for it. No such luck. Beach has an opportunity to take the ball upfield. Van is hot, going to collect off his dome. Hard pointing now with a chance, and just clangs off the post. No good. Masau now going to have to create for Clemson. Masau going forward. There we go. Masau with a nice shot, but Hardpointy playing everywhere for FSU. Hardpointy surely been the SVP. And Canovo, though, with a nice shot. Clemson goes up 1-0 already.
Boy, I bet the Seminoles wish they could have that one back. Hardpointy had good positioning on the back wall, but he just missed the flip, and he paid the price. Clemson will jump out first in this game, too.
Yeah, Hardpointy's been playing excellently, but, you know, a little misinput, just a little flick of the wrist that doesn't go quite right, and unfortunately, you're not going to have a good time there. Masau now trying to create a second goal off the post, off the crossbar. Pasta tries to follow it up. No such luck. Van is hot, no boost to do anything with. Going to have to recover, gets the 100 boost right there.
Here comes Florida State on the offensive side. They do not want Clemson to get ahead of themselves here and jump out to an early lead like they did in Game 1. However, Clemson right back where they're comfortable on the offensive side, but Beach able to make things right for the Seminoles.
Yeah, the offensive rotation, more so for Clemson than anything else, is just so impressive. There's always somebody there to follow up a clearance, keep it in the offensive zone. We don't get the stats for this, but I would love to see the percentage of time that they spend in FSU's offensive zone, because I would imagine it would be pretty ridiculous.
Absolutely. I wish we had that stat for last game as well. It's probably very indicative of who comes out with the wins. I mean, the more time you spend with the ball, the more likely you're going to be to get a good shot on net, as Clemson gets a good one there, but it's stuffed away by Florida State.
Absolutely. And, you know, going back to real soccer, not soccer, I'm a Tottenham Hotspur fan. They tend to hold the ball for about 60% of the game. As a nice shot from Hardpointy, that's going to even this thing up. And pretty much out of nowhere, really great stuff. Able to create everything. Van is hot with a nice ball forward. As I was saying, Tottenham Hotspur can spend the time with the ball 60% of the time doing absolutely nothing with it. They don't get a shot off, they get nothing, no creation, and they just lose games like that. That doesn't tend to happen in this. It's so much more fast-paced. You're going to see more shots, and as such, more goals.
And as we saw there, Florida State, really good aggression, something that we... Oh my goodness! Beach! He's there, cleaning it up. What a soaring save from Beach to keep this game at 1 apiece. Van looking to make it clear that he does. Pasta on it, but Van takes it high. Looking to score is Van, and Pasta is able to make the clear. A tremendous defensive sequence there from Florida State and almost turned defense to offense, but this game stays notched at 1.
And a nice play there from Van is hot to stop a dangerous ball forward. Canovo, though, going to follow it up. Hardpointy's going to have to get it out, and he will. Hardpointy took the corner. Masau with a nice clearance, but Beach there to follow it up. Masau now going to have to create. Van is hot again, and this is good rotation so far from the Seminoles. Beach with a great save off the wall. Incredible stuff. Canovo going to follow it up, though. Canovo Pasta double commit. 3v1 now for FSU. Got to take advantage here. Masau off the wall. Van is hot going to follow it up. Try and center it. Beach with a shot. No good.
Beach, I've loved what I've seen from Beach. Right place, right time on defense, and not an offensive liability either. Really tremendous play there from him as Clemson looks to get things going against Florida State, looks to jump out to a lead here. This has been a pretty low-scoring affair in reference to the previous game, which finished at 5-2, high-scoring affair on that side of things, but 1-1 here as we enter the 2-minute mark. Hard-pointy Florida State looking to make something happen here, sends it to the corner. Mason to the midfield, but Van's there to meet him. He's flying up, air dribbling. Beach ready to meet him there, but no good. Pasta will clear it for Clemson.
It's just a little too slow. It's a little too lofted, the ball, the dribble there from Van. Needs to be a bit faster because Clemson's really able to defend that with just one player. Beach, though, going to get a shot off. No good. Not going to go. Hardpointy now knocks it back down. Van is hot with the contest. Still nothing. Beach going to get up here for it. Pasta wins a nice 50. Able to keep control, gain boost in a really nice position. Centers it, and no good. Van is going to clear there for FSU. Beach now going to take it up front. Masau has to defend here, is going to. Hardpointy not going to be able to do anything about it. Going to have to rotate back, and a nice rotation to knock it back towards the Clemson offensive zone. Beach going to take a shot. No good.
Such a defensively minded contest we've seen here. There's been a lot of shots on goal, but the save counter has climbed up and up throughout this game. And we see it in the score. 1-1, 42 seconds left to play. Florida State gets its center. Van is hot. It's stuffed by Canovo, but Beach will retain it. Here comes Florida State on the offensive end. Beach pops it over one, but Masau is there, meets him on the defense. 30 seconds to play here, Jack.
It's impressive play from Florida State. They're trying everything they can, and the defense has been so much better from both teams, especially in and around the net. There you go, Pasta getting a save for I mean, let's be real, that ball was going nowhere near the goal, but Canovo going to take a shot. Beach with a great save. Masau going to try and knock it back towards the middle. Van is hot, though. Can capitalize. Can anybody get there? Oh, my goodness. What a save from Pasta. Keeps it out with 10 seconds to go. Are you kidding me? Got to try and create something here. Canovo, nothing doing. Going to tap the ground. Masau's going to try and keep it up, though. Pasta got to get up there. Nope, we're going to overtime here, folks. All knotted up at 1 apiece. Here comes the face-off. Hardpointy with a nice face-off. Masau going to take it. Beach, though, takes it into that FSU offensive zone. Van is hot, tries to knock it off. Nothing doing. Nobody was there for the knockdown off the ball.
For the folks at home, this is the first overtime matchup we've seen this evening, or this afternoon rather. It's golden goal. Whoever scores first in this extra time period will take home the win.
Masau now trying to center the ball for Canovo, who's lurking. Pasta lurking even further, though. Going to try and center again here. A nice flip up, but Beach going to clear, and FSU got to get some offense going. Clemson is absolutely smothering. Van is hot, takes a nice shot way down the field. Masau recovers.
Looks to advance. Clemson looks to advance here. Beach with a 50, and it's in the favor of FSU as they're moving it upfield here. Hardpointy with the stuff against Masau. Masau really getting in the way of this FSU squad. They're all clumped together. Van is hot. A risky clear, but it pays off. Masau meets him in the corner. Centering pass. Hardpointy moves it up the center of the field. Here's Pasta, clears it left. Van is hot, looking to meet him on the wall. That he does. A tricky 50 here, and it's right at midfield. Another 50, and it's in favor of the Clemson Tigers as they get a centering pass here to Mesau, who's stuffed at the net.
Yeah, it's a great aerial stuff right there. Great 50 win for FSU. They are playing, quite frankly, by the seat of their pants. This is exciting, exciting Rocket League right now. Van is hot, tries to get a shot off, nothing doing. Pasta with a nice clearance into the corner. That corner, that safety zone, really, if you want to consider it that. It's the same in physical soccer. You know, if you can clear it to the corner, you're usually in a good spot. Hardpointy with a great save. Are you kidding? They are playing end-to-end Rocket League right now. Van is hot, got to get the ball out here. Canovo has a chance to stop it, but Van is hot's going to take it. Nice save from Mesau, preventing anything silly there for the Seminoles. Mesau now going to bring it forward, and a nice shot and a goal for Mesau. Are you kidding me? Clemson going to take home this game.
What a play there from Clemson. I'm not sure. Oh, look, that it was a Florida State defender that bumped Mesau there, which added that extra velocity on the ball, sent it towards the net, and really unfortunate circumstance there for FSU. Clemson will walk out winning this one, game 2.
And that's just such a momentum killer. FSU, the Seminoles played fantastic all game that game. They played great defense, showed by the game only ending 2-1. That was a ton of fun, and Clemson just able to get the final touch. FSU has a lot of work to do if they want to come out of this series on top.
They do. So they're down 0-2 now?
Yep.
All right, so they need to pull off a reverse sweep.
Yep, 3 games in a row. And, you know, I think they could do it, but Clemson is just playing incredible Rocket League, exciting Rocket League. They are a fun, fun team to watch.
They've also shown, not no weakness, but they haven't really shown any inconsistencies. We've watched, how many games now? 5 games from the Tigers? 6 games?
6 games.
6 games with a 3-1 series win previously. This is now their 6th contest that we've watched, and they haven't really shown any blemishes. So it's, if I'm in the Florida State department and I want to think of a strategic game plan on how to counter the Tigers, I'm frankly not really sure what I would go with because they haven't shown many holes, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not as well versed with Rocket League as you are. You're a fantastic player, and I'm a decent player.
Fantastic is a bold statement, but I appreciate that.
But tell me, you can tell me if I'm off base here.
Sure.
I'm sending more people forward. They're usually defending with 1, maybe 2 people. You've got to counter offense with offense, in my opinion.
That's definitely one way to do it, and I would not be opposed to it, Jack. I'd love to see some more offense from FSU. It's going to be tough because Clemson's got a lot of momentum here as we head into Game 3. Clemson with a 2-0 series lead. This could be a deciding game here for the Tigers.
It absolutely could, and they will. If they can win here, they are locked in to the Final 4 of this ACEC tournament, I believe. I mean, I'm not sure on the math, but winning 2 games is usually good enough, especially with the way that they're playing. Pasta here going to try and get a shot off Mesau. Oh, excuse me, he shot it towards his own goal, but Canovo gets a goal there. Clemson goes up early.
A really nice shot here from the Tigers. Just some more offensive rhythm there from Clemson. A lot of passes off the back wall, utilizing all aspects of the Rocket League field. And Clemson, nothing new, jumps out to a 1-0 lead.
Absolutely. You get a far face-off there. Hardpointy able to win it. But Mesau going to take it forward again. Going to try and create. He's got a full tank of boost. Nice play from Beach there. Canovo, though, able to follow up on it again. And Van is hot with a great clearance. Those Clemson offensive rotations are so impressive, though. They are just everywhere. They're swarming constantly. Their boost utilization is so good. Beach here, though, with a chance. Going to knock it down off the wall. Canovo in a dangerous position. Hardpointy off the post, just can't quite get it to go.
So close there for Florida State. They were in a jam in the goal, and those situations are often so stressful for offensive players. They couldn't quite can it. We've got another opportunity here as they seem to be keeping it in Clemson's territory. Canovo pops it up high, and Mesau will aim for touch number 2. Van clears it to the right corner, though, as FSU on a bit of a breakaway here.
He's got space, and he's got bodies with him. A nice shot, but saved. Goodness gracious, that's the right game plan, though. You got to commit bodies forward if you want to win this game against this swarming Clemson team. A nice center. Will anybody be able to finish it? No. Mesau with a great clearance up, and Canovo going to look to counterattack now. Van is hot with a great clearance to the side, and is able to keep it away from the front, the bumper of Hardpointy. I forgot what the front of a car was called. It's called the bumper.
That's right. Little car parts.
Car terminology. You know, I feel like it's important for this game. as opposed, because you can't say the boot, you can't say the foot, you got to say the bumper.
Right.
Pasta here going to aerial it. Hardpointy's going to try and get a touch away, and they will. Maysow now with a nice chance and a great clearance there from Beach. Van is hot, got space, not boost though, able to claim the big boost. I don't know the correct terminology.
Big
so
boost
excuse me.
works. Big boost works, Jack.
Gonna claim the big boost, get himself back up to 100. And Hardpointy's going to take it forward yet again, and a nice shot, but a great save from Canovo.
A lot of FSU offensive players here as Beach fires one towards the net, but it's just high. Hardpointy will retain it, but Clemson pushes it to the Seminoles side. Aim for the wall pinch there. It does not go in Clemson's favor. Maysow is there to send it up net. Canovo already in air, sends it to the corner. Maysow no good. Pasta's back, and they'll let Florida State try this one out. Van is hot in air. Pasta clears it to the side. And Beach is the one who retains it, but he's immediately demoed by the Clemson
Canovo
Tigers.
Gets Van is hot too. They've got a 3-on-1, but it's not in their area. Great play from Hardpointy to kind of take the pressure off while they only had one player alive. Van is hot now, going to take a shot. Should be finished by Hardpointy, but it won't be. Pasta with a great play. Pasta has been everywhere on defense and offense. Incredible stuff. Dangerous area, but no Clemson players there to take advantage of where that was. Canovo going to try and knock it down, but met in the air. Pasta, though, gets a chance here. Van is hot, going to keep possession for the Seminoles. Play it into Beach, and a great save from Canovo. Nothing doing. Another shot, and Pasta again. Pasta is everywhere, stuffing the stat sheet today.
This FSU team, they're getting great shots on net. They're moving the ball really nicely, but Clemson is not letting up. Their clamps are so tight, and they're doing a great job shutting down these looks and making it tricky for the Seminoles to can one.
Absolutely. It's a really impressive defense from the team that we thought was not all that defensively sound.
That's right.
They're proving us wrong with every passing moment, quite frankly. Hardpointy gets a shot away, and there's just not enough defenders, but Van is hot's going to finish, tie things up with exactly a minute on the clock for FSU.
On time and on target. Van is in the right place at the right time. Massow, big whiff for the ball there, and it pays off. Capitalizing on the errors of your opponent is a huge part in winning this game, and it's exactly what FSU did as we're notched at 1 with a minute to play.
That's what I mean by that box crashing. You have to follow up the shots, because if they get saved, there's not usually an answer for Clemson. If you can take another shot, you miss 2, great, you get a third. Beautiful stuff. Canovo now going to take it forward for Clemson. Nice save from Hardpointy in the air. Pasta, though, swarming as usual. Pasta going to try and center it. A great center and a great clear from Hardpointy.
Clemson now looking for more offense. They want that 1-goal lead back. They lost it, and they had it for a huge majority of the game. They broke out to that lead super early. It was within the first minute, and just recently, now it's tied 1-1. 23 seconds to play. Canovo goes off the wall, but he can't quite do it. Van is hot. Passing play. Pasta stuffs it. Here comes Clemson now with 15 to play. Canovo up the wall, looking to pass. Center just too far. It's in the hands of Pasta now, who kicks it to Masso. Up, nearly centered. Masso looking to center. Beach, good 50. That ball right around midfield. Canovo, a last-ditch effort for the Tigers, and it's intercepted by Hardpointy. Massow, it's now in the Tigers' end. Off the back wall, Masso clans it down, and we're going to another overtime, Jack.
Dangerous play from Masso there, and you know, even if this does end up being a 3-0 sweep for Clemson, do not count the Seminoles out. They have played fantastic against one of the better teams in this tournament. They are keeping it close, and a 3-0 scoreline would not reflect how this has gone, but a 3-0 scoreline, it might be a great play there from Beach, though, to keep it out. Canovo knocks it down, and a great play from Hardpointy to keep it out. Oh my goodness, Van is hot, takes it forward. Canovo clears off the wall. Hardpointy with a shot, and a nice save from Pasta. Pasta everywhere for the Tigers.
Really the primary defender here for the Tigers. He leads the team with 4 saves already in this contest. And here comes Florida State looking to advance the ball up. That they do. 2 defenders, 3 now on the ball. Shot towards the net, and Pasta keeps it out.
Pasta again, are you joking? It's incredible play from the Tiger himself. Van is hot now. They're still swarming that Clemson area. Gonna try and get a center in by Hardpointy. Beach doesn't get the center in, but does get a demo. That's big right now. Van is hot, knocks it down. Nothing doing, just across the face of the net. Beach centered again. Hardpointy gonna go up for it. Van is hot gonna rotate back, get boost. Canovo gonna try and center it, gonna try and put it towards the net, but Van is hot exactly where he needed to be. A great rotation there. Van is hot now trying to get it out again. Canovo, though, gonna go up for it, center it. Nobody's there. Hardpointy with a great play, and Beach gotta get it out. You gotta start clearing. You gotta put more pressure on Clemson here.
This ball's been in the Seminoles zone for quite some time now. They're definitely feeling antsy, and when the ball's in your territory for so long, Jack, you start to run out of something, and that's boost. So it's going to be really tough to keep up this defense. Now the ball in the Tigers zone as Clemson makes an aggressive pursuit towards the net, led by Pasta. Here he goes, tries to get it past Hardporny, no good. Mesau now up for it, and Beach retains it, 0 boost. He's able to clear, though, and Van is hot with a full tank, looks to make something happen for these Seminoles. He's up in the air. Mesau clears it, centered, Hardpointy, shot on net, no good. Beach now on the floor. Canovo is able to retain. It's intercepted by his own teammate, but Clemson now on the offense.
Yeah, Beach gonna have to get it out here. Clemson, it's end-to-end right now in this game. Beach trying to contest. There's not enough bodies forward quite for the Seminoles, or they're just not in the right positions. But a good 50 win there from Vanisot, runs into Hardpointy. And that's a really unfortunate play in that area. Beach almost out of boost. Got to get something going here. Has absolutely nothing. Hardpointy and Van is Hot going to try and go up for it. Double commit, not ideal. Canovo, though, whiffs the aerial. Van is Hot has some time to think about what he wants to do. Beach, though, going to retain it. Try and center it. Is there bodies in the middle for the Seminoles? There is! And Van is Hot finishes! A nice shot right into the top corner of the net. The Seminoles have taken a game. From the Tigers.
When you thought they were done, they're right back. Don't count them out, Jack, just like you said. You said, man, this might be a 3-0 series sweep, but don't count out the Seminoles, and they are right back in this. 2-1, you can come back here, and that was really impressive play from the Seminoles. They shut down the Clemson offense, just 1 goal. And let's talk about our friend Van is Hot, leading the scoreboard and leading the offense with 10 shots on net, Jack.
They outshot Clemson. Let me do some quick math. 21-9, and that's what you have to do against this team. You have to overwhelm them with offense, as we said right before this game, and that's what the Seminoles are trying to do. That's what Van is Hot specifically outshot the Tigers all by themselves.
I'm shocked to see a team be more efficient on offense than the Tigers. It's been their brand throughout this whole tournament, is offensive efficiency, getting that ball in the net, a lot of pressure. Florida State, though, they took that brand and they doubled their shots on net. It paid off. 2-1 now. Clemson leads. Also, the score of that game. That's fun. Nifty.
Yeah, it's great stuff. It's a wonderful game. I'm so excited. I'm so glad we get to call a game 4 because this series has been insane. So much fun. I'm just excited to see where it goes next. Rowan, what do you expect to see out of this last matchup?
Well, me and Ryan, when we casted the previous contest, we saw a lot of adaptability from the Pittsburgh Panthers, and it's why they were able to run away with the 3-1 series win over Syracuse. And that's exactly what we saw from FSU there. They were being outmatched on offense, and you said, Jack, counter offense with offense. What did they do? They outshot them by over double.
Absolutely.
So I am looking to see more adaptability from Florida State because I know they're capable. We know they're capable. They just took a game from Clemson and are looking to do just that once more as they get started here on offense. Hardpointy leading the charge for Florida State. Clemson now has it, 50 there. And let's see how this plays out. Ball a little bit stagnant there as Clemson wins the 50, and let's see if they can take advantage, Jack.
Yeah, Hardpointy, though, is going to be the first one to the ball. Going to clear it. Pasta's going to have an opportunity, and it's a really nice clearance, taking it off the wall so that they can't get a cheap shot in. Van is Hot, though, wins a 50. Not too great. Mesau with a nice juke, and Hardpointy gets exploded again. I love the explosions. I think they're awesome. Van is Hot, though, now going to try and create something. Nobody back there. Where is the players? Where's the rotation? Nothing doing. Canovo going to get an easy and a miss from Mesau. Are you kidding me? That was a wide open net. Nothing doing for Clemson. You can't miss those kinds of opportunities if you want to win these games.
I credit the Florida State defense, but you're right, Jack. That was definitely a big opportunity there for Clemson to get started here 1-0.
And Van is Hot with a nice shot. Pasta's got to go up for it. No, it's going to be Mesau with an epic save. Hardpointy going to get up to it. Beach with a nice shot just off target. Van is Hot now going to have to recover, and they're going to rotate Hardpointy back. Hardpointy gets all the way back up front now, and there's just no Seminole players over near that ball right there.
Minute and a half here, still scoreless. But I've noticed these last 2 games now, defense has been a huge priority. We were talking about the shots on net and how they're so high, but also the save counter. You know, with a lot of shots on net and a low score comes a big amount of saves as Clemson will get things started 1-0. Something that we've seen a lot of is Clemson starting these games on offense, jumping out to an early lead, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to get the job done, as we saw in Game 3.
Yeah, and there you can say it's the play of Pasta, just getting the demo on the Seminole defender, leaving it wide open for Masao to finish. And that's just tough. It's just tough. You can't do anything when you're getting demoed like that. Really unfortunate. They're going to have to recover now, but we've seen they can do it. They've done it before. They can do it again. Beach now going to try and take a shot. A nice play. Ooh, just the pass intercepted there by the Tigers. Van Hot now going to center it again, and Masao with a great clearance. No bodies forward for the Seminoles in that situation.
Here comes Pasta now, one of the most interesting players on the Clemson roster, both a great two-way player. It's in the air, and it's in the net. Canovo got it to go with a tasty dish from Pasta. Some beautiful teamwork there from the Tigers as they jump out to a real 2-0 lead now, Jack.
Yep, and that's gonna be a tough. This is a tougher deficit to climb for Florida State for sure. But we're going to have to see what their versatility can do here. Canovo going to take it forward. Pasta now has the opportunity to center. A great play from Van Hot to clear it off the wall. Again, Van Hot going to send it forward. Pasta got to get in the way, but Van Hot is just going to sneak in. Not enough boost to get back to it for Pasta.
It's a beautiful double tap there from Van Hot. We haven't seen a lot of mechanical brilliance from these two squads. It's a lot of capitalizing on errors, defensive errors from the other team, but that was a beautiful double touch, and he got it past every defender there to get the Seminoles on the board with
Absolutely.
2:26 to play, Jeff.
And a goal, a much-needed goal, scoring as quickly as you can to reset the deficit to just one. Beach going to have an opportunity here, and not a great 50 win. It's going to be right in the center, but a good play from Canovo. Hard pointy, going to take a shot and even things up for the Seminoles. Are you joking? Great stuff.
Just when you think it's done, they come back swinging. 2-0, and now it's 2-2 in, what, 30 seconds, Jack? Wasting no time. This game just keeps surprising me.
It's end to end, and I know I've been saying, are you kidding me, are you joking, quite a lot, but I mean, this is unbelievable stuff. We're having a fantastic match here. Pasta, though, going to have an opportunity. No such luck. Beach going to clear it off the wall, going to try and take it forward. Masao with a nice block. Van Hot, though, going to recover. Pasta going to clear off the dome. Van Hot going to knock it out of the way. All three Seminole defenders back right here.
And here comes Florida State on the offense now. Pasta misses the back wall, and it's a save from Canovo. A good shot there from Hard Pointy. Another good look for the Seminoles. They get a lot of good shots, but last game, Clemson was shutting them down until it was too late. Here comes Hard Pointy with a shot on net. Canovo on the back wall is able to retain it. Moves it up the side. Good 50 win there for the Tigers as they move upfield, but it's Hard Pointy who sends it to the side. Pasta there, able to keep things going for the Clemson Tigers on this offensive possession. Masao fires a shot towards net, but it's Beach who stuffs it. Hard Pointy now, difficult play to make. Bodies flying towards the ball, ton of commits. Florida State is in a jam. They want it out of their nets so bad. You can feel it. All of them are boost deprived. It's tough to make plays when you don't have boost, Jack, and Van Hot's going to do his best here, moving it up the side wall. He gets it past Masao, gets it past Pasta. Florida State is able to breathe a little bit now.
Yeah, Canovo, though, always ever present, but a nice play there from Hard Pointy to try and center it. Van Hot going to follow up. No FSU players there to make a play. That's okay. They can rotate back. They can regain some boost. They can kind of take their eye off the ball, but a nice shot. Van Hot's got to get up for it, and Van Hot with a great save keeps things knotted.
High stakes save there. It's just you and the ball. You're the last line of defense. You got to make that play, and that's exactly what he did. Beach clears the ball out from a sticky placement there. Got a full tank of boost. One man to beat. Got Pasta, but Canovo, 0 boost and a dream, and the dream came true. Makes the save there. We're notched at 2 with 20 seconds to go, Jack.
Yeah, you think it's 1 to beat, and then all of a sudden there's a second back. Great rotation from Clemson. Van Hot makes a nice play. You've got to get it out of your offensive zone. Canovo's going to get a shot, but Beach with a nice play before getting demolition. Pasta going up for it. And a nice play from Beach. Masao on the follow-up, excuse me. No such luck. Canovo on the follow-up again, and it ricochets off the post. We're going to overtime once more.
3 overtimes in this series. This is a absolute barn burner, Jack. Hard Pointy, bottom left, got it. Florida State notches the series. 2 wins apiece. We're going to game 5. Come on.
Oh my goodness, Florida State from the brink of death twice in a row to bring it all the way back to knotted at 2-2.
Whoa.
I don't think we can do that on air.
No?
No,
That's what they do in the stadium.
I know, and I don't really approve of that.
I would agree.
However, it seems to be there's a lot of spirit coming out of this Florida State squad right now. They are playing a great game. They are playing with heart. They are playing with grit, and they are keeping Clemson pinned against the wall.
This is a barn burner. This is by the book, an absolute barn burner.
I have no words. I don't know if you can tell. I am out of words right now for what's going on. We are headed to Game 5, which I am sure, knock on wood, is going to be a great one as well.
I mean, both of these teams, when you talk about when you deserve something, it's often how hard you've worked to get it. If you work hard, then you deserve it. And both of these teams, we've gone to overtime in 3 of the 4 contests in this series. Both these teams have shown so much grit and so much fight. I want them both to move on, but unfortunately, that can't happen, and we're going to figure out who gets to move on with this Game 5 here, Jack.
I am crossing my fingers and my toes that we will get this matchup again in the Final Four or the finals. I am praying that we get to see this one again. We're going to start things off there, though. Pasta and Hardpointy on the face-off. Van is Hot immediately going to try and get a chance, going to try and knock it towards goal, and Van is Hot will score a nice little touch, just about to hit the ground, and a great goal. FSU getting things started off here.
Van really is hot, Jack. He scored the winning goal in overtime last game, and he got things started for Florida State. It's the first time they've jumped out with the first goal in 3 contests. Really good start here for the Seminoles. Let's see if they can keep this ball rolling. Clemson, I'm sure, would like things to go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, if this matchup has taught me anything, it's that at some point Clemson is going to equalize, and we're going to get some great play. Canovo, with a nice play there off the rim, just up in the air, and a great play from Beach to hit it towards the corner. Masau going nowhere, flying through the air, not really in the general direction of the ball.
Here's Canovo now for the Clemson Tigers, making things happen. It's still in the Florida State end of things as Pasta lands a touch. Van is hot, clears it to 2 Clemson defenders. Now offenders looking to make something happen. Pasta with a shot in the upper right, and it's stuffed by Beach. They're still on offense, though, but a beautifully placed defender there from Beach. A tough save pays off. Van is hot, gets the clear out of the FSU territory, able to give them some breathing time, Jack.
Yeah, Canovo going to recover there, but you just want to recover boost when Clemson is on an offensive run like this, spending so much time in the zone. Van is hot, though, now. Going to center it, almost takes a shot on target. No such luck. Beach going to get up, send it back into the center. No bodies there for FSU. Masau demolishes Beach, Van is hot, trying to defend again in the corner. Beach going to send it forward. 3 Seminole players on the left side of the field right now, trying to send it into that offensive zone. Hardpoint going to get up for it. Clangs off the crossbar. Beach going to go for it again, and it's heading back towards the Seminole defensive area. And Canovo just... Van is hot, not able to get quite back for it. Unfortunate.
And it's really tough there. It's tough to make plays when you don't have a lot of boost. Van is hot was running low. He expended all of his boost to try and make the save, but just wasn't really in the right place at the right time. And like you said, Jack, Clemson, they're going to equalize it, and that they did. 3:26 to play. We're tied at 1 apiece in this deciding win or go home. Well, not win or go home, but Game 5. Stakes are high.
Game 5, exactly. And a great play there from Beach to send it out. Pasta now going to try and make something happen, but Beach going to take a shot at Masau where he needs to be to send it to the corner. Centered now, though. Nothing doing. A great clearance there from the Tigers. Hardpointy going to try and center it again, and a nice play from Van is hot to put it in the middle for Beach. Tries to take a shot, stuffed at the line.
Here's Hardpointy now with an offensive opportunity for FSU. Still the Seminoles low on boost. Beach the only one with a full tank now. Hardpointy scooped up a full one. Beach clears it to the corner. Van is hot, looking to make a play with nothing in the tank. Beach goes for the 50. No good. Masau now centering pass, but Van is hot. Intercepts it with a demo. Beach one man to beat with no boost. Tough there. Canovo will retain it in the corner and try to make things happen. One man to beat in Hardpoint of 50, and it goes to the corner. That's benefit of Florida State. They get some time to regroup. Masau headed towards the net, and Hardpointy with a beautiful save. Pasta centering pass. Canovo, no good. Just off, Jack.
Yeah, I think it was Beach who got a touch there and was able to put it wide. Yet another attempted center. It's going to go wide again. Beach going to try and take it up. Beach, one man to beat, no such luck. But here comes Van is hot again up the other side. Beach gets absolutely demolished by Pasta there.
And it's Pasta who's up in the air now for this one with the Tigers. Beach whiffs. Massow can't capitalize. A double commit pays off right there for Florida State to clean up the mess. A centering pass from Van is hot. Canovo says no thank you. Sends it to the side of these Seminoles. Looking to make something happen here. Clemson, a little too far to be a centering pass. Massow drops it down and Van is hot. Kicks it out. Jack.
Yeah, you say it's a little too far to be a centering pass, and all of a sudden there's somebody in the air hitting it at an angle that you would never expect. I mean, this is high. We're playing high level Rocket League, right?
You're right. Both these teams are high level. They want it. 1-1. We haven't seen a goal in a minute. Beach fires a potential one towards the net, but it's just wide. Massow looks to clear it for the Tigers. What a high-stakes, high-energy contest. You can feel the tension, Jack.
Yeah, you've got a minute left. Hardpointy trying to make something happen. Hardpointy trying to get a center. A good play from Canovo to get it out. Canovo now going to try and create as well. That's headed towards goal. A good play from Beach to keep it up. Pasta going to follow it up. Tip it up. Nobody there, really. Canovo, though, going to go up for it now. Going to try and freestyle, get an aerial. Knocked down to Pasta on the side. Nothing doing. A good clearance. Massow got to get up for that if he wants to prevent a goal.
And here goes Clemson now on the offense with 50 seconds to play. Van is hot, says no. And they're now on offense here. Looking to make something happen as Hardpointy as he's in the air. Centering pass off the back wall. Canovo retains it, but is immediately blown up by Beach. Van is hot to the corner. Massow. Van is hot. Oh, not hot enough. Just down off the crossbar.
Oh, just barely a miss. I'll tell you, Rowan, my heart is pounding right now. Van is hot going to get up for it, but Massow going to get up even higher. Going to have to make a play, a good play there from Beach to prevent a potentially dangerous play, a potentially dangerous chance. Hardpointy now going up for it, trying to knock it towards the middle. Canovo got to get up. He does. Sends it out. Beach even higher. They are just playing an aerial-focused game. Pasta with a good aerial clearance. Hardpointy there gets blown up again by Massow. Beach gonna try and make something happen in the final minutes. And nothing doing. We're going to overtime for a fourth straight contest.
Well, we've seen this before, haven't we, Jack? 4 overtimes? Holy moly. Here we go. I'm sure it'll be just as exciting as the other 3.
I mean, positively, and Pasta, Cacio y Pepe, if we're doing Pasta, gonna end things there for Clemson. FSU battled so hard, but just not quite enough. 9 seconds into overtime, gonna win the series for Clemson.
He did it himself there, Jack. A nasty double tap. Way to showcase your mechanics. Pays off. Pasta, the MVP of the game, and Clemson will move on in an electric series that went to 5 games. Florida State, I commend them to the utmost extent. Almost forced a reverse sweep there against one of the most dominant teams we've seen this afternoon.
I am hoping to see more of Florida State in the next round. I would hope to see this matchup again in the semifinals or finals, because the way that went, it absolutely deserves to be a semifinals or finals matchups. These are clearly 2 of the top teams in this tournament.
Absolutely, and both off of just raw skill and entertainment. Wow.
What more could you ask for? I am exhausted right now, quite frankly.
That was so cool. So cool to see both those teams jarring at it. They both are great on both sides of the ball. What that proved to me is that Clemson can be a defensive anchor.
Yes.
They can lock down and play that two-way style of Rocket League that I didn't think they could play. But they really locked down when they needed to, and as did Florida State. They completely surprised me. I was watching the game that wasn't televised that they played against the Orange. Syracuse beat them 3-1 in the series, and right there against the Tigers, let me tell you, they looked like a completely different team. It was unbelievable comparing what they looked like to what they did now. After seeing that, I'm fired up for what the Seminoles have to offer for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, they've taken 2 losses. You've just got to hope that they can win their 2 other games and actually make the Final Four. That would be really good. Clemson, though, playing at an incredibly high level, we're very likely to see them in the next round. But that was just body blow after body blow after body blow. It's like watching like a 10-round boxing match. It was awesome.
It was, the foot was on the gas till the very end, literally. There was no stoppage in car movement and in excitement. You know who I do like? It's Pasta.
Pasta.
Just general statement. Great guy. Great player.
Guy, great food. So versatile.
Really versatile player.
Yeah, I would agree. I would absolutely agree. Oh my goodness. I would call Pasta the MVP of that game. Of that series.
Sure.
Pasta played well everywhere.
Mhm.
Pasta was just constantly where they needed to be, just in front of the ball, making contested plays, winning 50s. It was incredible. It was great stuff.
Yeah, it was great on both sides of the field, offense and defense. And Jack, I believe that's going to wrap it up for this, yeah?
Yeah, that's going to take us home. We'll be back in just a minute for more exciting ACEC play. We'll see you in just a moment.
Hello and welcome back. We are live with Rocket League very quickly. Sorry for the lie on the timer. In front is Van is hot. Enchilada. Not much time to dissect these two teams, but we'll do our best. We'll talk a little bit more about FSU. You see how contentious they are in front. FSU Beach. I'm Carson Cass. Back again, but FSU, Jack, you just watched, obviously. FSU bring Clemson to the brink, and a lot of uncomfortable situations when you're playing this team. They use up all their boost getting there with two players, and they leave you in front with no boost, and then you, it's kind of like Thanksgiving dinner with your aunts and uncles. A lot of uncomfortable situations.
Yeah, you know, somebody makes a comment that you're not exactly in favor of, and you just kind of got to stay silent. FSU, though, I mean, they are incredibly exciting. Watching them from an outside perspective is just so much fun. I had a great time, and I think that was because of the play of Clemson. Pitt, a bit of a different team than Clemson. We're going to see an interesting matchup, but there is Pitt already getting a goal. Duke there.
Yeah, what FSU might struggle with here is Pitt has an electric defense here. They've played very well in the transition game. You saw that against Syracuse. But obviously doing very well here. That transition game really going to hurt Florida State. They're extremely aggressive. They just put you on the brink every time when they're on offense. And they have a lot of confidence right now. I can't imagine you really feel too bad. You're going less than 2 minutes after you just nearly beat Clemson. You want to go to Pitt. You want to prove against another Big Cat team that you can win.
Absolutely, and you want to make, and there it is, a second goal for Pitt. Pitt just smothering FSU already, but you want to prove that you are that team, that you can make this Final Four, and you can make a run in this tournament, because you absolutely know you can. You brought a great team to the brink, but it's not looking great already.
Yeah, Florida State not great for them right now. They're 0-2, and as the format goes, the fifth team in the round going to get eliminated. Very close game so far, but Pitt going to kind of broil the water over. Enchilada cooking early, hard pointy, misses. Back in front, that's Duke. Right in the middle here. Beach pushing it to the right side over to Van. Van going to move forward. Van has been hot all game. It's two demos for Pitt. It's a 3-on-1 in their own end, and they miss a wide open chance. That is one you cannot let go of. And if FSU's been doing what they've been doing all night, you're going to really regret missing that one.
Yeah, FSU, they are a team that plays from behind. They play from losing positions, and they play from them well. They can punish you for making mistakes, and they can turn a game on its head in an instant, and that's what they'll be looking to do again here. They are comfortable from this position.
I mean, the best way to describe FSU is they're mistake maxing. They're forcing you to play as many difficult chances as you can. And as you make a mistake, they'll capitalize. Almost always, Van pushing it forward, a loft right in front of the net. Hatarabi pushes it right, Beach off the wall. Another chance for the Seminoles, but it's going to go wide as Enchilada able to clear it. And, I mean, Pitt hasn't made a lot of mistakes. We saw that against Syracuse.
Yeah, Pitt is as you were talking about, playing excellent defense right now. They're not letting anything happen that would be too silly, making a silly mistake. Nice center there from Beach. Van is not going to try and finish. No good.
Off the crossbar, Van nearly was able to put that within one for the Seminoles. Back up top, Duke with a great chance. Beach pushes it just a little wide, too uncomfortable for Duke to finish. Enchilada in front, back towards that left side, centers it for one of the Panthers' teammates. Hatarabi gonna have to deal with it a bit of a tougher angle. Duke back up top, back to the right. And Pitt stifled in front of the net once again. FSU's aggressive defense going well for them. Beach forward, Hatarabi steals that goal away.
Yeah, Hatarabi with a great defensive play there. Just manages to keep this a 2-goal deficit. They are still pressing up, though. Florida State is still making things difficult now for the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, you can flat out say both Pitt and Clemson are better than Florida State on paper, but you're not used to how Florida State plays. You just cannot deal with it all the time, and you're seeing when a confident Florida State team is playing you like this, it's not easy, but Duke able to make it look a little lighter. Puts it away with a great save in the top left corner of the net. Now going on the offensive, but Pitt with no backup is going to have to go on the defensive end with full boost on the back foot, but a center from the back end here. We've seen how good Florida State is in that air. But Pitt has just been a little bit better, putting it forward back towards hard point. He was able to clear it for the Florida State Seminoles. Left side, Beach in the air, contested up top. That's going to be a bit of a win in the middle for Pitt.
Yeah, Seminoles trying to counter with numbers and just not getting past that stout air defense of Pittsburgh. It's impressive stuff from Pitt. It's great stuff from the Panthers. Ooh. Another shot on target, but a good save from Beach. Only a minute left in this game now. This has felt like it's gone by in a whirlwind.
Beached by FSU back in the right end, 2-0 still, but Van with a chance on the net. Tries to get a bump, stuck in the middle, hard pointy, stuffed right in front. A clash with a Pitt player, and that ball was not able to go in. 40 seconds remain. Pitt on the offensive end. Right side, Van pushes it away. FSU looking for their first goal of the game with 30 seconds to go. Duke able to put it wide. Nice chance in front for Florida State, but again, that Pitt defense is good at stopping those chances before they get dangerous. Back towards the middle, right on the right side. Enchilada's been great in the air all day. Seen how well they are cooking. In the kitchen, kind of on fire now for FSU. Needs to get it going.
Absolutely, and that has been the main difference in this game. That looks like, unless they can get a goal here, Hatarabi with a great save. The aerial play of Pitt is just far and above what FSU is putting out right now. They're not able to do anything against this stout air defense. They're flying planes out there, quite frankly. Pitt is. They're not driving cars. They're flying planes, and it's just stifling the FSU offense.
Yeah, FSU doesn't have quite a normal rotation, so that's what you're seeing Pitt respond to here, and they're doing a really good job. They're waiting for that first chance. They're not going after it like Clemson was. Clemson could not put up with the aggression of the Seminoles, and honestly won in what was a Seminole mistake. And they keep making these mistakes repeatedly. Florida State has to get it together. They have to be more aggressive on their defensive end and getting the ball out, because they've just kind of been out of boost. And I mean, maybe that comes in being a little bit more conservative on the offensive end. It worked against Clemson, but Pitt's a good enough defensive team that maybe you have to get a little bit smart here. You have to play some decoys, play some bumps, play some demos. Because, I mean, you're seeing Florida State players last game just charge in with full boost, explode so they can touch the ball one time, and it honestly worked because Clemson couldn't deal with that pressure.
Yeah, and Hard Pointy, who was a crucial player in that series against Clemson, being zoned out right now, put up less than 100 points in that first game. Really going to need to find a way to get back in the game. Maybe just not as strong in the air, and that's where that difference is coming in.
Quite literally didn't appear on the stat sheet all game. Not how you want it to go. Manfield here is going to be our setup for the next game. Hundreds of adoring fans of all ACEC teams in the crowd there tonight. Hopefully they're getting a good show. They got a really good show in Tokyo, but we're back. It's like hub cities for like the World Baseball Classic.
Yes, exactly. And the people, they're eggs. They're eggs. Do you think the eggs also drive the cars? Out of curiosity, what do you think?
That's up for debate, honestly. Any Rocket League theorists, put your takes below. Van with a great chance in front. Hard pointy. Can't put that hard chance away. Back in front and a laser beach. A missile. 1-0 Florida State lead.
You know, Florida State, they're a team that likes to play from behind, but maybe they're playing from behind in the matchup and not quite this specific game here. They know that they have to score if they're going to win.
Power of friendship. There is Beach's tagline. They only needed themselves a really good face-off here. And I mean, honestly, if Florida State can take advantage of those pit, the rotation's a bit closer to the right. They've just been doing a really good job with those demos. In the second FSU starts getting physical, it's 2-0 Seminoles.
Yeah, you can clearly see the adjustment that was made, and it was an excellent one. Within 20 seconds, 2 goals already, responding essentially how Pitt started that first game. Things are heating up.
And what if instead of hitting the ball, we hit the other car? But Hattarabi, this is where the aggression comes in. Very good chance right now for Pitt. If they can get it in front, they will. Lofting in front, not enough power on it. Hattarabi right on that left side. That's tragic if you're a Panther fan right now. Goes wide, FSU forward, pushing ahead as Duke. Nail it back in the FSU zone. The Beach has been stalwart all day.
Yeah, Beach.
Oh, what a juke.
Yeah, that was fairly disgusting. 50 kind of goes nobody's way. Hardpointy able to carry it up, try and get a center here. Gonna be centered, but there's no bodies there. Van is hot now, going to try and recover, send it into the middle. A great pinch off the wall. Beach, Enchilada with the save.
FSU last game would have gone for that first chance. Beach looking for a better one there. They're kind of picking and choosing now instead of just going after anything that seems like it could score a goal here. And it's a bit different here. We're seeing that same adjustment that they made against Clemson where they played exactly like they are now, but that wasn't going to work against Clemson. This FSU team lost 3-1 to Syracuse, lost 3-2 to Clemson, and hopefully they can win 3 games here in the time the other team wins 3 because they are on the brink of elimination, 0-2-0-3. You're getting down to the point where you need to win a game or else you are going to go. Every other team has won a game so far, I believe. Not quite sure if Notre Dame has.
Yeah, and it would be really unfortunate to see this FSU team go out. I would personally be really upset. I think they're an incredibly exciting team if they can be a little porous at the back, you know.
I mean, they're not dead yet. Hard pointy demoed in the air by Duke, trying to put that ball away, but got demoed before they could touch the ball. Beach off that left side, going to give it to Hard pointy. Back towards that right side. Van going to be below, but Hattarabi going to get it. Not a good chance. Hard pointy just demos him out of the air. Left side, Van is hot, pushes it a bit too far. Beach forced to recover. Back middle, Van keeps it there. They're going to just try and get it forward. The Van having a much better game as they did against last year. Excuse me. Much better game against Pitt as they did that last game against Clemson.
Yes, and Hardpointy's playing a lot better. Hardpointy kind of playing that enforcer role, getting some bumps in, getting some demos in, making themselves known even if it isn't on the stat sheet, even if it isn't visible.
If you're struggling to hit the ball on net, you can just hit the other team. Is Enchilada off that left side? A rare miss, nearly an own goal. Enchilada stuffed again at the line. Van is hot, but it's it right. But it's not over. Enchilada centering for the Pitt teammate. Off the crossbar. Could be another one there. And finally, Duke puts it home. 2-1. Panthers get within a score.
Oh, it's just tough, sustained pressure that you can't really deal with if you're FSU. You're running out of boost. You're not able to do much. And as the tagline says, FSU looked a little completely lost.
A lot of accurate taglines tonight. FSU, power of the team has worked their way so far, but so has them. The chaos off the face-offs has been exactly what they need. FSU's been relying on uncertainty and chaos all night to try and get these goals in here. Duke stuffs it at the right time, right place, right time. That's knowing the rotation a bit better, but Pitt has to be perfect for the rest of this game. They're down 2-1, has only scored 2 goals last time. Back on that right side, Duke puts it right. Van is not the only one in the other end, but still highly contentious with that Pitt team. And that's what you saw against Clemson, but both of the whiffs right there came in at the wrong time. Stuffed at the line. Van has an opportunity to get this ball away. Towards the Pitt end they go. Beach pushes 2 away and somehow stays uncontested to fighting off 2 Panthers. Back in front, Duke goes up top, gives it to Van at the middle section. Hardpointy has the advantage. Bit of an offsides if we were playing soccer, but it's not. Beach, right side, off to Pointy. Oh, stuffed at the line. Hattarabi keeps this game alive for Pitt with a minute to go. Beach giving it back to Hardpointy. They'll get another chance. Top down, nobody hits it as Hattarabi going to be able to walk this out.
Quite frankly, I'm jumping up and down, Carson. I'm like a rabbit. This is insane. These 2 teams are playing great Rocket League. I'm loving what I'm seeing from both sides. And, you know, it just makes me wish more and more that Florida State would just get a little lucky and just squeak out a couple wins so that we could see them in the tournament play, because they're playing this hard in the group stage. Imagine what happens when it's win or go home.
Back on the right side, Enchilada off the top. What a goal! Pitt evens with 43 to go. And I cannot believe what I just saw off the top, off the wall. Enchilada squeeze, perfect rocket down low, and has every bit of space there. Tied from Pittsburgh, and wow.
Insane control. Welcome to calling an FSU Rocket League game, I suppose. This is just what happens. You're out of breath, you're losing your mind with excitement, but you're having a great time, and we are having a great time, even though I bet these players are absolutely quaking in their boots.
Yeah, I'd be shaking a little if I was one of these guys. Back in that Florida State zone, very dangerous right there. Panthers nearly had a chance, but Enchilada back on the defensive foot, gets demoed in the air by Beach, who had no boost, so no reply can come. Hard Pointy back up top, trying to loft one in. Enchilada barely taps it away, but Van able to try and hold it up for Beach. Taps it forward, dangling in front of the net. And that's not going to go anywhere there. Hadarubi right here. Last chance, trying to put it into the FSU goal, but touches the ground, and we have overtime for the 5th time on stream for Florida State.
5th time in a row, Carson.
Oh.
They love to just play a really long game, and Duke gonna get a shot off, and a great save from Beach. Wow.
Yeah, really led up to that. Enchilada just juke in front, moving it away, and Duke was not able to put it home. That's a little bit on Pitt there. Nobody really squeezed it too much. Just kind of made a mistake. Enchilada stifled at the middle, gonna get over to Beach. Beach trying to get rid of it. Really good hit right there, putting it forward. Hadarubi leaving it in the air for a Pitt player to grab. As Hard Pointy just punches him out of the air, gives him another chance at it.
Yeah, Van is hot now, trying to take it forward. Just needs to end this game quickly, and Beach will. Beach is gonna finish. FSU evens this tie up.
Oh my goodness, 1-1 game here, and now FSU has some signs of life. Went down 2-0 last time. Pitt still scored 2, but FSU scored 3 in rapid succession. 5 overtimes for Florida State here, and I mean, you gotta like it. Cardiac Seminoles so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it's incredible. It's incredible to watch. We're having a great time. I had something I wanted to say, and I forgot it, so that's okay. But I love calling. I'm going to start actively following the FSU Rocket League team just due to this today, because this is the high-stakes, high-action stuff that I love.
Sometimes it's a phrase I've used a few times before. It's a having fun competition for FSU. They are going to have more fun than you, and they are going to tire you out, get rid of your boost, and just leave the ball in front of the net, where you're going to be forced to play it with no boost and play it against an FSU player that's coming from 6 miles out at 500 miles an hour. It's a really interesting situation because 2 FSU players can keep the ball in that zone. They're very good at control, very good at analyzing what's going on, and having that extra player in the defensive end keeps it safe so they can be really aggressive, and keeps it smart so they can come and take a shot where they want to. FSU is taking advantage of what Pitt is doing, and is just kind of forcing them to play defense on the back end and forcing them to trying to get into that transition zone, and they just crush them when they do.
Absolutely, and you know, the defense was still a little porous, but they capitalized so much more on the open shots and the mistakes from, Pitt, different Big Cat team. They were able to be just a bit more clinical, and that's what led to them winning that second game.
Yeah, as confusing as it is to see Duke and Pitt in the same sentence there, it's kind of a little bit off for me, but Hard Pointy going to put it in front. Van cannot tap it away as Enchilada gets there first. Pointy back in that right end. Can have an opportunity as Enchilada's the only defender with boost, puts it in front, nearly forces an own goal as Beach knocks right into them, but Hadarubi going to able to put it wide. One more time in front, and what a score from Pointy! And that's exactly what I was talking about. From absolutely nowhere, Pointy nails one home.
Yeah, oh, what a pass from Van is hot. Pointy just is in the right situation at the right time. That is absolutely what you need there if you're FSU. Get a goal early, start to put pressure on this Pitt team. Van is hot, gonna try and center again. Beach, a nice pass from Van is hot to Beach there, but it's not gonna go anywhere. Hard Pointy, able to recover, keep control, good amount of boost, and a great play from Enchilada to clear.
For more fun analogies, FSU's lighting the kitchen on fire and beating you in every way. They can cook while the kitchen's on fire. Hadarubi puts it right, and it's more danger in front for the Pitt Panthers as they are able to put it wide. Not enough boost, there to really contest too much, as that's a really big advantage for Pitt. But FSU has played so well at a disadvantage that they're able to just keep themselves alive. Pitt, to their credit, not a lot of mistakes right here. Just a really good goal from FSU off rip, and another good chance in front. Enchilada, double commit, kind of keeps the offensive chance a bit low, have only real one shot at it before Van is going to be able to clear it with a teammate.
Yeah, that was a beautiful clear from Van. Got up at the right time, knew exactly what they had to do in order to keep that away. Enchilada, though, is everywhere. Van, a great contest. Hadarubi, though, manages to keep it. Gonna go up, gets by hard pointy. Beach with a great clearance into the corner.
FSU's putting so much pressure on this Pitt team that they're double committing in a way that we haven't seen on stream before, and they're really struggling on that defensive end. They'll both commit, trying to get a clear, and then in the transition game, they'll just kind of annihilate each other. Versus doing weird double commits where they'll both go the opposite way, then come back down. It's almost intentional. Hard pointy puts it to the right side, clears it away. Both players miss. It's going to leave Van to have a chance to put this one in front. Duke watching as Van puts it in front, and hard pointy in and scores 2-0 Seminoles.
That connection has so much chemistry. Once again, Van, an incredibly similar situation. A nice cross lofted into the back post, and hard pointy just is exactly where they need to be to finish. 2-0 Seminoles. They're in a great position, but we know that this can flip on its head in just an instant.
What if Braun and Wade were in Tallahassee instead of Miami? Back towards that right front, Van nearly scores. Enchilada keeping the Pitt Panthers alive with 3 minutes to go. And this one's going a lot slower than the other one. Feels like so much action in front. The Panthers just not able to collect. They're playing defense well, but they can't handle FSU in the air. Beach puts it on net. What a shot. Duke able to collect very efficiently.
Yeah, that was a great shot, and I mean, the defensive play from Pitt has been impressive, if not up to snuff to where it was in the first game. Gets a nice shot here and a great save from Beach. Beach is all over. Enchilada recovers back into the center, and hard pointing again. The rotations are really, really solid right now from FSU, keeping them in this game, keeping them in the lead.
Oh my gosh, Van! Off the wall, everybody misses and nobody can collect that goal. Oh my goodness, Duke with that was a very bad whiff. That was almost disaster, but nobody, luckily for them, on the Seminole side ready to collect a goal. Then Van in front, gonna push it up. That's a really interesting opportunity. He's got it off the wall there. Two Seminoles kind of waiting in the wings. Beach back off the wall, pointy in front. Has to beat one, can't beat two. Duke demos them. The ball's over to Beach. And you're just seeing how much pressure FSU puts on them. You really cannot get out of the zone. FSU is just unable to let them out.
Yeah, FSU, they're smothering. They're really smothering right now. They're putting in good crosses. Van is hot, is marauding down the wing like a prime Neymar-type player, putting in horrifying crosses that are so difficult to deal with from Pitt. They're just in exactly the wrong spots. It's really impressive play. Gonna get a chance now, though, Duke, but Van is hot with a nice clearance yet again. Enchilada where they need to be. Try and go for it. Whiffs. Van is hot, another good clearance.
You're forcing Pitt to try and have individual players play well together, and I mean, they do play well together. They're a really good team, but they struggle a lot when they can't play with each other, and it's forcing double commits, triple commits in some scenarios that have led to goals off the wall. Here's another great chance, but nobody's there to collect. They're playing really conservatively, and it's costing them with a minute to go.
Duke now going to get another chance, and you're running out of time now if you're Pitt. Hadarubi just knocks one down. It's not there, and a great save from Van is hot and Beach together. That was the chance. You got to feel like that was the chance with a minute left to put yourself back in this game if you're Pitt.
Off the crossbar, that is one heartbreaking ding. You may have just heard Duke left side has another chance at it, but really little time remaining. A good demo, but nobody was there to score. Left side, Hadarubi. Have to now watch as hard pointing, going to take some time off the clock with an offensive chance, but here's a long shot. Van has to connect her. They're going to score off the wall. Hadarubi brings it within one. 20 seconds to go. That's enough time for Pitt to try and bring this to overtime.
Absolutely. Pitt can and may capitalize on another mistake here. That was a mistake there from Van. Didn't quite get up to it, and it just allowed a complete domination in the air from Pitt. Now they've got to look for just one more. Van is not going to get an easy chance. Off rip, Duke with a nice save keeps them alive.
Yeah, whether or not they score here, they're taking off a bunch of time. A full 10 seconds taken away from Pitt here. Van is hot, just kind of holding it in the air in a really good squeeze. They use that boost forward, but it's going to be a closing goal from Beach, who turns Pitt into a whale there, stuck on the shore. 2 seconds remain, and FSU has sealed this one.
Yeah, that'll wrap it up. Pitt showed a lot of fight. I'm excited for Game 4. I am absolutely positive that it's going to be a barn burner. These are two very even teams. Happy to see Florida State putting it all together, though. Great stuff.
Yeah, they're going to have to score here and not let it touch the ground on the face-off next time in front. I mean, here's a chance. Duke, ooh, whiffs left side. And Florida State going to move on to 2-1 here after going down 1-0. Really good reply from the Seminoles. They'll move to 2-1 in this series and hopefully get out of the zero column in wins. They need to win Game 4 to win, obviously, the overall series. Best of 5 here in the round-robin format. Best of 7 once we move to the semis and the finals. We've got this game, one more game, and then after that will be semis and finals. The 1 and 4 seed will play, the 2 and 3 seed will play, and the 5 seed will be eliminated. And that's what we're kind of talking about here with Florida State. They are on the ropes. They need this win or they will not make it.
Yeah, and I don't want to see them go home. I want to see them in a best-of-7 series. Could you imagine? It's just so many hype moments. Just so much going on. I mean, they've been absolutely farming moments of complete brilliance so far. I mean, I'd like to see more.
My reel from this might just be Florida State. Like it just might.
Quite frankly, yeah, that could be what I'm looking at with extreme interest. Really excited to see this next game. We're gonna hop into it quite soon. Florida State looking to bring the hammer down and finish this game where it is.
Yeah, and Florida State here in Pitt. I mean, you have to acknowledge Pitt did really well against Syracuse, but also you don't really know. These teams have been playing really well against each other. I don't think there's a clear favorite tonight. I think any given time, any team can win. I mean, you saw 2-0, or Florida State go down 2-0 to Clemson and collect themselves and nearly bring it back, and they had Clemson on the ropes.
Yeah, and the NCAA tournament has been real chalky this year. You're looking at a lot of wins for teams that are lower seeded, or higher seeded, excuse me. You're looking at the favorites generally tend to win. This right here, folks, is the real March Madness. And if you're not tuning in, then you're missing out.
You're missing out. You really are. And two teams on the bubble. We just mentioned Florida State, Syracuse, obviously in the same position. If they win, they'll be going up to 2-1. They're ahead 2-1 right now of, I believe, Clemson, who we saw Florida State struggle mightily with until Game 3 when they suddenly decided they were going to come alive. Same case was for here, Game 2. They did a really good job. Back in towards their offensive end, though, for Pitt. They've really struggled right here. Pitt needs to capitalize on these chances. Florida State's probably had this ball on their own end for the longest they've had all night.
Yeah, to what you said before, the Tigers are an incredibly good team, and to see our Orange go up against them, go toe-to-toe with them, it's really promising. As you said, any given team could win this tournament. I would not be surprised.
It's really tragic that somebody has to go, and I'm wondering where Notre Dame is at in terms of elimination if both of these teams won. Because they need to have Syracuse at 2-1, 1-2. We'll have to see how their matchup forms out. I believe they're on the bye right now. Ruby in front, and he scores. Pitt 1-0. That's just a beautiful job.
Yeah, it's a nice flip reset there, and then to absolutely dominate Hardpointy and finish that right there. It's really big for Pitt to get this thing going. They cannot lose this game. They absolutely cannot.
Absolutely. Flip reset goal there. Just wonderful. You've seen how well Ruby's been playing defensively. Comes alive offensively, just like Enchilada, who's probably the star in Pitt's game against Syracuse. Two amazing goals, very low-scoring team, but very good on the defense. I think if you score 3 goals so far, you would have beaten Pitt every single time in terms of box scores. Ruby back left side. Just kind of watching in front, and not much you can do there. Van with a rocket off that right side. I mean, you're watching this right here where there's no boost on that Pitt side, and Hardpointy is just going to give it to his teammate and go, hello, goodbye, one-timer goal.
Knock me down. There you go. That's a goal for the Seminoles.
Really good reference.
Thank you.
We love a good reference on this show. Not this show. It's not a show. It's a live stream.
It's a live stream. We're having a great time live. We can say whatever.
No, we cannot. Hardpointy off that right side, going for anything in front. A really good move, and just scores with Beach's help. 2-1. Seminoles answer real quick to themselves, really.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, they've scored 2 unanswered now. Pitt's flailing. They're in the water. They're trying to swim, and their arms just aren't moving quite right, and which you don't usually see out of a big cat. But it's wonderful stuff. for the Seminoles. I'm glad to see them playing so well. They've become a bit of a favorite of mine, if you couldn't tell.
Not great for the Oranges. They move down to Game 5 in that other game going on right now. They're really on the brink. If FSU can win here, they're going to put Syracuse above them still because FSU lost 3-1 to them. We'll obviously have to see how the last round plays out. Duke in front, trying with that Pitt team get an opportunity. Hadarubi looking for Duke in that right end. Off the wall, most dangerous chance all night, and Enchilada puts it towards that right side, or watches as FSU does it. Van towards that middle side. Duke stopping Hadarubi, pushing forward, annihilated. Van is hot with a chance in the top right, hits the crossbar. Almost a sealed deal right there with how low Pitt's scoring has been.
Yeah, you got to put that on target, and it just clanged. It just clanged. It's not what you want to see, but the plethora of chances that FSU has had, I'm sure they'll get another one.
I mean, goalies, when you hear that ping, you are like, whew, I really hope they didn't go in, but I'm fairly certain that that was a very lucky chance, and you have to just think the polls sometimes. Sometimes they're your best goalie. Sometimes they are. Van trying to really get another chance in front, or get a chance away from in front, and Pitt has just centered the ball so much. They've been more aggressive. They've done exactly what they need to do, but they cannot finish. In front, Arubi, right side, trying to get this goal in this net, or rather this ball in this net for a goal. They just are unable to do much of anything. Duke back up top, putting it forward. Beach able to intercept.
Duke applying so much pressure and getting absolutely nothing out of it. But FSU will eventually start to run out of boost. They managed to clear it. They're going to get a bit of breathing time. They're going to get to rotate, get to refill the boost, and kind of take a breather before Pitt comes down and attacks again. Van is hot, going to try and fire off. But here comes Duke, and a nice save from Hardpointy to keep this thing 2-1.
I don't know if Hardpointy just like was really fast, but oh my goodness, you have to hit that, Beach. You have to hit that. Oh my, a minute and 30 remaining. FSU has squandered 2 chances, basically would be up 4-1 in another reality right now. Talk about the multiverse. Pitt's glad they're in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-1 is a lot more scary than 2-1. And Hardpointy trying to create something, trying to force maybe an own goal. Pitt is having trouble dealing with it. They're not getting anything. Beach going to try and center again. Hadarubi needs to get it out if they're going to create some offense and tie this game.
Look at how much Pitt is struggling to do anything. It's just like Thanksgiving. Back on that left side, Duke pushing it forward off that right side, and that's a cross bar down save. Pitt keeps themselves alive with a minute to go. Another chance in front, put away by Enchilada. This is Pitt's first time in the offensive zone for a minute. Back on that right side, Enchilada leaves it in front. Van able to clobber that one away. Back towards that right side, Duke contesting Van, just both racing to the front of the net. It's solid for Boost, or Beach rather, Boost on the Beach. As Hardpoint goes that right side, left up top, nearly goes bar down, but Pitt keeps their defense stalwart.
Oh my goodness, yeah, Pitt's defense is the only thing, and a couple of whiffs, should I say. Enchilada's gonna equalize with less than 30 seconds
What a
left.
demo!
Oh my goodness. More cinema out of FSU, some new cinema out of Pitt. You love to see it. We're sitting in the movie theater right now. We got our popcorn and our candy.
This must be like 4D. The screen just exploded. 2-2. 27 seconds remain. Who is going to come out on top and try and find their way out of this round robin in the ACEC tournament? Van is hot, demoed by Enchilada. Or other way around. Van is hot, demos Enchilada. Right side, Hadarubi. Chance squandered, put away. Enchilada, 12 seconds remain. Pitt in the offensive end. Have FSU on the ropes here. Some momentum their way. 5 seconds remain. I think Van is going to want to let this one go to overtime. But Pitt not ready for that just yet. They go off the wall. Left side, one more opportunity, but Van is hot going to let it drop. 2-2 overtime. This one with Pitt on the brink.
Yeah, this is more FSU overtime. They took a break from overtime for the last game, but they're right back in their familiar home. They've won, I think, all but one of their overtime matches so far. And they'll need to win another one here if they want to end this series. Hadarubi going to get a chance, going to put one up, and a great save from Van to keep things knotted and keep this game alive.
Panthers have all the momentum in the world. Duke up top, great chance. Double commit from FSU does not go too bad. They keep it on that other end. Beach barely last line of defense, able to keep themselves alive. Left side, Van and Hardpointy watches. Duke puts it towards the middle. Van, oh my goodness, nearly scores an own goal with Duke's help. Very smart play right there. Hardpointy in the air, trying to hand it off to an FSU player. They will. Van off the crossbar. Bar down! FSU gets their first win, 3-2. The Seminoles clobber Pittsburgh in an overtime fiesta.
Absolutely an overtime fiesta for the Seminoles. That was a great, I really liked that wording. This was a crazy one, and FSU finally gets the win that they deserve. You love to see this. You absolutely, it's amazing.
Van is hot. 2 saves, 2 goals right there. Syracuse up 4-2 as they head down the stretch, so we'll have to look right there. FSU moving themselves away from the bubble. Those are 2 really tough losses. You want to see this FSU team move on if you're a fan of all things fun. If you are any of the teams playing, the last thing you want to see is FSU again, as Syracuse, as I look towards my right, just scored another goal, 5-2. Someone is winning. I'm not sure which orange it is, but Syracuse is winning. Master Hand from the Smash Bros. Streams is talking to me still on the right side. We'll have to see who gets a little better on the stretch right there, but you saw how tough Clemson was. Syracuse beat FSU, but couldn't beat Pitt. So, I mean, we have a bit of a triangle here where it's a bit more like Pokemon types right here, fire, water, and grass.
I agree. I would love to know personally how Notre Dame is doing. I think they may be the odd team out. They did not look great in their first game. They're on the bye currently, and I like their record. I just have no idea. I don't think they looked all that good. I think they could be the odd team out in this.
We'll have to see. They'll play FSU. If they're 2-1 right now, they'll play FSU. But we'll have to see if Syracuse wins this game against Clemson. I believe Notre Dame will be knocked out based on results. Previously results.
Math. Math.
Yeah, math.
Somehow.
Simple
I don't
math.
have to take a math class ever again.
I do. But we'll be right back in a few moments with Pittsburgh. I lied. Syracuse playing Notre Dame. We'll see Syracuse on the brink. And if they win, or we'll see Pitt on the we will see Notre Dame on the brink versus Syracuse in the next streamed matchup. Thank you very much for staying with me while I try to jumble my way through that. But thank you very much for watching as well. ACECU action bringing to you the last game of the round robin. Up next. Thank you very much for watching.
Hello and welcome back. What a series, both off stream and on stream there, Rowan. We had a 3-2 victory for Syracuse and a 3-1 victory for Florida State. I mean, there were just some matches happening, and honestly, it was crazy, but it did give us a little bit more in terms of results.
That's right. So many barn burners this afternoon. Like, it just overtime after overtime, close game, really intense stuff. But the stakes of this game for Syracuse, it is a little more fun. With a loss, Syracuse will slot in as the 3 seed and face Clemson as the 2 seed. And with a win, Syracuse will bump back up to the 2 seed and play Clemson in the 3 seed. So the Tigers and the Orange are really going to get to know each other no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, that's the good thing, right? Syracuse has solidified themselves. They will be good. They will be moving forward. They will not be the team that gets knocked out, which means they get to, either way you're going up against Clemson most likely, right? Assuming you and I did our bracketology correctly.
Right, bracketology.
There we go. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, I totally stole that for March Madness. But anyways, assuming that we did everything correctly, either way you're going up against Clemson, right? But you get to move forward. And the good thing about that is this game against Notre Dame, right? Clemson played them all the way earlier, like 2.5 hours ago, if you can remember that far. Right. About 2.5 hours ago, Clemson and Notre Dame played. Right, and Notre Dame had some good scores against Clemson, right? It was not an easy win for Clemson by any means. Now, yes, I think it was a 3-0, but it was still a lot of goals were made from Notre Dame's side, right? And so Syracuse now gets to kind of experiment against this Notre Dame team and make any changes that they want to throw up against them that they may want to throw up against Clemson going forward into today's bracket.
It's a really good point. It's like they can really try whatever they want here. And they just played Clemson. They took them down. I don't believe that game was televised. During it, it was Pitt FSU. But while that was going on, Syracuse played Clemson. They walked out they won the series in 5 games. And I'll be really interested to see what they throw at Notre Dame here. Definitely a more defensive team as we are right into the action here.
Yeah, exactly.
We're here. All right.
Right
here we
into
go.
the action. 15 seconds in.
Right into it, 15 seconds in. Syracuse, Notre Dame. Getting things started right off rip is Notre Dame pushing it to the orange side. Carr was a very notable player when Notre Dame took on Clemson earlier in the day. We'll see if that translates against the orange as Lindell is high up in the air. Baby leading the charge for the orange as we jump early into this game. Centering pass, Tasty Towns takes advantage. Orange strike first. Just 39 seconds into the contest, Syracuse wasting no time.
Yeah, and that's that style of passing right over to Tasty, and then a beautiful score into the goal there for Syracuse. The aggressive play into the passing play, and this is where Syracuse is kind of like you just get to practice, right? Get these passes down. This is what plays well to you, right? This is what you're good at, and if you do it correctly, you have some beautiful shots like the one you just made, right? And that is what we need to see more of from Syracuse for basically the rest of the series, and obviously coming off of a 3-0 victory, or just a victory in general, is going to look great for that momentum going forward, obviously.
Ryan, we casted the game against Pitt, and a big issue that the Orange showcased was their ball movement was a little sloppy. It wasn't as prominent as we would have liked, and I'm hoping that that's something that they could maybe polish up against the Irish before they take on the Tigers in the semis.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, though, as Syracuse, they're keeping a lot of pressure up against the Notre Dame team at the moment, right? Able to keep that ball basically in their control. It's going well for Syracuse, right? And they're able to look again. Tasty going to look for something, but can't quite find it. Excuse me, that was Lindell. Baby will now send it off the corner, off to Notre Dame, and no one's there to finish it. But Syracuse, I mean, this is just beautifully well played from them right now, keeping this control.
They are really aggressive here as Notre Dame tries to get out of it with a big clear there. Baby's heading towards the sidewall here. 29 boost in a dream, not enough as it's off the ceiling and on the floor. Syracuse, though, fighting for it, 50-50. Lindell, last line of defense, whiffs, and Notre Dame takes advantage. It's Erical notching this game up at 1 apiece with 3:10 to play.
Yeah, I mean, Lindell couldn't quite find it, and because of that, Baby not able to go through and able to find it either, and then good goal from Notre Dame. And that's like, those are the things that if you're Syracuse, you've got to clean up, right? You've got to make sure you don't let teams like Clemson take control of that when you go up against them later, because they will, right? All these teams are very, very close together, and because of that, you can't be, making those whiffs, right? You can't be missing that ball in that defense, and that's sort of something that Syracuse needs to really perfect here in this match against Notre Dame.
You're right, absolutely. You can't show imperfections against Notre Dame, a team that is now just 1-3 in this tournament. Clemson is a little more highly touted, and they're much more likely to sniff out those errors. As Syracuse really pushing the pace here against Notre Dame, stuffing it in their end. They've kept it in Notre Dame's half for a large majority of this contest as the Irish look to move up here, and that they do. They're in the corner now here. Erical looking for a centering pass. Back passes to Karkar, who misses, and Gababy now leading the charge for the Orange. Just over the goal here as Erical is following it into his corner. He's got it. Lindell following it with an air shot. And it's Karkar moving it up the field here. Gababy stops it in the air, floating in the air slowly, softly, puts it towards net, and it's Lindell to clean it up for the Orange.
Yeah, we approach 2 minutes here. Syracuse, I like the aggressive play. A nice little double tap off the ground from Gababy. A little bit more interesting of a play there as Lindell now off the corner sends it right on over to Tacey. Can't quite find the connect. Gababy back at midfield. A good rotate from Syracuse. And this is what you want to see more of, right? The good rotates, the good passing, the good team play. This is what is textbooks Syracuse Rocket League, and Tasty with another one will find a nice goal off Gababy's pass.
Gababy with a good 50 there, good win, and Tasty Tow's right place, right time. That's a centering pass, and when you get one of those, you got to be there.
Yep.
And Tasty Tow's knows that, and now Syracuse has jumped out to another comfortable 1-0 lead. A minute 50 to play here for the Orange and the Fighting Irish. Irish winning the kickoff there as Karkar puts it center, no one there to clean it up. And here's Mr. Lindell now going up the left wall, pinches it on the ground, sticks with it just outside here, and Tasty Tow's will go for a centering pass. Gababy with a 50, nothing for it, but Lindell looks to fly in the air. Miscalculates. Syracuse still with possession here. Lindell picks up a full boost packet, and he is next up on the ball. Gets past it, though, is Notre Dame. Gababy now looking to make something happen. This ball is just stifling in front of the net. Very slow moving. It's uncomfortable for both sides, but Tasty Tao sending it towards the Irish net. Centering pass. Erical misses it a little bit. Lindell, another pass, and Notre Dame. Really good defense. Way to get it out of their zone.
Yeah, with a minute left here, Gababy clears it out and now going to look for an offensive play here. Alfonso will look for something but can't quite find the connect. Lindell sends through, clears it off to the right side of the field. Now Tasty sends it to the middle. There's Gababy off the double tap. Is it there? It's not quite there, but it could have been beautiful.
That's a high-risk, high-reward play for the Syracuse Orange. Left no one back, but Gababy is able to make a speedy recovery to keep this one-goal cushion still alive. Karkar now looking to send things the other way. Notre Dame with just 30 seconds to notch this game up at 2. Lindell sends it to the side wall. Tasty Towers is up top, and Lindell's trying to advance the ball upfield for the Orange. It's Karkar with possession now. Lindell battering in between him. And here's Gababy with the 50. 15 seconds now left to play. Lindell. And here's Gababy centering it for the Orange. Really great pressure, and Tasty Towers is there. The Gababy Tasty Towers connection. 2 of the 3 goals have been that way this contest. 10 seconds to play. Syracuse with the 2-goal cushion. It's looking good for the Orange.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see, right? And, you know, one thing I want to mention that we haven't really touched on too much is last year, right, when we had this tournament, we saw the Syracuse team, but not this one, right? Brand new team for this one specifically. Obviously, we followed them throughout the year in other tournaments, but for this specifically, right, this Syracuse team is not the same that competed last year in this tournament, as Syracuse will take this one. And one thing that was interesting, one thing that's very interesting in their play style that I want to mention is one very specific thing. Last year, we saw a lot of pinches, a lot of 50-50s. That's how this team liked to play, right? And because of that, it made the game very fast-paced, right? There was a lot of just individual value play. One thing that we're seeing with this new roster, this new set of players, is they don't typically play for the pinch. Now, not many teams do anyways. That was what made a little bit of a unique factor for last year's Syracuse roster, but for this one, it's a lot more of that team play. Like you said, 2 out of those 3 goals made were an assist from Gababy directly to Tasty, and that is exactly what you want to see, right? That is a team that has synergized over months of playing together and can now do this, and this is what makes Syracuse a scary team, right? Like, even if they lose this and come 3rd seed or win this and go 2nd seed, this is a team that has the ability, just like any of the other teams here, to really take it far within this tournament tonight.
Absolutely, Brian. And a big theme that we hitched on at the beginning of this tournament was the rotations from Syracuse and just the synergy that you spoke of, a lot of chemistry. And throughout this whole tournament, a lot of these teams have evolved and proved that they're not what we once thought they were. I thought Clemson was a very one-sided offensive-heavy team, and they proved that they can be, they can show some defensive prowess. Syracuse, though, sticking to those roots, as you said, with synergy and working well together, and it's proven well against Notre Dame, and it did against Clemson last series. As we hop into game 2 here, we'll see if the chemistry continues to bubble and flow for the Syracuse Orange. Tasty Towers will get things started for SU with an air dribble attempt. And here comes Notre Dame looking to get this ball out of their zone. They've seen it in their half for a large chunk of the day today. And here's Lindell now with the line of defense. And Notre Dame will strike first with a nice little goal from Carr 75. Notre Dame up 1-0, 18 seconds. That's all it took for them to strike first.
Yeah, and Syracuse, they looked to just play a little bit more passive there, and kind of saw that they definitely played against them there. And one thing I want to see from any of these teams, really, that is very common in Rocket League is the demo play, right? We haven't seen very many demo plays. Now, earlier, when we were on the desk for the first time here, Rowan, we did talk about how we were talking about how Baby said one specific comment. He's low on boost, go for a demo, and then we can go for a goal, right? I want to see more of that specifically. I mean, to be able to disrupt teams, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing for Syracuse, is especially as they get more in this team play, the only way to stop them is going to be through the demos, right? The only way to stop a big team like Pittsburgh is going to be through those demos, right? And you have to put on any sort of bumps or some sort of stoppage to that team.
Completely agree, and I don't think people realize how valuable a demo actually is, as we see one right there from Karkar. It eliminates a player from the game. It's like a power play in hockey, just for a brief moment. You're 2v3 for a moment, and that can really shift the game tide. So I'd love to see more demos out of SU. As a shot's fired toward net, off the crossbar and down, not low enough. Lindell unable to sink that one, as Tasty Towers is there for the second chance, but he can't quite get it. Gababy now managing the ball in the orange half. Air dribbling here with a full tank of boost. Just looking to make something happen. A double commit there for Notre Dame, but Erical is there as the third man back. Gababy now trying to heal up on boost, as Lindell has a full tank, and he is demoed by Erical. Here we go, a little demolition as we just spoke of. Here comes Syracuse now looking to make something happen. Kicks to Lindell. Gababy chases, and it's no good. Lindell's got it, though, at center field. Karkar looks to hit. Erical, no boost. Not a ton of boost for the Notre Dame side, and when you don't have a lot, you can't quite make a play develop. So not much going on there for the Irish.
Yeah, this is where Syracuse, go back to some of those changes. Gababy, a long shot comes out from midfield, and beautiful goal there. Once again, we see an assist, though, right? Gababy gets it off that pinch and sends it down. A beautiful redirect into the goal there, and Syracuse evens this up at 3 minutes. But, this is the thing, right? Syracuse, you get to experiment, and we are seeing a little bit of that, right? We're seeing a little bit of these changes and how they want to play. We're seeing a little bit more of a passivity type of play style coming out from them as well, right? Some small changes, some small adjustments, just seeing what works, right? And that's sort of the glory about Syracuse winning that game against Clemson earlier. Even though it was a 5-map series, they've solidified their place. They don't got to get worried about knocked out, right? So now they can really take that time to make some small changes and see what works best for them as a team.
Here's Towers now for the Orange. And Karkar in the corner. Gababy, opportunity for a centering pass. Can't quite nail it, though. Lindell also looking to be aggressive. A beautiful pop there from Notre Dame, as they're now on the offense. And Gababy with just a little boost, but it's enough to make that save there. We're notched at 1 here with 2:20 to play. Notre Dame looking to be aggressive here. Erical on the left side. He's got people in the center looking to make something happen. Here he goes up, no good. Lindell looks to contain, and Gababy does the job for him as he's in the air, advancing the ball forward for the Orange. Back to Lindell. Karkar clears. Erical would be the man, but Tasty Towers goes up. Karkar retains. Here he goes. Gababy with a great 50, sends it way upfield for Syracuse.
Yeah, and now Syracuse gets to be aggressive once more on this offensive side. Tasty is there. Lindell sends it, centers it. There it is, but not quite, as there will be a defender there for the side of Notre Dame. Not going to let that ball quite connect. But Syracuse already back on that rotate, something that we've mentioned a couple times here. Really good at not triple committing. That's been one thing that Syracuse has been great at all year long, is they do not triple commit, and we can see that on that offensive play.
Here's Gababy now up in the air, gets the flip, reset, but can't quite convert. Karkar challenged him in the air, and here's Alfro looking to make a play. 50-50, he's still in the air with 42 boost. Gababy's got a full tank, though, and makes work of it. Up again now is Gababy, sends it to the right side, and Lindell's able to clean it up. Able to center. Towers was ready for it, but the Irish were more ready for it. Stuffed it to the side. Here's Gababy now with an attempt. Lindell back pass to Towes, and Towes will continue to advance this ball upfield for the Orange. We're notched at 1 with a minute to play, and Towes smokes one to the bottom right. Syracuse jumps out to a 1-goal lead with 54 to play.
Beautiful passing there, right off the wall to Gababy and down to Tasty. That was a beautiful 3-person pass. That is what you want to see in Rocket League right there, Rowan, is beautiful team play. 3 members on the field, and all 3 using their tanks, using their mobility to the fullest. That is what you want to see from Syracuse. If from any game going forward, that is exactly how you want to play it, and that was just beautifully executed from the Orange.
It really was. Working together as a team, it's beautiful to watch, and it paid off there. We've got 35 seconds to play now. Syracuse has no plans of slowing down the aggression here as they're looking to keep this ball in the Notre Dame side for the final 30 seconds of play. It's Gababy off the wall, looking to make something happen here. 2 men to beat, but a full tank of boost off the back wall. Drops it down for Lindell, and he converts. This Syracuse team is cooking. They feel each other well. They know where each other is going to be. It's just beautiful teamwork.
Yeah, I mean, fakes the double tap and gets a defender from Notre Dame to go for it, drops it straight down, and Lindell just walks it right into the goal there. Syracuse up 2 will likely take this map as well, going 2-0 in this series. A beautiful way to get themselves going. I mean, Syracuse, they're trying some new things. They're perfecting this passing. They're perfecting this team play. We're seeing that happen. It's doing so well. Another one goes in. Gababy sends it off. Double tap. There it is. Beautiful from Syracuse. A 3-0 lead will send them up, going 2-0 against Notre Dame now.
These Orange friends are flowing nicely. These passing plays are great, and we saw some mechanical brilliance with a double tap, really connecting all sides of a flowing offense.
Yeah.
This Syracuse squad, really, really good stuff to see here. There hasn't been a lot of great, or not great, but a lot of super flashy mechanical moments of really most of these teams, but you love to see a double tap or something like that out of Gababy. You know he's got that in the arsenal as Syracuse takes this one home, 4-1. Impressive team showcase there, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, right? It's not nothing flashy, right? Now I did, lose it a little bit on that 3-man pass, but that's because that is perfect Rocket League, right? That is what you want to see. That is how you want to execute a lot of these plays. I mean, look, I picked up a controller. I picked up the M&K before, and I've tried it. It's hard to keep that car up in the air. It really, really is. And so when you're able to not only get yourself up in the air, but to maneuver that car and the other 2 of your teammates doing it just so perfectly to where you hit the ball to the other one off the ground, bounce it, and able to find a goal, that is what you want to see. That is perfect team play in Rocket League. And obviously, we know a lot of these players have the mechanical prowess to do the fun stuff. We've obviously seen some flip resets. We've seen some double taps. But you can't deny how good it is to watch good team play.
It feels smooth, and it makes you feel confident in
It
whatever
does.
team you're rooting for.
Yeah.
If your main player isn't on their absolute A game, being able to rely on your other folks and dish them the rock and have them make a play in the net, it's a good feeling. And
It is.
seeing Syracuse connect on all 3 cylinders of their team is definitely satisfying.
Yeah, trust is the biggest thing, right? In any team game, right? Especially a game like Rocket League where you have to trust that, your teammate's not going to whiff a defense, right? Or they're not going to go wide on a cross, right? You have to trust that. And you can see that when we see this pass play from Syracuse, right? They trust each other. We mentioned earlier that there's a little bit of trust that happened in Game 1 against Florida State, and when that happened, we saw some defenses. It was a double commit on the defense, and they ended up losing a goal or 2, right? And we're seeing some major improvements come out from Syracuse in just the matter of 4 games, right? This trust in this team and the warming up of this team, and you can see that right now.
You absolutely can. And something cool about trust is that it doesn't really fade. You'll trust your team quite a bit. I mean, mechanical things, they can be kind of inconsistent, but trusting your teammates, that's something that won't really go anywhere for Syracuse. So I'm excited to see how that translates as we get deeper and the stakes get higher in this tournament. 0-0 here with almost a minute played, and Syracuse on the offensive, as we saw a lot of last game. Lindell fires a shot towards net. It's just far right, and Alfro will take this one for Notre Dame. Advancing it upfield here, a whiff from Tasty Towes. Gababy's in awkward spacing here, but he's able to clear it out. And it's now up to Erical here. Oh, correction, Karkar shoots it upfield here. Gababy's the man to beat, and he will not allow it. Stuffs it here, and it's Gababy leading the offensive charge now for the Orange. He's got Tasty Towes in a good position to get a redirect, and that he does! Disgusting passing play. Gababy to Lindell. Boy, that was magic.
I mean, like, you could just from that angle that we were watching it from, Rowan, you could just see it. I can hear Gababy saying, hey, I'm going to center this, I'm centering this, I'm centering this. And then Tasty, boom, right?
Boom.
So smooth, right? Like you were saying, smooth, it's simple, it's tasty. And that is what you want to see from Syracuse. Beautiful passing play once more, team play once more. Syracuse, they're feeling themselves right now, and I mean, it makes sense.
It's got to feel good. It's a tough game, and when you can pull off something like that, as smooth as that, it's got to feel good. The Orange riding that high, a 1-0 high here with 3 minutes 25 to play. Tao's center, no one there for it, and he sticks with it, though. Erical challenges, and Syracuse continuing to apply this pressure on the Fighting Irish side. A lot of time spent here, making it their new residence. Gababy goes for a double tap, can't quite get it. It's Lindell shadowing Alfro here, but Tao's intercepts, and it's Gababy trying to retain here. He's got Lindell centered, and doesn't look to make it. Looks to make the play by himself. Gets the 50. Opportunity to center here. Erical pushes it up. Karkar looks for the redirect, can't quite get it, and it's Lindell looking to make the play for the Orange.
I really liked how Lindell played that. Either didn't go up to try to match Karkar on that aerial, just played back and waited for it, right? And just because of that, we saw a beautiful rotate. Lindell was able to clear that ball out, and even though Notre Dame's on the offensive side, Lindell and the rest of Syracuse are going to be able to look for some of this boost, and immediately they're back on this offensive side here.
Syracuse in good positioning here. A little bit of an awkward spacing for Gababy, but it's Lindell up for it. Alfro beats him, but there's not another Notre Dame person to accompany him. Tasty Taos will take control, and Gababy hammers it down. Here's Alfro up, just misses it. Had a good angle on it if he could make connection. And here's Taos, he goes for it as well. Lindell cleans up the rest. And it's Taos as the next man up here. Erical on the back wall, sends it up. Ready to make a play here for this Irish. They've got 2 minutes to notch this up at 1 apiece. Erical shoots it down to the corner, and it's Karkar. Kicks it to Taos, and the Orange will look to start on offense once more.
Yeah, very well played coming out from Syracuse, right? We saw them get aggressive there. They were setting up a pass play. The demo came in onto Gababy immediately. You see Lindell kites on back to their side of the field and looks for a defense as Gababy comes back in and respawns. And beautifully well done, a great defense. Didn't triple commit, didn't overcommit in any way, and they were able to find a good rotate on that defensive side. And now once more Syracuse on the on the defense here, looking to get themselves back on the offense.
This ball a little stagnant here. A lot of players low on boost, which means the ball's going to move very slow. You can't get too much velocity on it. Lindell was looking to clear, but couldn't quite do it. Gababy with no boost gets a little tap. Erical looking to center here, and it's Lindell above the net and sends it to the corner. A safe spot for the Orange. Here's Gababy now with control. Bit of a miscommunication there, but it's no problem for the Orange. A rare one. They usually communicate very, very nicely. And here's Gababy now with an opportunity for a good shot there, but he couldn't quite seal it. A minute remaining now as we head into the final moments of Game 2 here. And Tasty Taos will take it as opposed to Gababy, who also had ideas. And here goes the Irish. Oh, no, okay, it is Mr. Lindell who shoots it down. Really good opportunity there for Syracuse. As we approach halfway here, Gababy sends it to the corner, and it's Lindell. This Syracuse Orange squad, they're not letting anything get past them. 0 goals scored for the Irish.
Yeah, I'm really proud of this defense coming out from Syracuse. I mean, they're not overcommitting really at all. They're being safe in how things happen. And Gababy with just a simple little dribble downfield and sends it off. A nice little flip into the goal, and that will likely solidify Syracuse's 3-0 victory against Notre Dame and will solidify themselves, I believe, like I said, if we did our math correctly, as 2nd seed there. But I mean, this is just this Syracuse team, I mean, coming off this game, coming off this series, going into this next half of the bracket, this is exactly how you want to play it, right? This is exactly how you want to feel. You're going to feel happy. You're going to feel that momentum really drive forward as you go forward into this bracket. And, I mean, if you're Syracuse, this is basically the perfect situation for you.
It's what you should expect going into the game. I mean, statistically, Notre Dame has not showed up nearly as much as teams like Pitt, Clemson, and now Syracuse. So going into this contest against the Irish, you don't want to give them any hope, and you also don't want to stress yourself out.
They're going for it.
Are they going for the no respect goal 0 seconds?
Oh.
You can't quite do it. Hits the ground. That would be fun.
It would have been, you know, I mean, if you're that proves, you know, Syracuse is having a good time, right? And that's you should be. I mean, you are looking really, really good right now, and you took some good games. I mean, look, Florida State, that was a very, very good game that they had against Pittsburgh that we just watched, right? And they won that too, you know. Obviously, Syracuse lost to Pittsburgh. They beat Florida State. Like this is where things can get really, really interesting because these teams are just juggling around, and there really is. I mean, I'm looking right here, with those notes, right? 3-1, 3-1, 3. Like everyone is right there. Everyone has the same score line going into this next part of the bracket, and this is where things can get very intense, and where teams need to stay calm and need to stay collected and trust one another.
That's going to be a really key factor going into these next couple games. It is really interesting. There are so many teams that have beaten one team, but then there are other teams that have beaten that other team or lost to that other team. Using head-to-heads here is difficult because, like you said, it's kind of inconsistent.
Yeah.
And while that might be tough to predict what's going to happen, that's what makes this whole thing fun. You don't know what's going to happen.
I mean, no team is undefeated. None of them.
Right.
I mean, and every team has shown wonderful prowess and fundamental and mechanical skill, and so you can't really say, oh, well, Clemson looks like they're going to win, or oh, it's going to look like Florida State's going to win, or Pittsburgh, or whatever, right? You can't, because every one of these teams has either lost to another one who has beaten one that you have beaten or lost. I'm not even going to try to go through that. But all these teams have lost to a team. Yeah. They've also beaten other teams, and they have all had moments where they haven't quite looked as strong, and then moments where you're triple passing into a beautiful goal.
That's right. You're absolutely right. It'll be really interesting to see what happens here. I want to shout out Gababy.
Oh, absolutely.
He cooked. He was a real facilitator that whole game. Or that whole series rather. He was like he was dishing out most of those goals there to
well, there were a lot of assists, and that's the thing, and that's where that trust comes in, right? With a lot of these players, and where I think specifically, Pittsburgh and Syracuse, I think those are the most team-oriented rosters we've seen so far today. I think those specific schools are going to be the ones, those specific teams are going to be the ones that it's going to come down to, can you demo so that you stop them on their rotates? And two, how many assists are we going to see, right? How many attempted goals are we going to see where the rotate is just there and it's perfect anyway, so it's not going to matter?
You're absolutely right. Shots are one thing, and leading in the shot category is notable, but also, what is the quality of those shots? Are you getting it from your teammate? Are you setting each other up? Are you ensuring that you get high percentage shots and not just hurling the ball at the net? And Syracuse did that. Syracuse moves the ball really nicely, and I'm really excited to see what they've got in store.
Yeah, obviously, like the stats aren't up anymore, but thinking about that game, out of all the goals that Syracuse ended up making, how many of those were attempted shots and actually successful shots? And I'm willing to bet that calculation is probably somewhere around 70% of shots taken. Only about 30% of them didn't actually go in. And that proves that when Syracuse wants to make that goal, they're going to make it, right? And I mean, the couple shots that we saw not actually go in were some of the flashy shots, right? The one that Gababy came off the ceiling and was looking for like a triple tap or something. Like, yeah, okay, that was a little flashy. That was a solo play. You're not going to make that, right? We're at the 0-second mark, right?
Sure.
Like, so obviously you're going to have those situations, but now we get to see, right, going into some of these matches later, right, semis and grand finals are going to be best of 7s, right? So instead of first to 3, it's going to be first to 4. Going into that bracket next, it's going to be single elim. So now it's over, right? You lose, you're out. So
high stakes.
It's gonna be high stakes, but whoever wins will still get that bid to the CECC games, and that is what these teams are playing for. But Rowan, it was a good time casting for this round robin. We're gonna head to a BRB, and when we return, single elim, and these schools are gonna be fighting for one major ticket to Texas.
Welcome back to the Shine Gaming and Esports Center. We are here now into the semifinals of this incredible ACEC tournament. We are so glad to be here. Things have switched now to a best-of-7 format. We have your Syracuse Orange, the 2 seed, against the 3 seed Clemson Tigers. Rowan, what do you expect out of this matchup?
I mean, these two teams have faced each other already, and it was not televised. Sorry, folks. But it went in the favor of the Orange. Syracuse took it in 5 games, a 3-2 win. And it's, I mean, a really exciting matchup. Both these teams are excellent. They both have their identities. Syracuse, I just casted their win against Notre Dame, and they play with a lot of trust. There's a ton of assists being made. Almost every goal was assisted against the Fighting Irish. And Clemson, they have this modern offensive firepower. They are a mechanical squad. They're young and scrappy and hungry, and they're fun to watch.
Hungry with pasta, as you say.
They've pasta?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, fire.
I could have that completely wrong. But
Well, we'll see. That's another great thing to look forward to in this electric matchup.
absolutely. Yeah, I'm super excited. Clemson, I've talked a lot about Clemson's defense, their defensive efficiency, which I guess is more of a basketball term, but, we'll use it here. They are able to get so much value out of just 1 or 2 players on defense, and that allows them to commit numbers forward, and you got to beat their offense with your own offense because they will score.
Yes, they are really proficient on offense, and when they faced FSU, we were on the desk for the FSU game.
That we were.
Absolute barn burner, where there were 4 overtimes of the 5 games played. FSU almost pulled off a reverse sweep. But in that contest, we went in saying, okay, Clemson is an offensive team. They're offense, offense, offense. That's their brand. And while they're really excellent at getting the ball in the back of the net, they also showed us that defensive efficiency that you're speaking about. They're a really well-rounded team on both ends of the field. And I'm excited to see how their defense shows off.
Absolutely, me too. And, but that FSU tie for them, that's not an example of they played really well. They nearly lost that, and it's because they got sloppy, and FSU played with a lot of grit, and they just kind of started to overwhelm them, especially at their goal mouth, and they were just putting up nice shots. They were putting up more shots. Clemson, I remember in one of the games, was outshot 21-9 or something like that.
Yes, exactly.
And their offensive efficiency, their offensive efficiency was good, but their volume was not quite good enough, is what I saw personally.
So quality of shot is very important.
Absolutely. Yeah, especially if they're not going to be putting up that many shots like they did in that tie, then they need to be hitting them. They need to be making their shots. And it's going to be interesting. I haven't gotten to see Syracuse play yet in this ACEC tournament. I'm excited to see how they play, especially defensively.
Yeah, they're great. I mean, their defensive rotations are really excellent. You don't see them double committing a lot.
Right.
And in this tournament, I've seen a lot of double commits. And when you leave yourself susceptible to errors, oftentimes good teams will capitalize. Right. And Syracuse has been excellent at just trusting each other, and a lot of times double commits occur because you don't trust your teammate to make a play. But Syracuse has been excellent with that, and we'll see if that stays tried and true as we enter game number 1 of this semifinal match in just a moment, because all the players have left.
Yeah, it seemed like we were going to get going there, and then all of a sudden it was completely vacated. So
really unfortunate.
Yeah, I was excited to get going, and we're going to give everybody just another minute. We're going to get a look at the fans in the crowd right here, the little eggs. Now, Rowan, I asked Carson this.
I heard this discussion.
Do you think the eggs drive the cars, or are they purely spectators?
I think it's an egg world. I think the eggs are also operating the vehicles.
Do you think they ever, crack? Do you think they're actual eggs, they got yolk and stuff inside them?
If they get demoed, I think they crack, and then they disappear and go to a pit crew, which is also eggs.
Right, of
and
course.
they fix them, and then they go back in the game. So yes, I do think they crack.
Awesome. Well, that's great. Thank you for your input. I would tend to agree. I'm going to have to do some research on this later, but because I'd like to know whether the eggs drive the cars or not. It's really interesting to me.
It's a really cool community that they have. Everyone is, they're all eggs. They all look the same, but they are also different. Some of them are different colored, and it's a beautiful, diverse display of a community.
It is. Everybody is included in this egg world, and though they are homogeneous in shape, they are completely. They differ in their characteristics.
So beautiful. It's like Aristotle. You're
really,
such a thinker.
Thank you. I've been pondering this. I was pondering this while I was waiting to come back in here. But let's talk about this Clemson roster, because I was right.
Swiftly moving along.
It was pasta Really excited to see what Pasta can do here. Pasta is I think, the best defender in this tournament. I'm going to say it.
That's not a crazy take. When we were casting the previous Clemson game, he had like 5-6 saves at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, and it's the saves, but it's also just the incredible defensive rotation. As we're going to get going here, Pasta has a nice face-off to start things off for the Tigers.
It's Tasty Towers here with a full tank of boost that sent that one forward, but Canovo looking to get things going for the Clemson Tigers. Syracuse already looking pretty solid on defense. Oh, but a big demo there for Clemson to try and eliminate a Syracuse defender, but it is to no avail. Syracuse, those rotations that we were speaking about earlier, really tried and true and were effective there. When you're with a man deficit, it's really, really tricky to capitalize. That's why demos are so valuable, but Syracuse did a good job rotating there. And here's Lindell sending it back to the Clemson side, but Clemson really tight here. Clemson obviously in purple and Syracuse in orange, as Syracuse sending the ball into Clemson territory.
I always tend to forget that purple is Clemson's alternate color. That's really interesting. Gababy with a great stop there manages to kick it off. Mr. Lindell's going to have to play some defense or just have Gababy do it. Gababy, incredible play so far this tournament. One of the players of the tournament, in my opinion, from what I have seen. Great stuff. Pasta trying to create, though, get a centered ball.
Here's Gababy launching it upfield for the Orange. This is, they haven't spent a lot of time in the Clemson zone, and they definitely want to get more familiar with this residency. As Lindell, a near centering pass, Tasty Towers will center, but Pasta, he's right on it. Sends it to his corner, a comfortable spot, drops it down, and Clemson will continue to move this ball upfield. Tasty Towers goes up for it, but he's just too late off the back wall. It's Clemson. Canovo, a close shot. Wishes he could have that one back, but Pasta says, I'll take it from here.
Yeah, Pasta just going to wrap that up, crashing the box, as you can see. You miss one shot. I really think Canovo should have finished that there. Doesn't matter, though. Pasta's exactly where they need to be on the rotation. Good stuff from Clemson. Syracuse falls down.
3:30 to play. Clemson jumps out to an early 1-0 lead, or not early, but to a 1-0 lead. And here's Lindell sending it out on the corner. Pasta's in the back ball with the full tank of boost. Very comfortable scenario there. Lindell fires one towards the net, but it's just off the right side. Canovo's got it in the air now, looking to make a play, get it towards the center. Gababy's the only man back. It's a 2-on-1. Pasta flying in air, near double tap, and Massow just wide. Really ideal scenario there for the Tigers, but they just couldn't quite convert.
Yeah, you cannot miss that if you're Massow. Just really, really unfortunate. You hate to see that if you're a Clemson fan. You don't want to miss those types of opportunities. Syracuse will punish you.
Tasty Towers now looking to advance things for the Orange. They've spent a good amount of time in the Clemson territory. Clemson got off to a really aggressive start, just feeding the ball continuously into the Orange side, and Syracuse seems to have flipped the script as Lindell makes a great save up top there. Gababy is also back, and he comes out of the net to get that clear. He's just passed the ball here, and now Pasta, Jack's favorite, is looking to get a double tap near the goal. No good. To no avail. Syracuse pops it to the corner, but Canovo looks to get another centering pass. Double tap towards the center. Tasty Towers keeps it center. Sort of ideal there for Clemson as they continue to nail this ball into the Syracuse side. Gababy with no boost makes a big flick, and it's Massow to meet him on the upper deck. On the side wall here now it's low. 50-50 won by the Tigers, inching closer and closer towards Syracuse's net as Gababy makes the clear over top. Tigers still firing on all cylinders with the aggression, keeping it in Syracuse's half for almost 30 seconds now, and a big necessary clear there for Syracuse.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see a pretty incredible matchup here. It went to 5 last time, and this shows no signs of being any different. It's 1-0, but there's been a lot of excitement and a lot of really close missed chances as there's a goal for Towers. A great play created by Gababy.
The Gababy to Towers connection, it is real. We saw a ton of it in Syracuse's previous series with Notre Dame, and when they took down FSU, it was huge, that connection there, and it was beautifully placed. That top corner, it's exactly where you want to shoot it. It's tough to save for defenders. That goal will notch it up at 1 apiece with 1:40 to play.
Absolutely, we're all tied back up. Massow gets a shot off. Easy save, though, for Gababy. Never going to let that kind of shot in. Another shot for Canovo, and there we go. Another block for SU. They're playing fantastic defense now, really surviving the onslaught.
Gababy with a nice save here. Awkward positioning here for the Orange. Low on boost, and the Tigers are anything but that. And they pay the price. Canovo nails the shot here to extend that lead right back up to 1. 1:20 to play here.
There's that smothering Clemson offense that I've talked about all day. They don't let you get boost. They're always rotating really well offensively to keep that ball in your box. It's so tough to play against. There's no way to counter them.
They are really quick on offense. It's just when you think that they don't have another man and you beat the final one, another one comes right back in with a decent amount of boost. Really good possession there from the Tigers as they lead with 1:10 to play. Massau's now up in the air, and Gababy will meet him on the back wall. Tasty Tao's looking to regain possession, but Gababy says, I'll take it myself. He's got half a tank of boost in the air, and Tasty Taz keeps it afloat. Looking to go to the corner, it's Canovo who sends it down, and he will continue here. Lindell gets in the way, and Pasta is left to make the play. Off the sidewall, Gababy drops it down. A demo from Pasta, and Tasty Towers is the one who sends it upfield for the Orange. 40 seconds left now to get that tie-in goal. Canovo and Gababy caught up on the sidewall, and Pasta will drop it down for Lindell to retain. Canovo now up in the air. Gababy with the good stuff. Looks to advance up the field. He sees an open net. His eyes are certainly wide. Looks to demo Massau. He does. That goal is good.
What a beautiful goal from Gababy. Took it all the way himself. Demoed Massau. Did everything to create that goal for SU. Brilliant stuff. Exactly what you want to see from your star player.
That's one of the rare Syracuse plays where Gababy did it himself. This team relies on chemistry and ball movement, but that was all him. A little ISO ball for the Syracuse Orange. 24 left to play. This game notched at 2. Potential for overtime, which we've seen a ton of today. Gababy now fires it to the side. It's Pasta. Clemson probably unhappy with that goal there. They had a comfortable 1-point lead for a large majority of this game, and now it's notched with 10 seconds to play. Canovo sends it towards the center, but Gababy says no, thank you. Masau rather, looks to push that ball high up in the air. Gababy looks to ground. That he does. We are headed to overtime, Jack.
Oh my goodness. Yet again, I feel like I've called every single overtime game I ever need to call ever again for the rest of my life. But it's a ton of fun. Mr. Lindell with a clutch block there to send it back into the Clemson offensive territory. But here comes the man himself, Pasta, going to try and get a flick on it, and a great save from Gababy.
A near musty flick from Pasta, but you're right, Gababy gets in the way. Massau now to Canovo, who makes contact, and it's a save from Gababy coming out of the sky, swiping down. What a stuff from the Orange. That's a momentum shifter for SU. Brilliant defensive prowess, and the Orange looking to keep gathering. The ball's still in their zone. They need it to be in the other team's net. What a sequence there from the Orange.
I just jumped 2 feet in the air, Rowan, quite frankly. I get very active, I guess, in the broadcast booth, and that was just about to do it. I mean, Gababy, he's one of those rare star players where he plays so well with the team, but when you need him to make a play or have a moment for himself, he will always deliver. It's wonderful for the Orange. You love having a player like that on your team.
Absolutely, and it's Lindell here pushing the Orange aggression on the offensive end. The Tigers pushing upfield as well. Both teams hungry for a goal. Whoever gets this goal here, no good. No good here for Syracuse. Syracuse looking to continue to push and apply pressure. Here's Tasty Towers with a shot on net, and it's just wide. Massau fires it to the corner. As I was saying, both teams here, whoever scores first here wins, and Tigers got a good opportunity here just off the crossbar. No good. Fires up for a second chance attempt. No good. Gababy fires it to the corner. Pasta sticks with it. Whoever scores here will win game 1. Massau fires it down on the floor, and it's Gababy who pops it up for the Orange. Gababy advancing it upfield.
Yeah, this is incredible play all around both teams. Gababy especially, but you know, Pasta's doing still what he does best. Everybody on SU is having clutch blocks. Gababy flies in, takes a shot. No good, Massau off to the side.
Syracuse continuing to apply pressure. Pasta bops it over to both of them. Gababy's the one to make the play. That he does. Fires it into the corner, and he's safe and sound in the corner. Ball now, center. Massau, beautiful positioning from Gababy on the back wall, but the job's not finished. Massau, oh, a little goal steal from Canovo, and that will seal the deal for game 1.
Goodness gracious, that was a great first match. Went 2 minutes into overtime. Really incredible stuff. You know, SU's playing their heart out, but Clemson just took the edge right at the end. It was great play all around, but, you know, things like that, they're going to happen in this game.
They are. What I saw out of Clemson there was relentless. They were relentless. There were multiple goals. 2 of their 3 were second, third chance opportunities where they missed the first one, and they stayed aggressive. You know, a little adversity in their way, no problem. They took this one 3-2, but those second chance opportunities were big for the Tigers.
Look, I'd like you, I'm going to
Sure.
lean over, look at your screen right here. Look at that point disparity. Gababy,
Wow.
4 digits, quadruple digits for Gababy. He was really, he played with everything he absolutely had. It was an incredible game
Yeah,
for
you,
him.
you folks at home, I'm not sure if you can see this here, but what we're looking at, Gababy led the way with over 1,000 points on the scoreboard, 1 assist, 1 goal, 6 saves for Gababy, and the next one up is Tasty Towers with just 250. That's a quarter of the total points that Gababy scored. And while points aren't everything in this level of play, how high up it is a fairly accurate reflection of who's doing most of the dirty work. And Gababy was really leading the squad here.
Yeah, he was athletic is the best way I can describe it in front of goal, and I'm not sure how you can be I'm not sure how you can describe like the athleticism of it, but he was everywhere that he needed to be. He looked like a cat in goal.
A cat.
He was
valid.
he was just jumping all around and making the saves that needed to be made. Gonna need to keep doing that here in this second game if SU wants to even back up the series.
You're absolutely right. The saving is crucial. The defensive prowess is crucial against a team with as much offensive firepower and relentlessness as the Clemson Tigers as they look to get things started early here. Already in Syracuse's end, they've been really solid on the faceoffs, and they've been making the most of it. Usually when they're in Syracuse's end, it's not for just 10 seconds, it's more like 30. Syracuse, though, pushing to the Tigers' end.
Yeah, there we go. Pasta, though, immediately going to take it, put it back into the SU offensive zone. Gababy's going to make a nice play, hit it off the wall, send it back, but the offensive rotations are just so good. Massow going to take a shot. Lindell with a nice save, clangs off the wall, and another shot by Pasta, and yet another SU save.
Now, Clemson's spending a lot of time in this Syracuse zone, but the Orange are doing a really good job shutting them down as Tasty Towers gets one down, gets SU started 1-0 with 4:16 to play.
Absolutely needed that one if you're SU. Put the momentum in the right spot. Great shot from Tasty Towers, 70 miles an hour. That is a bullet. Nobody's saving that.
No, sir. It's a good shot from Tasty Towers. Really a wide open net, and he put it where it needed to be. Gababy now leading the charge. Syracuse winning the face-off, but Clemson equalizes it by demolishing Gababy.
Yeah, Gababy just got completely assassinated there, and Massow going to take a shot, and it's going to go 2 posts and in a double doink for Clemson to even it back up.
Double doink. Little field goal post action there. 1, 2, and it's good. Yeah, really solid shot from Massow there. The goal's wider than you think. Those posts can really get the ball right into where you need it to be. A lot of times they will go inward as opposed to outward. So good placement there from the Tigers as they equalize things here at 1 apiece.
Yeah, you know, I've never really been able to figure out the physics of the Rocket League goalposts, but I respect it. Nice play there from Gababy to keep things even, quite frankly. Lindell now going to give chase, try, and send it into the center. Pasta, though, seems to have control.
Here's Syracuse in the end that they want to be in. The Clemson Tigers firing a centering pass. Here's Tasty Towers, and it's just off. A brilliant save from Canovo. It was just up top on the bar where you want it to be, but Canovo was there first. Massow now leading the charge for the Tigers. Here's Mr. Lindell in the corner, flying. Not a ton of boost to work with, and Canovo knows it. He pushes aggressively. Pasta nearly tried to get up in air, but instead flipped. Gababy down now. Lindell's got it on the wall, aiming to push it center. That he does off the back wall, but he's met with a 50-50 from Canovo. And Canovo will be the one to lead for the Tigers. Gababy, what else is new? Making a save.
Yeah, I mean, it's the expected outcome. You see a Clemson shot on target. Who's going to be there from somehow out of nowhere? It's going to be Gababy. I will say it's mad impressive that they are able to remember how much boost the other players have. I don't know how they do that. That takes a level of brain power that is completely beyond me.
Yeah, it's a lot of recognition. These guys have been playing this game for years. It's one of the most mechanically driven games alongside Rainbow Six Siege, Super Smash Brothers. This game takes practice, and learning how your opponent behaves during certain moments, it can tell you a lot about their boost status, their confidence, what they like to do on the field. It's a very cool game, a lot of pattern recognition. As Syracuse looking to play aggressive, Gababy with a little tap there, but Pasta will push it up for the Tigers.
Yeah, there we go. Pasta again creating, just trying to get a center. That was a really nice play. Thought that was going to go, but no such luck.
Tasty Towers now has it in the midfield for Syracuse. Puts it to the corner. Unfortunate bounce, definitely in the favor of the Tigers here. Gababy in air, though, meets him, and Massow booms it towards the Syracuse net. It's looking high. So is Massow. Bottom in the net. He got it. 2-1 Clemson.
What a beautiful aerial play from Massow there. Gets up to where he needs to be, reads it excellently off the wall, just kind of love taps it with the back bumper into the net.
Love tap. That was a lovely tap. It's really impressive stuff. These mechanical players, they've hit free play, they've hit training, and you got to work on stuff like that, those double taps and those reads, and hard work pays off as Clemson jumps out to a lead with 2 minutes to play.
Absolutely. SU now down 2-1. after taking the original lead, Clemson now leading for the first time. If you're SU, you want to maintain that momentum that you had from scoring the first goal, and they just haven't been able to. It's not quite coming together. You don't want to go down 2-0 in this series.
You're absolutely right. Like any sport, momentum is real. And when you can harness it, it is so valuable. But when you feel it slipping away, it's really tough to get it back. Syracuse hoping that they can revert that narrative with 90 seconds to play. Massow fires at center, and Lindell fires it further upfield. Excuse me. Pasta now trying to make a play, and that he does. Brilliant placement on the back wall, but it's Lindell to notch it up at 2 apiece.
That is some excellent box crashing there, some excellent follow-up from SU to get, you don't get the first time. Great save from Pasta, but who else is there but Lindell? Right place, right time. Minute 20 to play. We're all tied up.
That was cool for Syracuse. It was Taos helping Lindell on that play. A lot of times we see Gababy involved on these offensive possessions and as the primary facilitator for the Orange, but that time the other teammates got involved. Really shows this team's a team. Here goes Massow now, that is, and Gababy will meet him down on the floor. Pasta, though, wasting no time, soaring through the air. Gababy spiking it down. A bit in the midfield here, battle for possession. And the Tigers seem to take it as Lindell fires up to the corner to his friend Gababy. Looks to make a play. Awkward positioning here. And Pasta is really mirroring Gababy, 50-50 to no avail. And it will be Gababy to run this one up. Massow with the touch fires it towards the Syracuse net. And Tasty Taos is on the back wall, and Massow meets him right there. Centering opportunity, but Gababy gets in the way.
Gababy's positioning sense is really, really incredible. It's similar, quite frankly, him and Pasta play very similarly. They're always in the right spot where they need to be defensively. And it's really, really impressive. They've saved so many easy goals for the other team through their defensive positioning, being in the right place at the right time on defense.
Here's Lindell, cross field to Tasty Taos with 0 boost. Tries his best to make a play on it, but with no boost, there's not a high success margin. Canovo knocks it towards the Orange goal, and it's, of course, Gababy who sends it the other way. Massow in his own corner. Taos with an opportunity, knocks it off the back wall. Canovo looking to keep it up. Both teams, a goal here would seal the deal. Pasta tries to ground, to no avail. Here's Lindell, shot on net, good! Pasta, last second goal, it'll take the game!
Oh my goodness, Pasta, there it is again, right place, right time, finishes. The Orange are gonna go down 2-0 now. A heartbreaker if you are an SU faithful. Really, really just rips your heart out.
A 2-0 lead now for the Tigers in this best-of-7 series. Wow, what a last-second finish. Those goals do not happen often. Both teams try to keep the ball up because, that goal there is high stakes. It'll win you the game. And it actually happened. Pasta sank it. And that was his only goal of the game. But boy, was it a hefty one.
Absolutely. And I almost think if you're SU, maybe you want to knock that down, take it to overtime, give yourselves a second to slow the game down and reset. And they didn't. And I think that could have been part of the. I think that could have been the strategic play there.
It probably would have been. Yeah, once it entered their zone, it would have been nice to ground it. Gababy on this game, 0 goals, 0 assists. A little disparity from last game, but I'm sure he'll be able to tune it up. But that definitely might have been a factor. I think Clemson might have applied a lot more pressure on Gababy, maybe trying to bump him out of the way more and take him out of offensive opportunities.
Absolutely. And if you're SU now, 2-0 is not a great place to be, but it's not like a 5-game series where 2-0 is your loss away from death. You have time. You're not out of this fight yet, and now's the time for you to lock in. Now's the time for you to start playing. You get it to 2-1, that's a completely different ballgame.
2-0 here. What are you going into the game with if you're the Orange? What's on the front of your mind?
I can't really tell what the problem is. They played a great game that game.
Yeah, they did lose on a last-second goal.
I think they just need a little bit more chemistry. I think there just needs to be a little bit more understanding between the players. That chemistry is so important for this SU team, and they didn't quite have it that last game.
Sure.
The passes were not finding each other.
I would completely agree. I mean, it was definitely a lower-scoring affair. But we'll get things started here. We're already 20 seconds in, and the score 0-0. Gababy fires one on goal. Massow cleans it up with ease. As he's up in the air now, wide open net, and that will get us started. Massow, a good offensive opportunity, and he capitalized.
Yeah, when you're one player who's constantly in the net gets demoed like that, they demoed Gababy real early, and he just, Gababy's the guy he's going to be back in the net, and he wasn't, and it just left it wide open.
So 28 seconds in, and the Tigers have struck first, rather. It's Lindell in the corner now. Pasta centering pass, and it's Lindell who breaks it up. Canovo moving the ball upfield. And it's right in the middle here. Gababy with a little bit of a whiff, but Lindell will try to clean it up. Massau with no boost, scoots it by. Tao's center, no good. Shots just left. He'll demo Canovo, and Pasta will take it up here for the Tigers.
Yeah, it was a nice play there to juke out Gababy, kind of take him out of the play for just a moment. But I mean, he's so adept at getting back and being there, and that was a great clearance and a great pass off the wall to make sure that wasn't going to be a dangerous position.
Lindell now on the back wall. It's a brilliant touch, really nice. It's exactly how you want to play it. Pasta, though, not letting the Tigers' offense get any weaker, though, despite that good touch. Lindell, here he is again. Gababy, smart follow, gets it past Massau, and now the Orange have an offensive opportunity. Tasty Towers has got enough boost to make a play, but the Tigers won't let that happen. Good clear.
Yeah, I just kind of worry about some of the Orange offense, other than Gababy, overcommitting a little bit and taking themselves forward. And there's another goal for Massau. Just sneaks it into that bottom corner. Cuse now down 2-0.
That's another open net there. I believe one other player's I think Towers might have gotten bumped, but another open net. It's not like he did anything flashy. He's just capitalizing on, the Orange maybe having some trouble covering their net, but they've jumped out to a 2-0 lead with 3:20 to play here.
Yeah, as I was saying, I worry about players other than Gababy just overcommitting a little bit and leaving themselves out of position for goals like that. Right. Exactly like that.
Baby flicks it up, centering pass to Towers, and he makes do of it. A really clean passing play there for the Orange as they get on board and cut the deficit to just 1 with 3:09 to play, Jack.
Yeah, that's really nice stuff, Rowan. That is exactly what the Orange needed at this time to make sure that this game didn't get out of hand quickly. You're back. You've got 3 minutes to play. It's tons of time. It's going to be okay.
Like we were saying, not like we were saying, but the last time Syracuse led was when they got out to that 1-0 lead in Game 1, and they've been down ever since. So hopefully that goal can swing the momentum in the way that we were talking about. The power of momentum is huge in all sports, and that goal may have done it for the Orange. Gababy now, centering pass. Anyone there for it? Can't see through the smoke. Lindell gave it a tap. Towers will try, and he's bumped in the air. Canovo now clears it for the Tigers. He sticks with it. Little pass there, but Gababy, a little weak touch. Pasta's got it now. Full boost in the corner. Aims to center. And he kicks it back to Canovo, who will launch it towards the net. Going for the double tap, and it's Lindell, or Towers rather, on the back post.
Yeah, Pasta's there again just to send it back into the middle. Gababy going to take it up and gets hit in the air. A really nice deflection there from Clemson. Once again, they're just smothering in the Orange's end. It's so tough to deal with.
It is tough. It's really, there's a lot of pressure being put on the Orange right now by the Clemson Tigers, and that's what they've done in their wins against Notre Dame and Florida State. They've just applied so much offensive pressure, and it's seeming to do quite well. We approach the 2-minute mark now here. A shot on net, it's no good by Gababy, and Towers tried to go with a second chance, but Massau met him right there at the net.
Yeah, the Orange are really trying to stay in the Clemson half. It would be nice for them to be more consistent on that offense, given those offensive drives. Keep themselves in the Tiger half and get those offensive rotations going really well. A nice shot there from Gababy, saved by Pasta. Pasta's just playing incredible defense right now for Clemson.
Pasta is clamping up, absolutely. No soft spots there for him. Massau now up the wall, gets it past Towers. Gababy launches it. Canovo makes a backward save. Uncomfortable situation, but it's no problem for the Tiger. And here goes Pasta clearing it to the side now, getting it out of his center zone. Gababy, though, wants it right back in there. Shot up the net. Tasty Towers. He almost got beat, and Pasta will clear it to the side for the Tigers to set up an offensive opportunity. Canovo now drops it down center, and it's Massau with the shot. No good. Lindell's there for the save. Pasta now off the side. Gababy retains it. Moving up center field. Canovo stuffs it. 1 minute to play now. Towers sends it to the corner. Canovo demos Lindell. I'm sure the Tigers trying to capitalize on that demo, but Lindell has arrived back. 50 seconds to play now as the Tigers have smothered the Syracuse defense. It's kept it in their half for quite a while.
Yeah, it's burning. Even if the Tigers aren't going to get a goal out of it, it's burning so much time. And there is the goal that they're going to get out of it. Pasta again feeling al dente, no soft spots for Pasta.
That's right. Jack, when you have that unwavering pressure that the Tigers have, you're going to get a goal eventually. What usually happens when the pressure is just so intense is the defense runs out of boost.
Yeah.
And when you get shots that are placed like that near the bar, you need boost to save them. And Pasta just put it on time and on target. And he's going for another goal there, but it's no good. He's got one in this contest here as Pasta will take it to the sidewall, goes for the double tap, can't quite get it, but Canovo makes up for it with a good 50 against Gababy.
Yeah, SU, if they can't get 2 goals in a very little amount of time, they're going to be down 3-0 with the worry of being swept on the horizon, and that's not a position you want to be in. We haven't seen a reverse sweep yet, televised at least in this tournament, and they'd be hard-pressed to win 4 in a row.
3 seconds left. This is officially grim for Syracuse as Clemson takes their 3rd straight win. Clemson now leads the series 3-0, Jack. One more win for the Tigers will send them to the grand final.
Yeah, you know, I feel like maybe Clemson took that last loss to Syracuse a little personally, and they're certainly taking it to them now. They're certainly controlling this game, and Syracuse just can't do anything about it. They're not getting enough opportunity. Clemson is just all over them, smothering completely.
All gas, no brakes for the Clemson Rocket League cars. For reference, when Syracuse beat Clemson in the round robin rounds, they won 3-2. It was a best of 5, and they won in 5. And now they're down 3-0. So really, really different showing here.
Absolutely.
I bet it helped Clemson to have already played Syracuse. They got a feel on them. And Syracuse is also coming off of a win against Notre Dame. But even if they lost that series, they would still be in this semifinal. So a lot of times what happens in athletics and competitions is when you play someone that is worse than you, you might get used to playing at that caliber. Do you think that's happened with the Orange?
I'm not sure about that, but what I would say is that Clemson has made adjustments.
Yes.
And SU hasn't. And SU hasn't made any adjustments over these 3 games either. And Clemson hasn't had to make any adjustments over these 3 games, but they've made adjustments since that 5-game series prior. And that's what's hurting SU right now is they need to change what they're doing. They need to play differently if they're going to beat this Clemson team.
You're absolutely right. What do you want to see more of? What do you want them to do differently in this time around? They've got, I mean, their back's against the wall.
It's
they can
so
either
difficult.
They can either keep being pressed against the wall or they can break that wall down.
As Kyle McCord would say, you swing and you swing and you swing. And they need to start swinging. I think they need to play physical. They need to counter Clemson's offense with offense. That is the biggest thing that we've seen when Clemson drops games. It's because other teams just score more than they do. Syracuse just has to come out swinging.
I would love to see that. I really would. And I think they're capable of it.
Absolutely.
They've got someone who can do it mechanically in Gababy, and this team loves communicating. When I was sitting outside watching them play in the main esports center, not in the booth, you guys were casting a different game, and Syracuse was playing. I believe it was Florida State. Yeah, it was the first game. They were playing Florida State, and when you're sitting out there and you're not in the game, you can actually hear what they're saying to each other. You can hear them say centering or demo or need boost, and these guys are communicating like kindly with each other. There's no hostility. There's no blaming or anything. So this is a team that can unite, and that's what they've done. It's how they beat Clemson just a moment ago in that previous series. So they can do that. They can function as a team offensively. I'm interested to see if they can tap into that with their back against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's what they're going to have to do. It's win or go home now. You have to win 4 games in a row, and if you don't, you go home. And you don't secure that CECC bid, that May Madness bid. And, I mean, obviously that's the goal for everybody. You want to go hunt for glory there, and now it's do or die. It's do or die for this team here.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see. Clemson, though, they're awfully comfortable. I mean, they've got a huge cushion. They've adapted well. Their defense has been tight, but more notably, their offense has been, I mean, just overwhelming.
They play defense on offense, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, yeah.
They are constantly looking to hit the ball in a way that makes it more difficult for you to hit the ball, which is generally a defensive mindset, but they're doing it in such a way that it just keeps you in your defensive zone.
Yeah.
They are constantly in your defensive zone.
Right.
They make it so difficult for you to function.
They don't even give Syracuse a chance to set up their offense because they're always on defense. As we jump into Game 4 here, win or go home for Syracuse, Clemson is tasting the grand finals. Here we go. Ball center field now. Lindell fires it towards the net, but Massow obviously there to make the clear. It's Gababy as the last man. He gives a decent 50. Time for his Orange to recover. A shot down, lower left, no good. Pasta looks for the redirect, no good. And Baby pops it up, stalling for the orange. Tasty Towers eliminates a Tiger, and that'll give the orange some time to rejuvenate.
Yeah, that was a really, really clutch elimination. Lindell takes out Pasta, perhaps the best Clemson player, in my opinion, and gives the orange a chance to strike. Lindell got a nice save from Canova.
Here's Towers now. Baby shot. Yeah, it's just high. Lindell getting into it there with Pasta. He would have been able to make a play, but Pasta did a good job boxing him out. Here's Massow now in the corner with no boost, and Tasty Towers gets to it first. Looks to center. Pasta gets the hit to Lindell. Massow's there before him. Really good aggression here from the Tigers, something we've seen all series. Canovo, no boost, fakes the shot. Pasta goes for it, and it's a 50-50, which shoots right up in the air. Massow now goes for it. Canovo gets into it with Syracuse orange. And here's Tasty Towers, drops it in the corner. Clemson has now entered Syracuse's half. I'm curious to see how long they'll stay there, or how long Syracuse plans on letting them stay there. Lindell now is up for it, looks to put it in the corner. That he does, but Canovo meets him right there. Centering pass, Baby's there for it, looking to get it out of the Syracuse zone. Sends a shot towards the Clemson net. It's Pasta who deflects it in the midfield. Canovo now into the corner. Off the back wall, Pasta, upper deck, no good. Tasty Towers sends it to the corner. And Massow, another shot on net. Just relentless pressure from these Clemson Tigers, and it pays off. They jump out to a 1-0 lead with 3:22 to play.
And you can just see the lack of boost from SU there. Just Tasty Towers is not able to get back to that ball due to lack of boost. And it's just an easy goal. It just floats right into the net.
It is just shot after shot after shot from these Tigers, and it's really hard to stop. If you're the orange, you run out of boost, you run out of energy. Baby, though, he's got plentiful energy, a real rocket there, but Pasta is able to make the play. Such a good defender, Pasta.
Yeah, Pasta is everywhere. That's a sentence, I wouldn't think I would be saying in a Rocket League broadcast, but Pasta is everywhere. There's spaghetti on the floors. There's penne in the cabinets. Pasta is absolutely smothering on this defense.
It's really accurate. Here's Lindell on the wall now. Massow drops it. Towers will meet him. Kind of unfortunate touch there, as that's a centering pass. Pasta whiffs, Canovo doesn't, and it pays off. He's got it. 2-0 lead for the Tigers. This is definitely where they want to be in the Game 4 with potential to move on.
It's feeling a little bit late for SU here. It's just feeling, they feel tired. They feel like they're playing a little tired, a little sloppy, and Clemson is taking advantage and winning the game.
They just have a ton of momentum, and that's not just it. Obviously, they're excellent on both sides of the field, but since Game 1, Clemson has harnessed this momentum, and they've got out to an early lead. 2-0 now. We've got over half the game done. 2:20 to play. As the orange looking for any signs of offensive life, as Clemson does what they've been doing and applying pressure to the Syracuse zone. There's Canovo looking to get in. Baby clears it to Towers before he can. That's an open net, and that's an easy goal for the orange. They get on board and cut that deficit to 1 goal.
You absolutely needed that if you're SU. Before the 2-minute mark, you've got to get yourself on the score sheet, and they do, and it's just a little bit of a defensive lap from Clemson, a little bit of an overcommit from Canovo, left nobody back, and Tasty Towers cleaned up an easy goal.
Absolutely, the overcommit is really true. It's costly. You think you're helping your team, but then you look at the scoreboard and you realize they got one out of it. So the Clemson Tigers now lead by 1 with exactly 2 minutes to play in this contest. Baby's on the back wall, ready for it. He grounds it, looks to make a play with it. A little bit of a stoppage, and he pops it over Canovo, but Massow's there to clean it up. Lindell now in his own quarter. Massow with a failed demo. Pops it back over to his squad. Pasta to Canovo, to the net, and it's good. 3-1 lead now for Clemson.
That was some of the most beautiful passing you will ever see. That was gorgeous. Just everybody needed to be everybody was where they needed to be. It was Massow to Pasta to Canovo into the net. Tiki-taka. Great stuff.
That was nasty. It was nasty passing play. So we saw a lot of from Syracuse. Oh, nasty shot from Pasta. Jack. Holy. What was that one?
I mean, that was just gorgeous. And a really unfortunate face-off, and Pasta just, he was exactly where he needed to be, as I've been saying literally all day. It continues to hold true.
A really nice redirection. I was looking down at my stat sheet, and then I looked up, and I saw Jack on the floor and the Clemson score at 4. So I didn't really catch that one, but on the replay, that was a nasty redirect from the Tigers.
Yeah, just really incredible stuff. And, we're hearing that Pitt has triumphed over FSU, who they actually lost to earlier in the matchup, in the series. Pitt has beat FSU in their matchup, so the winner of this game is going to end up playing Pitt. SU gets back on the board. Another sign of life. They're going to need 2 in a minute 18, though, if they want to stay alive and go face off against Pitt in this next matchup.
That's right. 2 in a minute 18. It's definitely possible, but you've got to up that aggression. You've got to hopefully get some chippy goals. One big way to do that is off face-offs here, and they win it, sending towards the net. Let's see if the Orange can capitalize. Baby does! Yes, the Orange now within 1. Very attainable, a minute 13. That's more than enough time to equalize this game at 4 apiece.
And SU is, they're flying high now. They've gotten 2 in just a couple seconds. The momentum is back. We've been talking all day about momentum. You cannot let Clemson get smothery on you now. You have to keep up the pressure.
Brilliant face-off goal there. It's one way to get quick goals, but it goes both ways, and Canovo almost capitalizes, but Lindell is able to clean it up for Syracuse.
So fortunate for SU that didn't go in. That would have been an absolute crusher if that had gone in. That's another one that just rips your heart out if that goes in.
Absolutely. Lindell's now got it in the corner with a ton of boost. He gets it towards the center, but Massau is there to retain it. The baby bops it around. It's in the midfield now. Flick is up and no good. Pasta is there.
Yeah, the SU's playing with a little bit more chemistry now, though. That was some really nice passing from Lindell to Gababy. Set up that flick opportunity. I think SU, if they can continue to play with this, get a goal here, things are looking brighter for them. Not bright, but brighter.
Syracuse now with just 23 seconds to make a play. Pasta's got it in the air. It's on the field, and Gababy sends it to the sidewall. No boost, but it's his ball to play. Drops it down under. Lindell aims for the shot. No good. Pasta clears it. Massau looking for the redirect. He gets it just left of the goal. Tasty Towers has it in his own corner. Looks to make a play. 6 seconds. 5 now. Dribbling with no boost. Tough to make a play. Gababy undershoots it. Lindell off the back wall. Massau's got it. Ball's high. Gababy floats it up over the net. A double commit there from the Tigers. Massau clears it to the left corner. Lindell keeps it up, though, with 4 boosts. Gababy with little boost makes a play, 50-50. Pasta's got it. The Tigers are looking to ground it here, and that they do. That will wrap it up. Clemson, with a 4-0 sweep, is headed to the grand finals to face the Pittsburgh Panthers.
Yeah, Clemson's going to go and claim this one. SU, unfortunately, gets upset in the tournament. They were the higher seed. It's unfortunate. They played with a lot of heart all day, but Clemson's smothering offense was just far too much for them. And, Clemson was my original pick to win this thing, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go on and do it here.
Yeah, that was your original pick. You did call that. And I put them in my Final Four in my March Madness bracket, which didn't work. But I think that this is kind of making up for it.
I would agree. I think this is a redemption for you, really. This is big
right.
for you.
Yeah, this is big for I needed this.
Yeah, you really did. And you know what? I did too, because I'd like to be right about Clemson. Although I did love FSU, and obviously I love your Syracuse Orange. I think the way that Clemson plays is just nigh unbeatable.
Absolutely. I mean, they are proficient on both ends of the field, as we've stated time and time again, but it was really present there. I mean, Syracuse did not get a lot of action against the Tiger goalkeepers, but really good on both ends of the field there from the Tigers.
I would agree. And that defensive efficiency is still so impressive. They didn't even need to use it all that much against the Orange, but their defensive efficiency was great. And I think that's going to about bring us home, Rowan, yeah?
That will do it for this matchup here. Clemson walks out of it 4-0 sweep against the Orange. They're headed to the grand finals against Pittsburgh. I'm Rowan Mastrangelo. This is Jack Elliott, and we will see you in just a few moments for the grand final.
Welcome back to Upstate New York. I'm Carson Cass. You've seen me all day, as well as Ryan Blankenhorn, who I have not been in the booth with for, I
No.
feel like, a while.
It's been a long time, man.
This is
It's
my
good- it's
beginnings
good to see
here.
you.
It is good to see you. My beginnings here were with Rocket League, and it was with you, so a lot of fun here, getting back to it. Unfortunately, no Syracuse like last time, but
No.
we've got Clemson and Pitt. Make your pick.
Make my pick. All right. I'm going to make my pick right now. Clemson,
Okay.
4-1.
4-1.
4-2.
4-2.
4-2.
You take it back. 4-1 or 4-2?
4-2.
4-2. Okay, so you got Clemson in 6.
Okay.
I'm going to go the other way. I
Okay.
think it's going to be Pitt in 5.
Pitt in 5.
Pitt in 5.
You got a 4-1 for Pitt.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right.
They're going to be exciting. We're going to get a few overtimes in here, but I just don't I just don't think Clemson has what it takes to beat this Pitt defense.
Okay.
We
I-
saw
No. Go ahead.
we
Go
saw
ahead,
that we
Carson.
saw that pressure, how bad that Clemson did against that
Okay.
pressure
Yep.
and against FSU. And so Pitt just took FSU and turned them into a road. They steamrolled them.
Okay. Yes, but Clemson just took Syracuse and steamrolled them better. Because Pitt came off a 4-1. Clemson's coming off a 4-0.
4-0, you go to 2 overtimes, it's basically a 4-2.
No, that's just not how that works.
That's how that works. It's
No.
how that works.
The
Simple
math-
math. Simple math.
That's just what? Now, if we're talking timeline-wise, yeah, they had about another 7 minutes of overtime, which is a game. But that's not the point. We're saying 4-0 over 4-1. Point is, here's the thing, right? You think the defense on Pitt is going to be what plays in. I think Clemson's offense. I mean, this team knows how to be aggressive. They know how to get in and get out fast. And they kind of like how FSU plays a little bit, right? They just bombard and they go over and over and over again. Now, obviously, this is an interesting one, right? If we were going off of typical records, the two that should have been here right now should have been Syracuse and FSU because both these teams beat Pittsburgh and Clemson. So theoretically, that's what we should have saw, right? But it's not. So both these teams have a interesting sort of situation going into this.
You enter a situation, like you just mentioned, of that you can't really predict what's going to happen
Yeah.
here at all because Pitt, obviously, you're kind of, to me, I'm not analyzing how well a team did. It's how
Yeah.
well they go into playing each other. Clemson, Clemson destroyed Notre Dame.
Yeah.
But they struggled against Pitt. They're really similar teams. Why? It's the transition game. Pitt has a really good transition game. And we're going to see that right here. They go from defense to offense real quick. And right here, you're just seeing how far away Pitt plays. They like those longer shots. They like just kind of throwing it in there, seeing who can contest, but just waiting on the defensive end. They are a low-scoring team, but they make sure you are low-scoring as well. Ruby, going off that right side, off the post.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting to see. Now, obviously, Carson, we were watching that last game, and we've got pasta and enchilada in the same lobby. So now we really get to decide what are we going to have for dinner tonight. But we can only decide that once we crown a grand champion. Not only that, but give one of these two teams a bid to the CECC. And right now we're seeing just a lot of back and forth. Nothing too crazy on either side yet.
One of these teams will have the opportunity to go down Dallas on the left side. Duke. Oh my goodness, what a dangle up top. Pitt, that's a 1-0 lead, completely lost. I guess the good way to describe all the Tiger defenders right there. Goodness me.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of one of the things you have to look out for, right? Is when it sort of is this back and forth between these two teams. Only one of them, right, is going to end up with that boost in the favor, because we talk a lot about when one team is so far on the other side, the other enemy team, so much that, like, you just run out of boost. But it also can happen when you're just back and forth in that midfield. Teams run out of boost, and then the one with that boost remaining is the only team that can actually end up making that score. And with these two teams, very good teams, we're going to see that, right? It's going to be a lot of starvation. Pittsburgh, that's one of their best traits, and we saw that earlier today. They are wonderful at doing the boost starvation technique.
I mean, that's why we saw both of these teams struggle heavily against FSU, is that boost. And Pitt has figured it out. They've decided that that's a really good strategy, and they're going to start using it. Using very, very aggressive strategies, way more aggressive than you saw them against Syracuse. They don't feel like the need to wait in front. And Hadarubi, 2 chances right in front. One more for enchilada. And that's a 2-course meal right there. Past pasta, enchilada scores right in the middle. What a great chance for, that Pittsburgh side. I don't really understand how Clemson didn't have any defenders back there. You rotate to that right side, 2 go to the right, none go back to the left. And Clemson's just kind of left in a disaster situation there that Pitt nearly didn't take advantage of. They squandered 2 shots from Hadarubi. Able to put it home with enchilada.
Yeah, and that's sort of one of the things that Clemson is good at but also struggles with is they are very aggressive teams at times, but the problem with that is it's a high-risk, high-reward play, right? If you get down to the other side of the field and you can send in that ball and get into the goal, that's great, but if not, you are triple committing, right? And that gives Pittsburgh the ability, one of the things that they're good at is they find that opening and then they attack on it, and that's what we just saw from Pittsburgh just then, and now they're 2 up in this series as we approach halfway into this game number 1 here, Carson, and I mean, your bet's looking better right now, I won't lie.
Yeah, I mean, Pitt, just like, I feel like their transition game is just so oppressive. You're unable to get the ball out of your own end properly, and once you do get to the other side, you see what Duke just did there. As the studio lights have turned off. Well, game's still on, though, so we'll go back left side. Enchilada knocks it over to that right portion of the field, and again, you're just seeing Clemson can't keep that ball at all in their own end. They can't keep that ball out of their own end. They can't keep it in Pitt's end. They're just letting Pitt take it, just dominate time of possession.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And because of that domination of holding that possession of the ball, it's really just giving struggles for Clemson to really find any value. Massau, one of these players that have been on fire today for Clemson, not able to find any value. Canova, one of these players that have been able to throw in these missile shots, haven't been able to find any value either. Pasta, looking for something, has been in this midfield, but is just throwing spaghetti at the wall, can't quite find that completion, and we're seeing that right now. We have the boost, but there's no connect for the Clemson offense.
Clemson had a really big aerial advantage against most teams that they played, but Pitt, they can match them up there and reach to the skies, and there's not much you can grab if you're Clemson. Pittsburgh has been dominating the air so far, and we've been seeing that right here. Duke kind of steals it away from Pasta over to Enchilada, pushed right by Masau, who's been very good defensively, but maybe not good enough. Enchilada over to the teammate, Ruby, and that's a one-timer score for Pitt.
That was beautifully well done right off the side. Canova went for it, but immediately will be bumped back, and Hadarubi, an amazing team play from Pittsburgh. And I mean, this is 3-0 right now for this team, and I mean, it's looking beautiful. Clemson is just, they're throwing things down, but nothing is quite sticking. It's all just slipping out from under their grasp, and because of that, Clemson hasn't been able to find any good value, even on the offensive side, and this defensive side has been just rough. They haven't been able to find anything, and Pittsburgh has just been dominating this series so far.
That ACEC seat lined in Dallas looks like it's going to Pennsylvania right about now. Bit of a longer drive from them, but I'm sure they'll be happy to do it if they can come and get through here. My pick is not looking great either. Clemson needs to score, and this has been very, very bad on their end defensively and offensively. They can't find any chances in front, like Hadarubi right there. That should be transition game for Clemson, but they are just not rotating the right way. They're not going any way to the left or right, but a demo could help them out really good with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, here's the thing with Rocket League, right, Carson? We talk about it so much, and Canova will be able to find one and put Clemson on the board. But what I was going to say, right, is this is sort of one of the things with Rocket League is, you know, you approach this final few seconds. Now, we've seen all these teams, they go at it, right? The whole way through, they do their best to stay in this game. So with 32 seconds, Clemson's not going to give this one up yet, right? But adaptation. That is crucial in Rocket League. Not one game is going to be the same. Every game you watch, every game you play, every play style that exists will change from game to game. In 5 minutes, it will change. It always will. And now we have to see that from Clemson, right? They need to make some changes going into the rest of this match and then going into game 2.
Look, game 1 is significant, sure, but we've been about 50-50 on teams that have won game 1s today and have actually won that series.
Yeah.
Game 7, obviously, it's a bit more, let's say, even. You have less of a chance to sneak out with one if you're the worst team. But on the books right now, it looks like Pittsburgh is going to take game 1 in pretty dominant fashion. Battle of the Big Cats here. The Panthers going to go up 1-0. And in the Battle of Dinner, Enchilada going up 1-0 on Pasta.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, you know what, Carson? You want to go out for some Mexican food later after this game?
That's
Actually, how about this? This game determines what we eat for dinner tonight. That's what will determine this, right? So we'll have to end up seeing what that is. But I mean, what I want to see from Clemson right now, stop Pittsburgh. All right. One of the things that I mentioned earlier was this: is the two teams that are going to really struggle the most against a type of play style is going to be Pittsburgh and Syracuse. Syracuse, unfortunately, not in this tournament anymore, but Pittsburgh is, and that can go directly to one very specific thing: demos. Demos, demos, demos. That needs to happen, because if they don't, then this Pittsburgh team is going to stick to such a good offensive play. They're going to stick to that team play, that passive play, that trust play, and they're going to just dominate the rest of this series, right? And it won't be a 4-2 for me or a 4-1 for you. It's going to be a 4-0, and this team's going to go to Texas, right? And that is scary, right? So if you're Clemson here, you've got to take a step back. You've got to make some changes so that when you go into game number 2 here, you play more for yourselves. You play for your aggressive play, but maybe look at some of those demos.
Yeah, at a point, how do you go to the Lone Star State if you're not going to play together as a team? And Clemson, I mean, they felt scrambled. Pitt is taking advantage of almost all of their rotations. They know what they're going to do, and it just feels like Pitt's able to respond. They're playing higher pace, which is not what we're used to. But if you remember that Clemson-FSU game, what did FSU do to get over Clemson's, I guess, general ability being better?
Yeah.
They overwhelmed them, and that's what we're seeing right here. Pitt off to a very good chance. Over that left side, out of Ruby. Off the wall, towards the middle. Pasta going to try and clear. No Panther there to put that home. Clemson left side. The Tigers going to get their first offensive chance. Putting it forward, some boost for both sides. You're off the wall. Canovo can't get a shot off. It's going to get demoed before they can get anything else. Enchilada moving up top. Right over to Sao back in the middle of Charby. And that's what we saw, those double commits, and it could cost them. Canovo in front. One to beat. Won't beat. Enchilada stands strong.
And just like that, right, that was a great defense coming out as well from this Clemson team. But now they need to look for an actual offensive play. They need to find said goal, right? We're seeing some good defense here from Clemson, but now they got to look on that rotate. They got to turn it around and make some changes here. Pittsburgh will find a bump there on the midfield, but still Clemson on this defensive side. They need to find a way to rotate it there, but Pasta not going to let the goal go in by Duke.
That was rich right there. Maybe Alfredo. Really good save from Pasta, moving into the other end with the team. Canovo off the ground. Could go up to a Clemson Tiger, but nobody's ready to rebound. No boost anywhere. Harubi off the wall. Crossbar saves it as the Tigers are still alive with the 0-0. Rather, their tie is still alive, not the lead.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a lot better than what happened in game 1, right? At this point in time, Pittsburgh was already up by 2, I believe. So if you're Clemson, you're feeling a lot better right now, right? You're feeling a lot better about this, but you need to make something happen. I know I've said that a few times now, but you do, right? A lot of these plays from Clemson, it's been a lot of individual play, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It needs to be a lot more team play. Find a way to disrupt this Pittsburgh team.
Yeah, I mean, talking about finding, you need to find that offense. We need to find the light switch in here, and everything is just going wrong for the Tigers. You can't score if you not are going to go refresh and try those chances. They knock it into the other end, and they just have no responses. Masau going to have to clear, or it could spell doom to this tie for the Tigers. Back in that left side, Masau has a good opportunity to clear here for Clemson. Forward, the Panthers going back on it in a really not a great spot. 2 players with boost. Canovo going to go up, can't contest, and the Tigers' chances are few, far in between, and short.
Yeah, I mean, we approach halfway here, and once again, Clemson, you see it get to the midfield, but once again, they're back on the defensive side, and back on is certainly a way to say it, as Clemson now gonna be on the offensive once more. Can they make something of it, though? As they jump in, and Pasta will send it straight on through, and a great score for him.
The lights were not too bright in the Battle of Dinner as Pasta goes right past 2 Pitt Panthers for that score. Clemson, their first lead of the night, their first goal since Game 4 against the Orange. And that was a beautiful car. I just realized that's a Mustang. I didn't know they had a collab with that yet.
Yeah, they got a lot of, they got Mercedes in there, too.
It's like Fortnite. They actually do have Fortnite in this. Oh no, Masau! 2-0, Clemson. Oh my gosh, victory royale for them right now. That's how it must feel in that call, but good Fortnite reference, I hope. I hope I haven't just lost 40 people who are watching this.
Well, okay, here's what I'll say about that, right? Unfortunately, I mean, good for Clemson, right? That's a good comfort goal, but the unfortunate part was as a kickoff, right? The bad thing about kickoff goals is it doesn't typically play to the skill of either team. It just sometimes you get a little lucky off one of those kickoffs, and that kind of happened there for Clemson. But by any means, that means you're up 1 in that comfort goal, and that's the best place to be. And then now you're not up 1 by that comfort goal anymore. You're only up by 1. As Duke found a beautiful play there, beautiful little dribble into the flip reset right over Masau, and that's just disgusting.
That was so good. I might have thought that Duke meant Cooper Flag. That was just beautiful. I cannot even believe what even that. I mean, he casted a spell. That guy knows how to do magic, and he just did it. Enchilada with a great save to keep that lead alive for Clemson. Back on that right side is Pasta as well, contesting up top, moving forward to Harubi. Enchilada in that offensive zone. Canovo puts it wide towards Duke. Hadarube on that left side for Pittsburgh. Duke, another chance for a dazzling goal, but a good stuff by Masau. Doesn't clear it, but it does keep it out of the back of the net. Duke forward with Masau. Duke back on that left side, off the crossbar, out the post rather. Masau left side, dribbling on their own. It's a good transition offense. Great pass and great score. The one-timer for Pasta.
A great score comes in right off, you said, off that pass. It centers up, gets some boost right back to the center. Pasta right over Duke and into the top left of that goal. Very well done. You wanted an appetizer, and now we got breadsticks into the pasta course, and now it's up Clemson 2-0 in this series at the moment, but down by 1 map. A minute 30 left here, Carson, but Clemson, they made that adaptive change, and now they're going to look more to keep it in their favor.
The offense went from stagnant to looking fairly oppressive very quickly as Enchilada with another chance in front, stuffed by Pasta. And that's, I have no more to say about that one. Duke out that right side in the middle, waiting in the wings with their teammates. Hadarube going to
Clemson, right there. There you
Clemson.
go.
Wow, awesome. As they demo, back end 3-2 is already over by the time I jumbled over that statement. Kinobo back up top, off the wall. Pasta. Prada's clowning me.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It happens, right? But as you're saying that there, Carson, Clemson on the defensive side once more. Canovo will go down, and that is going to be a good demo for Pittsburgh here. Duke going to look for something, but can't quite find the touch. Enchilada, though, fakes it out in the top left, but it goes slightly wide. It's still there, but Pasta sends it back up to the sky.
Time running out for the Panthers. They have to score here and goes wide. That's a chance you cannot miss. That may have just cost them the game. Duke looking off the wall as Clemson tries for another offensive chance. In front, one-timer stuffed by Hadarube. Pasta trying to get the offensive chance once more. Clemson with a demo in front. Odd advantage for Clemson. Back off the wall, forward. Pasta off the wall once again. Going for Enchilada, who's got a breakaway chance here with Duke. If Duke can find anything, with time winding down, it doesn't look like the Pitt Panthers are going to have much of a chance as they can score here and miraculous to keep the face-off in the air.
That would have been a goal. That would have been a goal of all time right there. 1 second, though. Ball touches the ground, and Clem will win that one there, Carson. And now it's 1-1, right? So this is where things get interesting. And Carson, what does that mean? That basically means we're down to a best-of-5 all over again.
Yeah, I mean, both of our scores
Still
are
alive.
still alive.
Still alive.
So,
Still alive.
Clemson completely changed the script there. I'm not
Absolutely.
really sure what happened. Pitt just kind of started not doing what they were.
Yeah.
Clemson didn't change how they played, and big credit to them. That's not what you're supposed to do. You don't want to change how you play. You want to just do what you do better. And you've seen that go through. That's what they did against Syracuse. Didn't really go well that first time against Syracuse, but in a best of 7, I mean, best teams typically win, and Syracuse didn't even take a game off, and they took 3, won 3-2 the other time. So you thought you were getting a contentious matchup for both teams because both teams had close games with their opponents that they lost. Both of these teams were the lower seed in their matchups.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? So going into this, obviously it's gonna be interesting, right? I mean, Clemson made a good adaptive change. That big change was simply they didn't stop. I mean, we didn't really talk too much on it because never really affected them, but they went back to that high-risk, high-reward play that they went up against in Notre Dame, if you can remember that far back, Carson. That game earlier, it was Clemson just sending in missiles over and over and over again. Canova being that missile launcher, just going back and forth with some great shots and really not giving any sort of leeway.
I mean, if you're a New York sports fan, particularly one in the Bronx, I'm fairly certain, speaking of missiles, that Aaron Judge has hit a 4th home run.
Oh my.
So that's news. I'm not sure. He's definitely hit 3 already by the time we started this broadcast, but hoping for some success on the both sides offensively like the Yankees have had today. See if they can do anything in front. That's a great chance that is stuffed wide. A bit of luck for both sides needed and a bit of unlucky for both sides. But nobody scores. Enchilada back left side has a chance to put it forward for his team. Duke over on that right side seemed good all day, but just a bit wide. With the help of a Clemson defender, Hadarube keeps it in the offensive zone for Pitt. Back to that right side. Pasta with a long shot and whiff keeps it going. 1-0 Clemson on the loft from Pasta.
Pasta, a great shot there off from midfield, and it just launches. Duke goes high, and the star goes in, and Clemson up 1-0 here, about 39 seconds into this third game, and now off the kickoff, Clemson gonna go for it again. Pittsburgh needs to make a change. They gotta stop this Clemson aggressive play, right? They need to look to contest this. They need to look to, in a sense, take some of these ego duels up in the air and fight this Clemson offense.
Pitt won and just turned into a backseat. They'd won 5 games in a row, and they hadn't really seen any challenge going down the stretch. And I saw at the end of that game, Clemson really took control of the game 1. They only scored 1 goal, but you saw how good that Pitt defense has been all night. We missed to see Clemson score 4 or 5 at any point tonight, but Pitt's looking like they're not going to score any unless they can try and just contest. They have to get their confidence back, which is so confusing because there's no reason they should have lost it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, right? I mean, you saw how dominantly Pittsburgh played in game 1. Like, this is a very winnable game for them, but then Clemson turned it around and started taking it into their own hands. Enchilada goes for something, but Pasta not going to let that one happen there. A demo goes in, and Clemson now going to look for something aggressive, but no boost for either of them. And now Pittsburgh, this is where you take advantage of this boost, and that is how you get back yourselves into this series.
A clash in front of the net. Hadarube comes up big. Duke taps it off the wall, goes down right in front. Nikodest, just not enough for Clemson. Whew, that was absurd.
Yeah.
You gotta love that 50-50 ball going. Go get it to Hadarube from Duke. That's a smart team. That's a smart play. Not taking a shot when you didn't need to. Pasta dribbled kind of away. Kind of almost beats 1, almost beats 2, almost beats 3, but Canovo gonna help them out on that other end. Clemson up in the air. We've seen how well they've done aerial-wise, but Duke able to counter. Pasta able to keep that away from being a breakaway as Masau pushes it towards the right side.
Yeah, with this now, right, as we approach just sub-3 here, Clemson back on the offensive side. This boost has really been a big thing for Clemson, right? That's Pittsburgh's opening in this Clemson attack. And once you see that boost is gone, go in. The triple commit is there, but Pasta is there just in time for a good save.
It is just not enough for Pitt, who cannot stay in the offensive end. It's a replay of game 1, but flip-flop roles, really. Big Cat switching cages, you could say. That ends. Pasta gets that demo. Could be pretty big as Pasta gets 2 demos. Oh my gosh. Madman, just a complete enforcer on that back end as the offense for Pitt took 5 because the 2 guys who were supposed to reinforce that rotation just exploded.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we approach just under now halfway, and it's 1-1, very even series. This is something we expected a little bit more of, right, when it came into this matchup, is these 2 teams really just adapting and finding that change in their own play style. Pittsburgh now, this is what I sort of wanted to see from them, right? I wanted to see more of this ego to really contest Clemson up in the air, but Pasta going to send it off the wall down into the net. Beautifully well done.
I mean, that is a unbelievable goal.
Wow.
with a photo bombing from the teammate Masau there. How? Mechanics.
Yeah.
I mean, again,
Rocket League.
Rocket League. That's a really good way to put it. It must be a Cooking Mama game. Pasta is just absolutely on fire. 5-star dish right there, cooked up in front of the net, and Pitt needs to get a goal, and they will. Maybe, yes, they will. Enchilada keeps it in front. I mean, that's a squeeze. That's one way to describe what happened there. Oh, that's what happened. Oh.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate, honestly. I mean, like, it's those situations you're in such a high tense moment that's like you go for the goals, you go for the defense, and you just can't quite find it. And that, I mean, that's unfortunately what happens. And then Clemson now 2-2, a minute 30 left here. Pittsburgh and Clemson, they're both making changes, and they're both changing of how they want to play and how they are actually attacking this ball and attacking their offensive and defensive play styles. And because of that, both these teams are finding value in different locations, and it's proving to be a very adaptive and changing game, as Enchilada not going to be able to find that.
Canovo parked that car on the line, and unfortunately what happened there was an own goal. So that's not really what you want to see if you're Clemson, but really good chance for Pittsburgh. Very hard to put that away, and they almost did. But a similar one in front, and Pasta stuffs it home. That's a hat trick from Clemson again, and it has him completely lost. There's nothing they can do. He's unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh, they're kind of just letting Pasta play the game and really in any way that they want to play, and that has been really seen so far in this game number 3, as Clemson is just looking to set up Pasta and then is immediately able to find those goals incredibly easily, right? And Pittsburgh needs to do something to really stop these players, but as I say that, Masau right off the kickoff is going to be able to find one.
Great assist from Canovo, 4-2, and that should seal the deal unless Pittsburgh can get some uncharacteristic offense. I mean, we're watching a team kind of like, I mean, you can call it back to Saxonville. That offense was not good, but Blake Bortles was able to bring it with the defense, and Pittsburgh not able to put it together. It's their AFC Championship against the Patriots, if you will.
Ooh, that's a rough one. But I mean, here's one of the things that I want to say about Clemson is once they're on fire, they just keep going. Right, we saw that against Syracuse in game 1. They almost pulled off a reverse sweep. When they went up against them again, they pulled out a 4-0, right? Clemson, once they get going, they're on, right? And they do not stop. And that's some of the scary things about this team is they've made the adaptation. They're playing for pasta. They're playing for the individual play and the aggression, and it's working out very well for them.
Absolutely, and Mesau's been a big part of that for the rest of these games. Hasn't showed up really tonight in terms of anything but that ceiling goal for 4-2. 15 seconds remain as Mesau pushes it to the other end, left side. Pitt trying to clear it with 10 seconds to go. There's really not much the Panthers have in the bag left. As they go put forward up top, a squeeze in front, and Enchilada's going to stuff it home with 4 seconds to go. That's enough to score, but probability says otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I will say this, right? Earlier, I think it was the first game today. You and Jack were here, and you talked about how 4 seconds is all you really need. It's long. It's a very long time. And so, you know, we get into this now, and, you know, as long as that ball does not touch the grass, it's winnable. But as I say that, Clemson will just send it off to the ground and take that one, and that's going to be 2-1 for Clemson in this series as we go into game number 4. Carson, how are you looking now, buddy?
4 points on 3 shots for Pasta. So move out of the way, LeBron. Pasta's here. My prediction is, well, it's over. First off, I've already failed because it was a 4-1 win for Pitt. Maybe I should have done 4-2. You said 4-1
and then I switched to the 4-2.
And then you went 4-2, so I was like, I'll go the other way.
I switched 4-2, yeah.
It was boring to do the same thing in my head. I would have been right at least.
But you would have been rooting for Pitt. I'm still rooting for Clemson here.
That's true. I actually might. I mean, I don't want Pitt to win. They're our rivals. But, like, I mean, I would much rather see a team in orange.
I think, yeah, that's fair. But
Yeah.
but I picked Clemson, so you now
you
have.
were right.
Yeah.
You were right. At least to this point, the game
I'm
is
sorry.
not over.
What was I? Can you say that again?
We are going to game 4, folks. Still need 4 to win it. Nobody's hit 3 yet.
That's true.
So we'll have to see how it goes down the stretch. We've had upsets all day. We've had comebacks all day. FSU nearly pulled a fast one past Clemson.
That's
So
true.
we'll have to see how they go through that other end. Pitt lost to FSU.
Yeah.
Interesting to say about that. I mean, you go through this tournament, and it doesn't really make sense.
No,
That
I mean,
anything that happened, like even a little bit.
Well, I mean, you know, you look at some of these matches, right? Like Pitt lost to FSU and then proceeded to beat FSU. Syracuse beat Clemson and proceeded to lose to Clemson. I mean, like, it is just a back and forth, and I know we talked about it all day on Desk. You know, it's a lot of sort of back and forth. All these teams are very, very close together. Any one of these teams could have made it to this grand final spot, and it just comes down to a little bit of, you've been playing Rocket League since 11 this morning, right? It can get a little tired, right? It can get to your mental a little bit playing some of these series, especially when your teams like Clemson and FSU, where you've been in nothing but overtimes all day.
Yeah, I'll get to see one yet in this series. I predicted a few, so maybe I can get something right. Back on that right side. Hot. Oh my gosh. Duke off the wall towards the right side. Mesau putting it in front with Clemson. Clemson's help almost, but they put it wide to the right side, and that is a bad car accident. Insurance would be very high on that. Very total. Canovo back right side. Great save after the recovery from being demoed. Back to the left side is Duke. As the ball just kind of sits there, and Enchilada is going to give his team another chance as everybody just kind of waited. Pitt able to get another chance here and keep that offense alive. They've been in the offensive zone for about a minute now.
Yeah, and you know, this is looking a little bit like game 1 where there's just a lot of back and forth, right? But one difference is it's not really team back and forth. We're seeing a lot more of the egos, right? A lot of these teams looking up. Yep, see just then, right? Got 3 players go in for the ego up in the air. Look for the 50, sends it off the back, but Duke can't quite find the connect. And now it's still even here, 3.5 minutes. No goals made on either team yet here, Carson.
Yeah, Ruby there with a very contentious shot up top. 3 defenders met them, but Duke unable to get the rebound despite a triple commit from Clemson. That could have hit them very bad, but it did not. Luckily for any South Carolina faithful on that right, on that. I'm watching the stream right now. Mesau on the other side. Mesau rather pushing forward. Rube up in that other end, trying to respond as just gets clobbered by Kisovo. Up top, moving right. Enchilada right, back to Mesau. Just a bit of a tennis match, volleyball, sport of choice. As off the wall, and Mesau, bang, left side, and that's a great score.
Yes, it is right off the side over there. Look at how patient Mesa was there, just waiting for it to come back down to the ground and immediately into the goal. And Hatarubi was not able to defend it. And Clemson only took about 1:58, but a lot more of a lower scoring game than we've seen so far in these past 3 games here. Carson, Clemson is now up 1-0 in this series. Pittsburgh, they haven't quite find that opening against Clemson, and because of that, right, Clemson is still looking to win this, looking to find that value. A bump goes in as well, and now Clemson back on the offensive side, but no boost to really keep it forward.
And Masau in that back end has going to get reinforcements by Pasta, who's going to have to beat Enchilada. Oh my gosh, Enchilada just juked out 2 opponents and a teammate. Duke right side over to Hatarubi. Good squeeze, going to go over that left side. Duke, demoed, and the ball goes to the left side. Mesa, though, Enchilada with an open net.
Oh!
Pushes it wide. Canovo able to move over and deal with that. Duke going to keep it in the offensive zone for Pitt, who has had so much time of possession, but is still down. Masau, another shot on net. Maybe 2 shots on net for Clemson. And, I mean, 500% or 50-50 on whether they've scored or not. Pasta to the right gets demoed by Hatarube. It's 2-on-2 for just a few moments as Duke pushes it to the Clemson end.
Yeah, once again on the offensive side, but Pittsburgh, now they're the ones on this back burner. They can't quite find that little opening, right? They haven't found it yet, and it was so peaceful. It was so easy.
Angelic, really.
It really
Pasta,
was.
A dance in the air, choreographed
It
perfectly.
was
As
an
we were
angel
right
hair
next to it.
pasta. You knew that one was coming, Carson, and that was just beautiful.
I've
That was
actually
beautiful.
never heard of that.
Angel hair pasta? Never
No idea what it is.
Okay, well,
made that up.
I get what? Use Google, Carson. All right, Clemson up 2-0, but I mean,
Oh,
I'm gonna stop talking. You know what, Carson? You take this, buddy.
absolutely. Canovo in the middle nearly watched a 3-0 Clemson lead. The Tigers have been dominant on that offensive end when they've been there. They don't really need to right now, it feels. Back in front, Masau, that's a rocket. Oh my goodness, 3-0 Tigers with 3-3 to go. It feels like all Clemson so far, and it feels like that seat in Dallas is almost just painted orange and purple at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson, they're in South Carolina. They're more used to the heat. Maybe Texas is okay for them, right? Pittsburgh a little bit further north, maybe can't handle the heat. Because Clemson's putting on the heat right now, and, it's looking good, right? I mean, we're a minute and a half, 3-0. Pittsburgh's starting to lose really the grip there. Oh, yikes.
Yeah, that's a juke and a half. Pasta pushes it over to Canovo, who just
Went for the clear, but couldn't quite find it. It was just like that. That's the thing with Rocket League, Carson. It's like you're just a meter off, just a simple meter, an exhaust pipe off from getting to that ball, and you just don't have the length or the distance to get there yet. And that's what we just see there. And now Clemson 4-0. You might as well just give them this match.
Obviously, that is true, but anything can happen in sports, and anything has happened before. I wouldn't bet on Pitt coming back, but they just need a goal here to try and start anything. 1 minute remaining, very unlikely, like we've mentioned, but they've had dominance in time of possession so far. I would say it's about equal down the stretch, but mainly because it was about 90% Pitt the first 2.5 minutes,
Yeah.
and 95% Clemson the last minute and a half. They've been dominant on offense at this point, but you see Duke in that offensive end just can't generate a chance.
Oh, no boost.
No advantage at all. Pitt cannot keep themselves ahead and boost. They have to use so much boost to give themselves chances. Clemson's just going to sit in front. They're making it easy for Clemson at this point, not putting up great shots. Their opportunities have been low in quality.
Yeah, I mean, Clemson just playing a little bit more passive now as they can, right? You're 20 seconds left. You're up 4-0 here, and you're facing game point if you win this one. If you're Clemson, you're sitting nice and pretty. And, I mean, here's the thing, right? I said I wanted to see Pittsburgh look a little bit more for these egos up in the air, right? Really challenge Clemson. And they have, but the problem is you're not beating them at their own game, and now you need to make another change, right? As this ball touches the ground here, Enchilada will send it up, and it gives a chance here. It's not going to end yet. I would have thought you would have sent it to the ground, and there it goes. Sends the ground. Clemson 3-1 right now, game point. This is where things get interesting, right? If you're Pittsburgh, you need to make some changes, right? What was working well? Well, I'll tell you what was working well. What was working well is when you were waiting for Clemson to overinvest, right? When they overinvested on that attacking side, and then you were able to counter-rotate and go on your offensive side, right? But you also need to add a little bit of that ego to it, right? You need to be willing to match those 50-50s in the air. I've seen both ends of the spectrum. I need it to be combined. That is how Pittsburgh comes back in this.
I mean, they must have taken a few Whitman classes. Those Clemson players have been investing perfectly. The rotations are very well done, and they're not overcommitting anything. And they've just been sound with everything they've been doing. And, I mean, their offensive chances have come less than, I mean, even Pitt at some point. But Pitt got 3 shots off, despite having the ball for probably the same amount of time. You have to get easy chances, and you have to make it hard for Clemson. Clemson is just sitting there waiting for you to make it hard for yourself, and if you just try and freestyle, try and do everything, you're down 3-1. You have to change something down at this point. I mean, Clemson didn't change anything going into game 2. They just played their game a bit better, and you're seeing how much this has dismantled Pitt. I mean, the wheels have fallen off for Pitt.
Yeah, and this is what I was worried about too, right? If you're Clemson, and we've seen it all day today, once they sort of get a handle on the game, they just run away with it, right? They have been probably the best adapting team we've seen today here, Carson, and they made one adaptation to Pittsburgh's play after that first game, and now Pittsburgh, like, the ball is in your court. You need to make your own adaptation against Clemson, and they haven't yet, right? We haven't seen that full-fledged adaptation yet, and because of it, Clemson has been up. They're 1 game away from sending themselves to Dallas.
Opening face-off, Adarube, a great chance in front. Shoots one, disgusting. That's 1-0 Panthers, and a great answer for not being able to score last game.
Beautiful. Double tap, or excuse me, taps it once into a flip reset. No one's there. Massau almost has it, but it's not quite able to connect out to clear. And Pittsburgh up 1:08 seconds in. Obviously a lot of time left, but Clemson, that was probably not something they were ready for in Pittsburgh. A very good way to keep themselves in this series.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do if you're in front is let Clemson get as many chances as they can in another face-off goal. We're back to 0-0, about 17 seconds into this thing. No defenders for Pitt, no rotation, because you just had nobody there. And Clemson had 3 players, and they were all divvying up, trying to get the goal themselves. And they missed that first time because of that. But back on that other end, here's another face-off opportunity for Pitt. Could go really well. Enchiladas right there off the right side, misses the one-timer. That was a surefire lead-taking goal.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right, is things happen so fast in Rocket League when these two teams are back on each other and being aggressive, right, which we've seen from Clemson. We're seeing a little bit from Pittsburgh as well. I mean, 2 goals in practically 7.5 seconds each, right? That is incredibly fast, right? But it proves how fast things can happen in Rocket League, right? How much 1 second really does matter. And I mean, we are even here, right? Practically 0-0 as we approach 1 minute now. But Clemson back on this attacking side has the boost, looking for something. But Pittsburgh needs to find this opening and capitalize off of it.
Tigers have the Panthers on the ropes here, and that's exactly what you're looking for. Something to go your way, and Duke gonna score on what was, I'm not sure, an attempted chance. Just trying to clear the ball, and nobody was there on the other end. A beautiful shot.
Yeah, and that's one of those high-risk, high-reward things we talk about with Clemson's play style, right? Very, very aggressive team. They will likely triple commit into that front line, into that opposing team's field, and just like that, Pittsburgh, a good, clear, turned goal, and no one was there able to defend it. I mean, you even saw Clemson, I believe it was Canova who went after the ball, just gave up, was like, nope, I'm not going to be able to get it, that's okay, move forward. But I mean, we're already 3 goals here, Carson, almost a minute and a half in. A lot has happened here in a very short amount of time.
Absolutely. Wow. Enchilada in front takes a 2-goal lead. And we saw Pasta cook last time. Enchilada making his own dish. Right side here, see a great squeeze. Kind of forces the own goal from Pasta. Has to make a choice there and made the wrong one.
Yeah, this is what you want to see, right? If you're Pittsburgh, they're taking a little bit more of these ego duels against Clemson when they go in and they look for that opening, right? They've looked for that triple commit. They've looked for that over usage of that boost, and then Pittsburgh goes in. Players like Enchilada, players like Duke, who are taking it into their own hands to get onto that side of the field. Already, Enchilada's used all that boost now for Duke to look for something as well. Clemson not able to control the ball, and when they can't control the ball, that means there's going to be no goal being made.
Duke nearly stuffs one home again. Pasta able to save that 2-run lead, the 2-goal deficit becoming 3. Back, Masau in the middle, touched up top, Masau forward, Canovo on net, goes wide, Adarube able to get it with Enchilada and move that ball away. Back on the other end, the Panthers with another chance. Enchilada forward, makes one miss, but Pasta stuffs Enchilada. Back right side, Duke in front. Whew, that is a tough chance for Pitt that cannot believe has not gone in yet. Clemson dealing with the pressure very well.
Yeah, with this now as we approach halfway into this game number 5. Clemson game point here to win this, and they need to find their way back into controlling this ball, but Pittsburgh has been doing a really good job at just forcing Clemson out, really finding that value of controlling this boost, starving out Clemson, taking advantage of that aggressive play style and over those commits, and then getting themselves a nice goal. Pittsburgh aggressive again, but back at the midfield for the defense.
Pasta cannot get it back in the offensive zone. Clemson can't neither, and that is a very poor choice of words for me as the ball nearly goes in the net, but Hadarube trying to make a quick transition the other way, hands it to Duke. Duke going for the bump, both miss, and that is not a goal. Enchilada puts it to the left side. That was really close to being a goal for Pitt, but they just kind of overcooked it. Enchilada, right, Pasta coming down now with the ball. Nearly a score as Duke can be able to just take this one away from Clemson.
Yeah, we are going to see Clemson looks to clear it back out. Still on this aggressive side, but Hadarube will send it back over. Canovo will keep it down on the ground. A good pinch as now Clemson back aggressive once more. They have the boost, and this is what Clemson thrives on doing. But Pittsburgh, they are aware of that now. They've made the adaptation and already back on that defensive side again, looking for their opening.
Pasta now on the right side watching Masau. Their teammate go back up to the right side. Clemson cannot get that ball out. Pitt just pummels that ball right into the Clemson zone. Hadarube up top dealing with Masau, who's got no boost. A bump keeps that ball away from the full boost Panther, who is back with Enchilada. Masau up top over to Pasta, who again has no boost, and that is just unfortunate for that Clemson side, who cannot really seem to get any opportunities with boost or without.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh's doing a really good job at starving out the boost on the Clemson offensive attack, and it's been proving to do really well for them, right? Already on the aggressive side again will be Pittsburgh as we approach sub 1 minute. 2 goals to even this series for Clemson here, and only a stall for Pittsburgh to keep themselves in this series. Still at a deficit, but they're looking to keep this one alive. A demo is the opening for Clemson, but Enchilada brings it back around and will likely solidify this game number 5 for Pittsburgh.
Should be the solidifying goal, like you mentioned. That should be clean up right there. Just nails it home. I mean, Enchilada, everything textbook there in the other end. Saw that he's an opportunity to take it, and they did. Pittsburgh up 4-1 here. You mentioned now going to be up down 3-2. Have the opportunity to bring it back. You have to think now that Clemson lost 2 games in a row to FSU and nearly on the brink fell to the Seminoles.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. I mean, both these teams, you know, were almost falling to FSU, right? Both of them. And because of that, you know, these teams have to make these adjustments. They have to make some changes to their play style because they know that it's not always going to work, right? No team in this tournament went undefeated, and it's because they all get so close to each other. Enchilada just needs to keep this ball alive here. 8 seconds. Clemson, a lot can happen in 7 seconds. It's a long time, but making 3 goals may not be the case, and that will solidify that one as Pittsburgh going to go for one final goal. Ooh. And Hadarube sends it in, the BM goal. And just like that, Pittsburgh saying, we are not out of this one yet.
Yeah, it's a bit mean, but when you're in the championship, I guess anything goes.
Yeah.
You have to imagine, I mean, you see how well these teams adapt. You saw Clemson lost to Notre Dame in that game 1 of the opening series on stream. Notre Dame ended up not winning a game entirely. You couldn't win a single series, and now Clemson's in the finals up 3-2. You have to imagine how well these teams are at adapting, and the endurance matters a lot. I mean, it gets hot. You're sitting there for 6-7 hours straight, and you are just stuck in neutral sometimes. I mean, the mental can really go if it's going.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, this is where things need to pick back up. Now, here's what I'll say, though. Right, Clemson, you're still on the burner of just one more. One more, that's all you need, and you send yourself to Texas. Obviously, Pittsburgh still need 2 more to win this, right? They're still on that sudden death victory for themselves to bring themselves into just one more game. But this is where things get interesting, right? Clemson, like I said earlier, I still stand by this fact, probably one of the best adaptable teams we've seen today. Now they have a 1-game lead. And now they have time to think about what they want to make in terms of changes. If you're Clemson, right, Pittsburgh, they did exactly what they needed to. It took them a little bit, but they finally found a way to, one, ego the attack, while also looking for that opening, forcing out, in a sense, baiting the boost from Clemson. If you're Clemson, you need to be aware of that going into this next match.
Look, good teams adapt.
Yes.
And you're seeing that exactly. Pitt, it'll be really if you can, because Clemson might make a change here. I mean, maybe you're thinking I'm 1 game away from Dallas. There's no way that I could not go to Lone Star State at this rate. Maybe that mentality's killing him. Maybe not. Canovo off face-off nearly Puts one home for the Tigers. Putting to the right side is Duke. Duke collecting with Enchilada after the attempted clear by Clemson off the wall. Enchilada, what a goal! Rocket! Oh my goodness, 1-0 Pitt.
Beautiful double tap there comes out from Enchilada on the solo and just sends it in right off the bottom left of the goal as it finds its way just creeping into the goal. And just like that, Pittsburgh starting off strong. We are 17 seconds in and they're up 1-0 against Clemson.
Yeah, you have to imagine the mentality for Clemson. You won 3 in a row. What is next? If you are a Clemson Tiger at this point, you have to find a way towards the net. Those face-off goals are unlucky a lot of the time. I mean, you just got annihilated right there. You had boost and you couldn't do anything about it when Enchilada came down. He's been an excellent in-front finisher, and you go back to that right side. Hadarube.
Oh my.
Oh my gosh. What? How? Those double commits are killer, man. Watch this. Goes up top. Both go for it in a different angle, and neither can collect. 2-0 Pitt, and we are barely 42 into this.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh going really strong here, keeping this pressure against Clemson, and this is where things need to make changes, right? This is where if you are a Clemson fan, you need to see this team do what they've been doing really well all day and make some adaptable changes. Find that opening in Pittsburgh's attack and defense, and don't let that happen as Duke just lets it roll a worm burner into the goal. 3-0 a minute in, Carson.
Happy opening day. There's your first ground ball. Duke with a screamer on the grass. Beautiful 3-0 lead for Pitt, and the first minute just ended, man. That is exactly what Clemson did not need to happen. I think I would go ahead and say that this game is a lot closer than maybe anybody expected. It's just been kind of blowout and blowout and blowout.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we're almost to a game 7 here. Doesn't really feel like it's been close because each team just kind of takes turns destroying the other.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, right? I mean, it took 2 games for Pittsburgh to bring themselves back in. Maybe it's going to take Clemson two games to get themselves back in. And this is where things get interesting, right? Rocket League, every game is different. No matter where you are, no matter how the mental is, no matter how you just played the game before, every game, every round is going to be very, very different.
Mesau off the top. Bar down. Second opportunity. Neither goes. Mesau. Really good opportunity that they just watched squandered away by the 2 teammates who could not connect in front. Pitt, great defensive rotation to prevent that. Clemson did everything they could and just got bumped out of the way for the second chance. First chance just went wide with the help of Hadarube. I mean, it's a heartbreaker. 2 minutes in, no goals left, and you have enough time to equalize if you're Clemson, but it does not feel good being down 3-0, I can tell you that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, and also when you have such a perfect play laid out and then you just can't quite find the connect to even give yourself 1 goal, it hurts, right? Off the back there as well, Pasa can't quite find the connect, and now we approach halfway into this game number 6 here. Clemson still down by 3. They need to find something. They have the boost, but Pittsburgh, they're willing to find these ego duels. They're willing to wait for Clemson to make the mistake, and just like that, once again, Pittsburgh on the attacking side with Duke.
Duke over to that side. Mesau collects, able to keep that ball out of the back of the net. Pitt still has a 3-goal lead, not 4, which I think would basically end the game at this point. Canovo off that right side, watching that teammate Enchilada to the left, and just a really tough situation there for Clemson. You need to score a goal at this point. 3-0 for Pitt, and they're still dominating time of possession. What happened to Clemson at this point? Because you have to imagine maybe they took their foot off the gas here.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what happened, right? I mean, we're seeing Clemson is just not, they don't have control of that ball anymore. Something we mentioned earlier today, Carson, is when Clemson has control of that ball, they win, right? We have not seen that happen. I mean, Pittsburgh is just completely all over this ball. They have control of it basically 90-95% of this time, and because of that, Clemson has not been able to find a single goal for the past 4 minutes.
You know, you have to say, I said after game 4, when they were up 3-1, that the paint on the chair was looking purple and orange. I guess that was just the wrong lighting, because I'm not quite sure anymore. Maybe to game 7, you were the minute 20 remaining. The Panthers have dominated the Tigers. If you are just tuning in, stay tuned in. You've got a cool next 20 minutes going on, because we are almost at game. We're in game 6 right now of the ACEC playoffs. For Rocket League, Canovo scoring keeps that deficit within 2, which is pretty big for Clemson. Gives them a chance down the stretch. If Pitt wins, they can force a game 7. If Clemson wins, they get their seat to Dallas. Just locked already in. really, really tough if you're Pittsburgh to keep this one alive. You've done a great job.
Yeah, I mean, 65 seconds to go here in this match, and a lot can happen in that time, right? Clemson and Pittsburgh, both these teams able to make points in 17 seconds, let alone 55. And this is where things can get dangerous. Clemson once again on the aggressive side, but it sets up.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I
That
just
one hurts.
stubbed both of my toes at that one because I jumped and I hit both of them on the bottom of the desk. That's how much that hurt me internally, but it's not going to matter anyway. In front is a goal. Had to wait a second there. 36 seconds and Clemson roaring back to unanswered. Can the Tigers complete the comeback against the Panthers?
I mean, this is it, right? This right here, this could be make or break for this series, right? Right here, this goal at 36 seconds. This is time for both teams to have about 50% possession of the ball and then take control of this game. Now, Clemson going to start off strong. They're going to be the ones with control of this ball. They want to make this into a golden goal scenario. You said you wanted to see it. You might see it overtime. This may be that game here, Carson.
We'll have to see because Clemson's got all the momentum in the world. The contest up top goes nobody's way, but now it's stuck right in front of Pitt's net. Off the wall, Pasta leaves it in a dangerous spot for Canovo, who can't connect. Back right side, 10 seconds remain. Enchilada storming down that right side. Pushing forward now is Mesa, who steals it in the middle. Ball just kind of in a neutral zone. Pushing forward, Duke off the wall. If Eddie can go off the ground, it will end, and we will go to overtime. Hadarube, I think, is just going to let that one happen. And Pitt goes on to Game 7.
It's Game 7 here, Carson. I mean, we saw signs of life from Clemson there, right? It was a little bit of a struggle, but they brought themselves back in. Now, we got Game 7 here. Yeah, okay. Let me say this, right?
Okay.
Pittsburgh,
Okay.
Game 1 did really well. Clemson adapted 2 games. One was very dominant in their favor. The other one, still dominant, but some signs of life was shown by Pittsburgh, right? Game 4 comes in, and that's when Pittsburgh dominantly wins. Game 5 comes in. That's when they dominantly win. Then Game 6, Pittsburgh still up in the series, right? But then, Clemson started to bring something back there, right, in Game 6. And now we're on Game 7, right? Both teams have had some games to sort of rehash what they want to do and recap what's gone well, what hasn't gone well. And this is it, right? This is the match. This is the Game 7, the best of one, the one who takes it all and goes to Texas game. Both of these teams have played all day. They've played some incredible matches, and this is where that final adaptation is going to come into play.
We've been lucky enough to get the final end of this saga here. The ACEC Rocket League tournament. And what can you do? Who wants it more? Sock card, last 5 minutes, potentially more. If we can get to overtime, that we'll see all night. Can Clemson keep themselves alive and not choke away a 3-1, or can Pitt complete the comeback in front of net? Duke keeps that tie alive, but it's not gonna. Yes, it will. Hadarube keeps that one alive.
Yeah, I mean, the game is just going back and forth between these players, right? It's enchilada, it's pasta, it's like me trying to decide what I actually want for dinner. It just goes back and forth, and I never really know, as this is going to be the game to see here. 4.5 minutes, no goals have been made. This is going to be a game here, Carson. I'm willing to guess right now that it's going to be a game where we're going to see maybe a 1-0 or a 2-1.
Very aggressive from both sides here. Masau trying to put that forward. Over in the neutral zone, able to beat one. Duke not able to do anything. Enchilada misses as well. Over to that left side, Clemson has a great shot, but Duke, another late save to keep the ball out of the net. Canovo back towards the middle, pushing forward. Hadarube forward over to Pasta, who's going to clear into the neutral zone. A really good job by them. Pasta over to the right. That's just going to be another whiff from Pitt, and maybe a chance for Clemson. Hadarube taps it up, but Pasta and Canovo trying to beat it back to the other end, but Masau and have to back up and get some boost. Not able to move the chances, Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, this is just back and forth, right, over and over again until one of these teams begin to snowball, right? Until one of these teams begin to find that opening, begin to find that one change to win it all, right? Now Duke sends it up, looks for something, but Pasta's there and will send it up to a 50-50, and now Duke once again in a good spot, and it's still back and forth between these two teams as a minute and a half has gone by.
What a goal. Hadarube, 1-0 lead for Pitt, and what a goal to do it. On that right side, they tap up. Juke's one, Juke's a second with that flick. And I cannot believe my eyes. What a goal. Fireworks, I think are a good way to describe that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you want to see it, though, right? It's going to get between these really, really small, tiny mechanical mistakes where, yeah, a team is going to get juked out, or, yeah, a team may whiff a shot. And this is what it's going to come down to, right? These small, small errors. These teams are so good against each other that it's going to come down to it. Clemson on the attacking side once more, but still can't quite find that connect on the goal.
Back on that left, Maysow nearly puts it in themselves, but is able to squeeze it away to the right. Hadarubi goes back to Canovo. Up top, the Panthers just trying to get a response here. You're seeing how they're waiting for Clemson to move up and forcing basically one Clemson defender away.
Oh!
And that's not a goal! Canovo helps push that wide. Unreal save from the Tigers. Back towards that middle, the chance is not over. Enchilada and Duke still trying to put it forward. It's going to go back to the neutral zone and Hadarubi. Gonna reset that chance for the Panthers. Back forward is Duke. Duke, wrong momentum, couldn't really put it on. But Hadarubi with a great one-timer chance. Off the crossbar, here's a rebound. Score, Enchilada! It must be feeding time because the Panthers are eating 2-0, 2:20 left in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is it right here. Pittsburgh, I mean, we've talked about their domination with the ball, their domination on the offensive side. But one thing we haven't quite talked about is how well they are controlling that midfield. This midfield control from Pittsburgh is just perfect. It is phenomenal from this team.
Seen a dangle in front before, but Hadarubi not able to complete it. A really good bump, but Maysow just there in the right time. Enchilada contest up top, puts Maysow's shot wide. It's just, again, great work from that Clemson Clemson clearing team. Cannot do anything. Great work from Pitt in front. Maybe a one-timer chance. Can't do it. The rebound not collected by anybody. Pitt waiting with more boost in the wings. There's a really good chance. 2-on-1 in front. Duke no boost, but Clemson can't get what was probably their best chance of the game, and it turns into another goal for Pitt. 3-0 Panthers. I mean, down 3-1, and here you are up 3-0 on the team that was clobbering you for 3 straight games.
Yeah, I mean, now it's going to be Pittsburgh looking to take it back 3-0 on their own end here, and Clemson down 3 goals and only about a minute and 40 seconds left to bring it back. Now Clemson, they were able to make 2 last time. They were able to slowly bring it back, but now they've got to look and try to see if they can do that again here, but obviously every second counts for this team to bring it back in their favor as we approach 90 seconds left. This is where things get hectic. This is where things get crazy because both these teams are going to just start sending out every attack that they can.
We're going to see maximum aggression, which worked really well for Clemson in that second half. Canovo in the air with an interception, but Enchilada, you're seeing the Panthers play much more conservative than they did last time in the section. You're seeing Clemson struggling because of it. Pasta pushing forward, another chance for Clemson in front. 1:08 remaining. And we're going right under 60 seconds remaining in Clemson's postseason chance here to get into the CECC if they do not have a bid already. Back to that left side, Hadarubi. Ball up top, trying to get anything they can. Pasta forward, back to the right side. Maysow off the wall. Duke, contending shot. Canovo keeps Clemson alive. 50 seconds remain. Back to that left side, Hadarubi. What a whiff. That's huge. Back in front, Canovo. They have to reset here in longer time. And you know, let Pitt stay in the zone just a little bit longer. Enchilada off the wall. We've seen great goals from them already. Same with Duke. What a tandem they've been all night. 30 seconds remain.
You have 30 seconds. You can average 1 goal per 10 seconds, but Clemson needs to make something happen here. A good demo will go out onto Duke, the player that's been controlling this midfield like crazy for Pittsburgh. But now they need to find something, but it's going to send left, and it's not going to be there. And the demo goes out as well. Pittsburgh may have just secured themselves the Dallas here, Carson.
In front, Duke just trying to waste time. 9 seconds remaining. Pasta trying to find anything they can. That goal goes wide. 3 seconds remain in the Clemson Tigers.
Wow.
Trying in front to just keep that ball away, down onto the ground. Clemson will hail to Pitt as Pitt heads to Dallas with the ACEC tournament win. And what a comeback from the Panthers.
What a comeback indeed. I mean, you know, Clemson, they started off on the back burner there, and then 1, 2, 3 in a row, putting them only 1 game away from bringing themselves into Texas. But Pittsburgh, I mean, what a phenomenal change in their play. They said, all right, fine, we can't beat you in the pure ego duel, and we get that, right? And so they didn't. But they still put a little bit of contest, right? Every time you saw Clemson look for an aggressive play, every time you saw them look for something up in the air, you saw at least one member of Pitt go up and try to contest it. And they did. They did so well, and it forced out a lot of that boost because Clemson was like, oh, well, now we have to play a little bit differently, right? We have to use our boost to keep the ball on the offensive side. And then they had nothing to work with. And that was perfect adaptation from Pitt, bringing them 4-3, a wonderful banger of a Game 7. And they're going to Texas.
Yeah, the Panthers are headed to the Lone Star State, and I mean, it looked a lot more like a Shark Tank. They just waited in the middle and ate them alive. I mean, you would have Clemson players go down to that right side, and they would just not be able to defend because Clemson would just have to watch as now a Pitt player knocks it back, and you're basically going in line until there's no defenders left because someone can't rotate in time because Pitt's taking all the boost up, and they just would score. 3-0, I think, is a pretty good way to describe those last 3 games. 3 straight wins. Pitt caught fire at the right time. See if they can catch fire in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. We'll have to see. But, I mean, a phenomenal game from everyone here in the ACEC tournament. Every one of these teams were just phenomenal, right? We saw some great plays from all these teams, some very different play styles. And that's one of the sort of things that I tip my hat to when it comes to Rocket League is there's so many different play styles, right? So many different things you can do. You can play passive, aggressive. You can play aggro. You can play for three attack. You could play commits. So many different things that you can play. And we saw so many of those today. No team today played the same way. And you can see that in how all these teams had to adapt and play in the long run.
Yeah, and if you just saw, I mouthed to Ryan, FSU. I mean, you saw FSU, contend with teams that I don't think they did any right contending with.
No.
I think FSU was far worse on paper than maybe Clemson or Pitt, but the thing is you don't play these games on paper.
Yeah.
FSU's aggression was unreal. They took Clemson to the brink, and they beat Pitt. So, I mean, beating the guy who won the ACEC tournament,
that looks good.
Nearly beating the second place team, you feel good. Obviously, no third place matchup because you don't get any consolation prizes. But what a lovely tournament, and thank you very much for watching. But any final words, Ryan?
No, I think that's it for me, Carson. It was great casting with you, and thank you to everyone, right? Rowan, Jack, Prod, and everyone for just being here at this tournament.
Yeah, we'll say good luck to Pitt as they head down to CCC in May Madness. But we'll have to see how the Syracuse Orange do next week in the Sin City for the Power Esports Conference event in Las Vegas. Check out the Twitter for the jersey reveal. But lots to come. Keep the socials in your peripherals. Thank you very much for watching, and that's been all from upstate New York.